All right, everybody. Welcome to Hyper Game Dev. My name is Lees. We're gonna be doing some dev today. I'm especially going to be working on this survival runner game. We got Frank Frauds in the house. Welcome, Frank. Today, I am rocking some new internet. Technically, today, I'm rocking some new internet. So that's a good thing, right? I am going to be, I wanna say, focusing on HP bar stuff. And that's what I wanna say. I've got a hacking plan. Hacking plan is a cool thing. It's kind of like a Trello, but for game devs. And that's got a way for me to keep track of where I'm at and what I'm doing. Speaking of where I'm at, where am I? Where am I? I'm right here. What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? Yeah, so what I want to do today is I want to keep working on this game. Last week, what's up, Frank? Yes, it's an alien-based game. And speaking of alien, oh my gosh. Have I been doing some stuff with this alien mess? During the Monday member streams, and member streams happen every Monday, as you might have guessed by the name there. That name is how you know that that's what that is. So, yeah, so let me show you that. So the Monday member stream was a little different. Now, that was the last stream that I had our old internet. Now, the new internet should be a little better. It should be a little better. Should be a little more stable, but we'll see. And so that stream got cut a little short. So here we have the Mondays members only streams. They're right here in the channel page. And it was actually in MS Paint. Yeah, it was in MS Paint. And I did some things, and I want to show you some of the things that I did. I meant to do more. I wanted to make some stuff in Blender, but I didn't quite get to it. But what I did do is I fleshed out this universe a little bit. So this game is about an alien who's invading Earth to get meat. To get meat! And previously, the idea was, well, here, I'll show you. So the idea has been that the aliens are just gonna devour humans, and that's gonna help them be happy, and they send the humans back home to their home planet, and everything's better. Okay, but what I'm changing it to is a little different. I'm making it a little different, and let me tell you about that. By the way, I do these streams every Wednesday and Thursday, where I work on this game in Godot. I'm new to Godot. I'm still learning Godot, but I really love making games, and I appreciate you coming here to check out the journey. If you haven't subscribed to this channel yet, I hope you will. Thank you for doing that if you do. I also do a game jam every Friday. It's a lot of fun, so come through and check that out if that sounds interesting. You don't have to do it in Godot either. You can do it in any engine you like. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun, actually. So here's the idea. So we're gonna have a cutscene before the game starts, and it's gonna be this like mean, powerful alien who's got mice hands and feet. You gotta trust me on that one, all right? Because the United States or Russia or some country sends animals into space to test how they live in space, and the mice got lost in space. But they didn't just get lost in space. No, they didn't just get lost in space. They actually went to this alien's planet. And these aliens can grow limbs based on mammalian creatures, or maybe not mammalian, but earthly creatures. They can grow their limbs and imitate them. So this one alien got these mice limbs, and it's like, we need more limbs. We need more limbs like this. Yes, it has backstory. We're all about backstory. You're absolutely correct. Um, what's up? How you doing? Not sure how to say your name. Mojtaba? Mojtaba? My friend, why don't we focus on 2D games? I think that way we can move forward faster and achieve results. Because, honestly, because I don't enjoy making them. I don't enjoy making 2D games, is the main thing. And I don't necessarily think it's easier to make 2D games. I actually find 2D games much more difficult to make, but I have tried working on 2D games on this channel in other engines, and I hear Godot is well suited for 2D games, but personally, I just don't enjoy making 2D games. I just don't find them as engaging or interesting, and if I don't enjoy what I'm working on, I'm not gonna work on it, you know? So, like, I have to look at what I actually care about. But I hear you, and you know, I don't necessarily even agree that 2D games are faster, because I hear what you're saying, right? There's like one less dimension. But to me, the tools these days are advanced enough that, you know, it's not really that hard to just like account for an extra dimension. But again, you know, it depends on the game type as well. So that's why I'm not focusing on 2D games personally. You don't like it too much, but you notice that most successful companies are working in 2 dimensions. That's a good point. There may be some truth to that there are a lot of big 2D games, indie games going around, coming out. It's a fair point. That's a fair point. You make a fair point. You know, I still, you know, and I hear you. I'm not really into the idea of like force yourself to do something even if you don't like doing it. It's not really my philosophy, because, you know, being a successful company isn't like my end goal, right? My end goal is to, you know, get through every day feeling good. And if I can work towards seeing any measure of success, then that's a secondary thing. You know, for me primarily, I want to learn how to make games and I want to enjoy that journey. And success, I'm interested in it, but it's not my primary goal. With that said, you make a compelling point. I would say there's probably a lot of examples against that. I mean, there's a Godot game. Some still make 2D games mostly for nostalgia. Yeah, I could see that. What is the Godot games? What is a recent game made in Godot, like an indie game? I'm trying to remember. It's upcoming. I don't even know if I can find it. Honestly. But it looks really cool. It's made in 3D. It's an indie game dev company. So I don't know. I think I would challenge that whether or not that's true for most companies, but I think that you're right that there are a lot of really big, successful indie games out there that are 2D based. I have some new internet today, which is a good thing, but also, oh my gosh, this website right here. I wonder if that's just the Godot website. Yeah, it just must be the Godot website. It's hard to say. You have to learn a lot from, so thank you for your kindness. Absolutely. I mean, I totally see what you're saying. I really do. I mean, and this bears it out here. Here we have a lot of 2D games here, made in Godot. Unless they're like by a bigger studio, you know. And I think it's a trend as well. I think in indie games, it's a trend to do 2D. You know, I don't think it's just that it's easier. I think it's also trendy to a certain extent. But I don't know, I just don't like it. And I'd rather struggle through making a 3D game than, you know, struggle through making a 2D game. That's just me. Yeah, of course. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. And I'm learning. You know, I'm new to Godot. In many ways, I'm new to game dev. And so the game I'm making, by the way, is a survival runner game. At least that's just the idea right now. And the idea is that you have these limbs. So you're this alien character with limbs. And you want to protect those limbs. So if I bring up, this is debug information, but these are hit points. So we have 4 hit points per limb. So if I hit this arm, which has 3 hit points, if I hit it a few more times, that limb actually goes away. And so then there's going to be mechanics where you grab things, and that grabbing ability is going to be limited depending on how many arms you have left. And you also will have movement that's limited by how many arms you have left. So, you know, that jumping, you won't be able to jump, but you also will fall to the ground like that if you don't have legs. Now, I haven't really come up against anything that I'm like, man, if this was in 2D, this would be so much easier. I haven't personally come up against anything like that, but I totally hear that argument. I just realized I left my water somewhere. I gotta go get my water. I have tea, but that's not hydrating. Oh, but it's delicious. But it's delicious. I haven't come across any like 3D related problems. So, so the backstory that I've been working on for this game is not just that you're an alien going for meat, but your fearless leader who has inherited mice limbs wants everybody to have all kinds of limbs. Oh yeah, we drinking some nice hot tea. Some nice hot tea. Wants everybody to be able to have limbs. And the only way to do that is to go get more meat. And so they're going to Earth to go get more meat. Okay. So, once you get there, anything's on the menu. But mostly what you're going to encounter in level 1 are cows, and actually one everyday person. So people and cows. That's going to be your target in level 1. Now you have a couple choices. You're going to actually start out, I want the game to actually start out without arms and without legs. So like where I was showing you in there with the body, where it's just a body and the head. That's how I actually want to start out, because that's what the aliens are. That's what the aliens are just like without having eaten meat. Yes, cows, many cows will be consumed. So I'm going to attempt to break off the arms without damaging the body, but because of the way the collision is set up right now, it's actually a little tricky. Nice. Nice. Let's see if I can't. To me, 3D, honestly, and this is a controversial take, but for me, 3D is easier. I just think in 3D. To me, I have to like remap the way I think about the world to somehow apply it to 2D. I'm just like, wait, but I live in a 3D world, you know? This alien got beef. Yes, yes, yes. And so it is gonna eat beef. So this is how we actually start out. Now, if it follows that whatever the alien eats, it grows those limbs. If it eats cows, what's it gonna grow? What's it gonna grow? Chad, I think you know the answer. And so you'll have your head, right? You'll have your head. So that's gonna be the HP bar that you actually see currently, which I can't show or else we're gonna bring back the other limbs and it won't be a good demonstration. But we'll have an HP bar for that. So you can die if your head dies. If you lose all your hit points for your head, you will die. Now check this out. If you eat a cow, y'all, you're gonna get cow limbs. Yeah. You're gonna become this guy. Now, this will have advantages because you'll be able to move faster. So right now, we're cruising pretty well without legs, but I want to change that at some point. I want it to be more like you're actually like barely moving without legs, but you can move a little bit. Maybe they like worm around or something. And so you're going to get these legs. You're going to get these legs. And you're going to get a new health bar. So you'll have your head health bar, but now you'll get a new health bar. The limbs health bar. And the limbs health bar will be for each limb. Both arms, both legs, and that's it. So that'll happen. Now, right here in the game I have set up right now, all we've got are human arms and legs. Human-like. This remains to be designed, but we'll design it. We'll get there. And so once again, you'll have the choice. So what you'll do is you'll take the meat that you grab, right? And you'll either apply it in this first section, prelims, you'll apply it to your head to heal your HP. Or you'll, in the second section, you'll apply it to your limbs to heal your limbs. Right? The other alternative is you can apply what you collect to a score dunk. And this is the equivalent of sending the meat back to your home planet, right? So invading Earth to take meat and send it back home. And that'll also increase your score. Now, once you get a certain score, the level ends, almost. And you're going to get to a boss fight. I only wrote this part out, but you're going to get to a boss fight. So the player eats and becomes animals until one farmer, because you're going to be invading cow farms, cattle farms, right? That's a great place to get a bunch of meat. One farmer sets a trap that trips the player and breaks the limbs. So those limbs that you just got are gonna get broken off by the farmer boss. This farmer boss shoots bullets from a pickup truck. The player must dodge bullets and catch and eat the farmer boss to win the level. So it's gonna be all cows in level 1 until the end of the level when you're gonna come across a human. And that human is gonna be the boss of that level. Once you eat that human, you're gonna get some limbs. You gonna get some limbs! Yes. And these limbs are gonna be awesome. So you and your alien buddies who are invading Earth are going to just like be having a great time. You're gonna be this is cutscenes. This is cutscenes. You're gonna be eating a bunch of humans, devouring them. This is amazing. You can finally get all the meat that you need. But here's the problem. The people are not happy. They're not happy that they're being eaten, and they're protesting. Exactly, Frank. Yes, exactly. And I'm literally, we're gonna model a pickup truck, a farmer, all that stuff. We're gonna make it all from scratch. And I hear the argument that could be, difficult, making art in 3D. I don't find it as difficult. To me, in 2D, I just get so bored, and I just don't enjoy it. But 3D, it's just much more interesting and rewarding for me. And I find Blender usable. I do. Whereas, trying to manifest 2D art, I find much more difficult. Even though this is here's my 2D art, right? It's in MS Paint here. Not great. Gets the point across, but, not a great game. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Hey, Marion, welcome back. Good to see you. Hope you've been well. I am super still working on this project. Yeah, Marion helped so much for developing the system of how the limbs get damaged. So the limbs do still get damaged, and it is still using the class-based script system that you helped me set up. So thank you for that so very much. And so we've got some damage flashing that happens. Oh, you helped us set up the collision with the ground, so when we fall to the ground, we can still bounce around. Absolutely. I plan to see this project to the very end. To the very, very end. And we've got a couple other things since you've been around, and we've got a pit of death that you can fall into, things like that. There's some other things that I've added, but, they're still works in progress. But oh, we've got a health bar. So the health bar is currently only for the head and the body, which, is fine. But the limbs are another health bar, and that's probably what I'm gonna I'm gonna work on the health bar a little bit more today. And then I'm gonna want to look into doing limb health stuff today. That's something I should have said right at the beginning of the stream, but it's okay. I'm doing my best today. So yeah. So we do have this nice health bar. It goes up and down. It looks pretty decent, and we can heal that up. So yeah, we've gotten some progress since then, and I'm still working. There's still plenty of progress left to get. So the aliens are gonna get their, hope you've been well, Marion. The aliens are still gonna get these arms and legs, but they're gonna start to feel kind of guilty. Why? Why? Why do they feel bad? It's because they didn't just get limbs by eating the human farmer. They didn't just get limbs. They got a new thing, right? So before, we start out with just one health bar, right? That decides if we live or die. Then once we get limbs, we get these extra health bars for each limb. Now, once we become human-shaped, now we get yet another health bar. The empathy health bar. Yes, because we have consumed a human, we now have empathy, and we feel guilty about eating humans. especially because they're protesting. Okay, so now here's where it turns, and we can keep playing the game. Because even though the aliens feel bad, where's the game? If they feel bad for eating meat, then what's gonna happen? I'll tell you what's gonna happen. Militarized police. It's gonna get a little radical. Just eat them all. Just eat them all. Just eat them all. Welcome, Dragonblade. Oh, come on. Just eat. What? Come on. Just eat them all. They can't because they have empathy. They can't. I don't make the. I mean, I do make the rules, but now that I've made the rules, I can't unmake the rules. I can't unmake the rules. Okay, but it is delicious. It is delicious. But don't worry, they're still gonna get to eat. It's just what they eat is gonna be more specific. So militarized police / military rules are meant to be broken. Fair, fair, fair. And you know what? You will be able to eat them all. So that's another thing, right? So I don't actually intend to take away the ability to eat anybody. I don't plan to take that away. I just plan to punish it. And that's what the empathy bar is going to be for. So military, specifically militarized police or like National Guard, some kind of like, you know, home front militarized unit, not like foreign military, like, you know, not like the military that goes overseas and does crap. It's the home base. They're gonna attack the protesters and the aliens because they see the protesters as collateral damage. They need to get rid of these aliens. They need to get rid of these aliens. These aliens gotta go. These aliens gotta go. I'm sorry, the punishment must happen. It's just the way it's gonna go. And so now that they have both been attacked by these violent authorities, the humans and the aliens form a bond. That is to say, the activist humans, the protester humans, they form a bond for hating violent authority. And if you think about it, this is going to provide much more interesting gameplay much more quickly. Because now all of the enemies, all the things that you're going for are going to be like helicopters, right? Police cars, things that have weapons, things that are tactical, things that you know, you'll have to dodge and avoid and can hurt you, right? Very gameplay oriented things, not just everyday people, right? But like, you know, actual enemies. All right? So, then we get to level 2. So that was level 1, and then this is the cutscene between level 1 and level 2. On level 2, cows and everyday people are off the menu. They're off the menu. See ya. In fact, if you do eat animals or everyday people, your empathy bar is going to go down. That health bar will go down. However, it will not go down if you consume meat of violent authority. And so that's the meat that you have to get and attack and send to your score dunk or use to heal your limbs. Now you could do damage. That's right. The humans and the aliens are joining up. You could heal yourself using everyday people, but you're going to lose health otherwise. And then maybe I'll model like this blue heart in the chest, and it'll like get smaller as you lose health. So that's kind of some of the developments that I've made in terms of what this game is going to be about. And now, by doing this, so then it'll kind of look something like this. Like we'll have the character here. So right now you can see the character behind me here. Right, so imagine it's like that, except now there's a heart in the middle, and the health bars, while they won't always be visible, they'll kind of be arranged like this, and then the score dunk will be down here. So that's kind of the ultimate goal for this, for the UI and the gameplay, is to be something like this, or the player character to be something like that. And yeah, so this is what I did during the Monday member stream, is I planned this out, and thank you everybody who came through to help me figure this out. So yeah. Now, how does that affect what we do today? That's a good question. Marianne says, this year I have my final exams and I'm working on my own project, so I didn't have time to attend streams very often, but I'm fine and I'll try to come more often. I'm glad you're doing fine. Look, I never expect anybody to come through here. I don't. Now, that's very different from me being prepared for the possibility that people come through here. I'm always prepared, but I don't expect anyone to come. So, you know, it's always okay with me if you don't, but it's nice to know, because, you know, yeah, I like that you say that you're fine. Like, I don't know what happens to people. Sometimes it's just like, you know, wow, that person was nice. I hope they're doing well. I'm glad to know you're doing well, and your final exam and own projects are doing okay. Final exams, plural. And thanks for letting us know, and thanks for coming back. Yeah, especially how much awesome help you did for us on this game. I can only imagine how interesting your own project must be. All right, y'all. So what are we gonna do today? So I've been using Hack and Plan. I mentioned it only so briefly. But Hack and Plan basically is like Trello, but for game developers. Kind of. And so on here, I've been keeping track of my progress. And that's hackandplan.com, just to be clear about what this is. And add health bar. Yeah, so this has been a whole long project. I estimated that this would take about 8 hours. And so far, I've spent about 18 hours on it. My God. So it's been a lot. It's been a lot. Now I say it's body/head, but really I'm thinking it's just the head. And there's some lore purposes for this, right? Quickly, the lore purposes for this are that on the alien planet, there are these winds, these wind that blows, and it creates these pearls in the sky, these wind pearls. And then here's the little alien heads. So they're actually just heads. And then what they do is they secrete something from their saliva onto the wind pearl. And then that wind pearl becomes their body. And the body should actually be about indestructible. And they actually used the wind pearls so they can slobber all over these wind pearls. And they can build buildings and live in them. So these wind pearls are very powerful. It's their body, but it's also their homes and other things like that. So really, it's the health bar is for the head. So we got the HP to go down on hit and increase on heal. I just wanted to zoom in. I didn't want it to... Okay. The body HP bar appears on hit, disappears at full health. That does happen. We do have that, so it's gone right now. We have full health. If I get hit, it appears. If I heal myself, if I can get... The healing is... Oh, it also times out after a while. So that's right here. After a certain amount of time, it becomes semi-transparent. After another amount of time, it becomes invisible. Improve hit point and remove animations. We did that. So you can see it's going to become semi-transparent, and then it'll disappear. And then if we heal all the way, it'll disappear. Now, there's one more thing that I need to add to this health bar for it to be what I want it to ultimately be. And the good thing about finishing this is then I can set up the empathy bar. So now we have full health, right? So once it disappears, you know, it'll stay gone, which makes sense. All right, so the next thing is I need to have on hover that it reappears. I need it to reappear on hover. That is to say, if we take our mouse and or cursor, and I put it over the body of the character, I want that health bar to appear. So that's the last step to get this going. Now, the reason why it's good to get all this set up now is that if I want to set up the empathy bar, the limbs health bar, then I will already have everything set up for what the health bar should be, including the hover. And then we can just do the same thing that's going on for the main health bar, and we can apply that to the other health bars. So that's what I'm gonna do first today, is I'm gonna get that cursor hovering sorted out. So let's sort it out then. Let's sort it out then. Before I do that, I am going to get my water, which I left upstairs. I left my water. I can't work without hydration. You know that that's true. So I'm gonna go get my water real quick. I will be super right back. It'll take me maybe 30 seconds. You know, give or take. Give or take. Hopefully take. We also sometimes spawn in a pit infinitely, which is always fun. So let me just do that, like 30 seconds tops, all right? Let me just sort that out. We'll get a nice alien holding the BRB. Yeah. See, alien just wants you to know. Hold on, let me get my water. I'll be right back. It'll take me like 30 seconds, not even. Oh yeah. Oh, that's refreshing. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Okay. So, I've got my water. Let's make a cursor. Let me put this as a topic. HP bar appears on hover. That's gonna be the task. For right now, I'm gonna attempt to pin that in the chat. Wish me luck. I might have to reload my chat. I might have to reload my chat in order to pin it. It's not my favorite thing to have to do, but it only takes a second. You know what also only takes a second, by the way? If you're finding this interesting, or you want to help support the stream, see more people come through. The more people that come through, the more energy I put out. I try not to have that be true. I really do. Because I don't even keep track of how many people are here at any given time, most of the time. But, you know, when people are chatting and active, it makes me more active. And so if you want to see more people come through here, there's an easy way. There's an easy way to make that work. Hyper smash that thumbs up button. Like this video if you haven't already. Hit that thumbs up button. And if you're watching this after the live stream, that means more people are going to come through that will leave a comment, right? And so there's just more activities, more excitement. It helps a lot if you thumb it up. YouTube loves a thumb up. So thank you if you can do that. Thumb it up if you haven't already. And yeah, let's get back to it. So I'm going to set this cursor to hover over it. Now we already have a cursor set up in here, all right? And what that cursor currently does is it grabs, or like a raycast basically, is it grabs animals, right? And the idea is that we would grab these and apply them to heal our limbs, right? So we see we have low health. If I grab a cow and I run into that cow, the health goes up. This is not the ideal mechanic, but it is what it is. Now, I can't use this same raycast. If I use that same raycast to try and hover over the character, there's going to be conflicts. For example, when I'm grabbing the cow, if I hover over the body, then the cow's going to get dropped. So I actually need to set up a separate raycast script that is only looking for if we're hovering over the character. There's a couple things I want to change because while I have been thinking of the health bar as being for the body, which, I mean, it already is named HP body. If I say HP head, does that break anything? I don't think I have any direct references to it, but it would be nice to know. Yeah, I don't think we do. So that's good. That's good. So it's actually the head's HP, which as such means I would like to change its position. So I'm going to actually move it up so it's closer to the head. And then that would be what you hover over. Now, it's a little confusing because it's like, well, what if your body gets hit? Do you not take damage? I mean, kind of, yeah. I don't know. A part of me feels like it should be, even though the pearl is supposed to be indestructible, I feel like it still should be just head or body. But I don't know. I'm just going to put it, it's actually like somehow more confusing that way. I don't know. I'm not going to worry too much about it. That's part of what this is, right? I'm making a prototype. I'm not here to make a game that's going to go up on Steam. This version of this game is going to go up on itch. That's where its goal, its ultimate goal is itch.io. And then once that is up there and we get some people checking it out, I can share it with folks. They can try it. They can give feedback. Then I look into making the version that might go up on Steam or something, or a mobile app store. So, some things can be imperfect, right? It just needs to be a version that is working. And then we're in good shape. One wild idea I had was, what if when you move left and right, instead of just moving horizontally, what if the level like rotates, and so you can actually like run in a circle instead of like moving left and right? You're actually just moving, you know, forward constantly. You are moving forward constantly, but instead of moving like this, you're moving like this, so it changes your yaw instead of your X position. I don't know. That's just a weird idea I had. I don't think I'm gonna do it, but it would be kind of cool. Anyway, so let's get that cursor to hover. So that script is over here in our current main scene. Which, you know, something else I want to start doing is having more, like, especially with this idea that I've put out here. You know, like, I'm going to want cutscenes on, like, a home planet, right? So that's going to have different lighting. That's going to look different. We're going to have, you know, levels. I wasn't sure if they were going to be levels or if it was going to be, like, endless, right? But I think I do want kind of the idea of levels. So will they, like, look different? Will they have different setups? And so something that I am thinking about for at some point is having different scenes. Right now we just have this one scene here that contains the alien, and then the level strips get generated and you run on top of those. Anyway, I'm doing a lot of talking, I know. I'm just trying to get myself situated, you know? And a lot has changed about how I want to proceed, and so I'm just like reorienting myself. But camera. So here's the camera script. Now this, I got all this code from one GWiz. GWiz is a YouTuber. I'll type the name here in the chat. An awesome YouTuber, makes great tutorials on Godot. Very fast tutorials that get to the point and tell you how to do stuff. And in this case, this was something that GWiz made a tutorial on, about how to do a 3D mouse in Godot. And so I'm basically going to do the same thing. And so what it does is we have a couple things, because this is actually our camera script. And so there's a couple things going on here, because the camera actually follows the player. So we kind of have to parse out. I didn't really comment this code very well. So there's a couple different things going on. So I might want to do that. This would be a great time to comment this code. Oh man, I got to get the pit out of there. I hate to do it, but I got to get the pit out of there. It's too annoying. The pit, which one is the pit? It is not this one. It's this one. So I'm just going to drag this out. Basically, I have these folders that I can pull the terrain blocks in and out of. And so now we're not going to maybe fall down a hole every time. Which is nice. It's nice not to fall down a hole. Okay. So I think I need to comment this code. So then this code does a couple things. It's a camera script, and so the camera follows, right? It interpolates a little, but it follows the player when I move around. So if I show you my keyboard, oh, the keyboard's over there. I guess I did move it. So you can see the camera is adjusting itself to go behind the player, right? And that's happening on the script. In addition, when I hover over things, it's shooting a raycast from the center of the camera to the cursor position. And that's how it's detecting which of these cows I'm hovering over. And I believe that's all. It's also checking, okay, so it's also checking to see if we grab things. So there's some messy aspects of the script that I am going to change, because actually ChatGPT helped me put this together, and it's not good. So it can tell if I've grabbed something. It does not do a good job of that. So if I grab this one, and then I try to grab this one, did you see what happened? It teleported the last one I grabbed to the next one I grabbed. So it's not actually forgetting the last one I grabbed when I click on it. It's a really, really bad system. And the grabbing doesn't even stay there very long. So it's the grabbing that's implemented in here is going to be taken away at some point, because it's terrible. But it is there. What's up, S? Welcome back. Good to see you. You could have it check if you were on a hole when the game starts. Whoa, that's a good idea. Check if you're on a hole when the game starts. Yeah, so to do that, I mean, there would have to be something, because the way that it works is if you fall a certain distance, it kills you. So if you're like at like -50 or something on the y-axis, then you die. So there's nothing really there to detect, but we could add something, it's true. And I honestly might redo the way the terrain blocks are loaded as well someday. That's a good idea. It's a good idea. I actually think do I have that on here? Standardize on death game restart. I don't think I do have that on here yet. Turn terrain blocks on and off debug tool, kind of, sort of. It's a good idea. Not what I think I want to focus on today, but consider that noted. Consider that noted. I think what I would probably do is just reimagine the way the terrain blocks are generated. Because I do want there to be some degree of procedurality. I want it to mix in, right? I want it to be like there's some controlled ones that spawn, and then it's so like if the game starts, spawn ones that definitely don't have a hole. As you get to a certain point, now start spawning ones that might have holes. After you hit another certain point, stop spawning ones that have holes, stuff like that. So that's kind of the way I want to imagine it. But this is a good idea. So what I want to do is I want to get this code. I think I need to just comment the crap out of this code, because it just has a lot of things in it, and I think it's unclear. So here we're exporting the camera target and the camera lerp speed. These are two super different things. So I'm going to actually group these up a little better. This is some Microsoft interview type-ish. What is a Microsoft interview type-ish? What does that mean? Oh gosh, that is a weird flex, man. That is a very strange own. Oh yeah, man, that's such a Microsoft interview, man. What a Microsoft interview in here. Okay. So, anyway. I need to label stuff. I need to label stuff. So you mean like I'm interviewing for Microsoft? I take that as a compliment. So some of the stuff is grab target, grabbed object, grab offset. A lot of this stuff is all for that grabbing mechanic, which is eventually going to be deprecated. I'm not interested in that to stay. So I'm going to say this is a temporary grab mechanic is what this stuff, grab mechanic stuff, is what that is. Now all of this is camera. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. Maybe not too much. Dude, I always hate zooming into the editor. It takes so long. It's so slow. Cam movement stuff. This is Raycast, obviously. Now this I would say is part of the temporary grab mechanic, the ray position. But it is a little bit different, you know? Can you make PUBG game? PUBG game. PUBG. PUBG. Like PUBG, but PUBG? So it's like player unknown paddlegrounds? Probably not. Whatever you mean, probably not. But I don't know what that means. Function ready. No, the game I'm making is for now, a survival runner game is the game that I'm working on for right now. I kind of wanted to, I'm using the starting point of like an endless runner, but the main mechanic is about surviving. That is to say, you can lose your limbs, so you want to try to protect those limbs and keep those limbs from breaking off, else you will lose abilities. And those abilities will help you do the other mechanic, which is grabbing objects and doing stuff with them. So that's kind of the idea of the game. Is it's sort of I want it to be a runner game, but I want it to be a little more interactive than usual runner games. Most runner games are about like dodging and, you know, pressing a button at a certain time, and I want this to be more about interacting with the world while also surviving while you're constantly moving. A simple implementation for the hole fix could just be to have the player jump on the first frame if there's a hole underneath you. Or just jump on the first frame anyway. Wow, that's interesting. You could, technically, there could spawn multiple holes in a row, right? That is a possibility that multiple holes could spawn in a row. And whatever happens, so the jumping thing, you would have to jump really far. Yeah, the health bar works really well. It works really well. And so that's kind of part of what I'm working on today is I'm getting a cursor set up so that when the player hovers over the player character, the health bar will appear. Right now it only appears when you take damage or if you heal. Otherwise, after a certain amount of time, it disappears. So I am not doing anything. I'm not taking damage. I'm not healing. And so it fades away on its own. Big props to My Two Cents for helping me develop that health bar mechanic. Major props to them. So as far as dealing with the hole goes, I mean, these are great ideas, but it's something that, you know, that would just be like a workaround for now. And, you know, because of my noobishness to Godot, I'm going to spend a lot of time trying to solve that. So I don't know that that's worth my time, but you're definitely proposing good ideas for dealing with that. So for now, I'm just taking that terrain block out. So there's not gonna be any holes that spawn at all. And then that's pretty much that. And then, you know, what I want to do in the future is hopefully near future, is I want to have the terrain spawn differently. Have you used math.random function to create infinite trees? Maybe. So I borrowed the code for the terrain generation. This is code, and there's actually, so I did a whole live stream on this, and that's where I'm gonna find the tutorial that I followed. If you're curious. So let me look at the old live stream and what the video was. I think that was the first one here. Making a survival runner in Godot. So I do these streams every Wednesday and Thursday. You can find them all on the channel page. And this one in particular, here we go. So you can check out this live stream if you want to see how I put it together. But here's the video that I followed that taught me how to do this. And basically, it explains how to do it, but mostly, it just gives you the code. It just gives you the code, and you just take the code and you paste it in. And so that's what I did. And I barely understand it. So here's what it does, as far as I understand. So we have a catalog of terrain blocks, right? And that's in a folder that I have over here. It's this folder right here. And we can set how many it renders at a time. So I can say just render 2 at a time, right? And so you can tell there aren't that many showing up. So the trees aren't actually randomized. The trees are on these terrain blocks that I've pre-designed. So if I open up one of these terrain blocks, you can see that they have the trees already placed on them. I would kind of maybe like to do it in a way where we actually generate the trees at some point. But for now, just to get the game going, you know, I'm using this code to generate these blocks that already have the trees laid out on them. What's up, Minnie? Welcome. Good to see you. Welcome back. I'm doing okay today. I got some new internet today. It's definitely a lot more stable, so that's good. Thank goodness for that. And so that makes me good in general. And I'm just kind of reorienting myself to the project and the things that we're working on today. And overall, I'm doing pretty well. Thanks for checking in. Welcome. Minnie helped me develop some of the health bar. Oh, super great, right? We'll see. The big test is going to be in about a couple hours when it tends to go bad. But I think it's going to be fine because this internet is from a completely different source. So I think we're going to be all right. But Minnie helped me decide how I was going to set up the health bar animation. I actually changed it a bit. Instead of doing flashing, I ended up doing a gradual swipe. So I figured this one out on my own based on some of the ideas that my 2 cents had put forth. And I had to get a little logic-y to set it up, but now it decreases. Because I realized the flashing, you couldn't tell if the health was increasing or decreasing, because it would flash either way. Yay! Thanks, Minnie. Thank you. So that's why I did it, so that way you could tell if you're healing and it's moving from left to right, now you know that you're healing. If it's moving from right to left, now you know that you're losing health. If I can actually get a heal. There we go. So there it goes up, and then otherwise it goes down. So yeah. S says, what if you had a jump to start so you don't have to worry about getting thrown in without being able to see what's ahead, so you won't start running until you jump? That's interesting. So I will's the only thing about that. And I appreciate your... S is like, we're going to solve this whole problem. We're going to solve this whole problem. I mean, I don't think we need to solve the whole problem. I want to say, I don't think we need to solve it. But... So the problem that S is talking about is one that is going to be solved in a different way someday. So there are these terrain blocks that have holes. Oh, we're only spawning 2 at once right now, because I said it that way. Oh, there's a surprise hole. So I was explaining the terrain controller script, but let's honor this since S is putting so much love into it. So right now we don't get any, and then there's one. The problem is sometimes there could be multiple in a row because we are using a random generation to decide when these terrain blocks spawn. So like a single jump might not be enough to get over it. So there was only one, right? We spawned in with only one hole. But one way to illustrate this is if I start removing the other blocks, right? If I start removing all the other ones and we only keep like one other, you'll see the problem a little more obviously. So there was 2 in a row. So if you jump, you're not necessarily going to clear it because there's going to be too many. Because really the way to dodge it isn't jumping. And jumping, by the way, might not be a mechanic that we keep. And if I do keep it, it might be something that is not as powerful as it currently is. So really the way to dodge it is to move to the side. You can move to the side, there's multiple. Yeah. Honestly, I don't want to solve this problem. I don't want to solve this problem. Yeah, mid-jump. Totally. I mean, you know, then you risk running into a tree over here. To me, the solution is to make sure that these don't spawn at the beginning. So, again, my plan is to have it be that there are set level designs that spawn at first, and then once you pass a certain point of gameplay, then it starts bringing in the random ones, which might bring in the holes. So that's my plan to deal with that. So it's not really a problem that needs solving. But I will say, I love your problem solving. They're good ideas. Minnie says, random level generation, I immediately think of wave function collapse. What does that mean? What does that even mean? What is wave function collapse? I don't even know what that means. SCs, mini Cs. But you know, that's not the system that's currently put in there. Is that system where we design a part of the level and then start bringing in the holes. That's something that I want to add in at some point. Wave functions are cool. What are wave functions? In quantum mechanics? Let's go. Let's get the brain real big. Oh gosh, give me dark mode now. Oh my god. How do you do dark mode? Well, I apologize, but I don't have my Wikipedia in dark mode. Way to keep with the times, Wikipedia. Way to keep with the times. I guess I have to like log in or something. Occurs when a wave function, initially in a superposition of several... What the hell am I reading? Eigenstates? What does that even mean? No, I don't know what's happening here. Someone needs to explain this more clearly. Let's see what Google AI says. Not that, okay? I'm like, what are we talking about here? Procedural generation algorithm that generates maps out of tiles. This algorithm is inspired by quantum mechanics and is able to generate images, text, and audio. The algorithm works by observing a tile and then using propagation to solve what the rest of the tile... Yes! Oh, yes. So I don't know. So this is definitely something I was also thinking of. And I don't know if this is the same thing, but it reminds me, which is... So if a whole tile spawns, so and let me tell you why I was thinking of this. So let's say there's like different biomes, right? Like desert or grassland or rocky, I don't know, something like that, right? How would these spawned tiles know that the one before it should blend into it a certain way? So if we get a grassland spawn, and then the next one is desert, it needs to know to blend from grassland to desert. And I'm not saying that's what wave function collapse is, but it reminds me of something that I definitely want to do, is to have, that's what it's great for, is to have code that says, okay, there was just grassland Therefore, I need to make sure I spawn another grassland, or if I'm not going to spawn a grassland, it needs to blend from grassland into desert. For example, just as an example. So, I mean, that is something that I definitely want to look into at some point, because otherwise, you know, things won't blend together. But then again, you know, I could also, alternatively, I could just have, like, you know, the level design be such that this particular level is all grassland tiles. This particular level is all desert tiles, or something like that. You define tiles and what other tiles it can connect to. And then it starts from one tile, and then it chooses based on probabilities to generate more. That's very interesting. Okay, so obviously, I need to write something down here. Let me make a new task. So this is going to be terrain gen rework. Programming, yeah, I guess that's programming. So I'm just gonna say wave function collapse. Terrain knows what came before it and bases what comes next on that. Also, or we could even put this as subtasks. And then also, sometimes the terrain isn't procedural, but after certain events / time, it becomes procedural, thus avoiding spawning in holes, etc. Okay, so now I've got this. It exists. It is a task that is here. Terrain gen rework. And we've taken these notes down. So this means that you can give it 0 probability to spawn another hole next to a hole, for example. Oh, interesting. I do like the idea of giant holes, but I take your point with the example. That's really cool, like constantly adjusting the probabilities. But it still makes sense to have a set of starting tiles, I think. Right, like both. So it's kind of like I'm going to have to come up with sort of a system that blends it all. Yeah. I like that this is what is interesting to think about. I'm going to make this something we work on soon. Since we are doing the health, there is this in progress stuff, which is add a health bar, get some of the limb stuff. What's with the limb? Oh, there is like a bug with the limb stuff that needs to be fixed right now. So once I get through these tasks, limbs shrinking based on hit points, and I guess I also want to say limbs HP bar is also something I want to do. I would say this is more of a programming task. And once all these are done, then we can move on. I'll even move the terrain gen up to the top here. So it's just more of a priority. It might be overkill for your project, but I figured it's not overkill. It's literally exactly what I need at some point. Like, I am absolutely gonna need it. It worked out. Thank you for exposing me to it. I love learning about new things. You are one of the people who gives me these terms, and I really appreciate it. Yeah, that's the beauty of a hacking plan or a project manager, right? Is I can actually, you know, put some organization to it. Thank goodness. Thank goodness for hacking plan. All right, so let me go back over how this works. I think Minesweeper uses wave functions. Really? Really? So it's not only called wave function collapse, we can just say wave functions. Study Minesweeper? Study Minesweeper? Okay. And thank you, S, by the way, for helping to inspire this as well, this conversation. I really appreciate that. I believe everyone, y'all are already all on here. You just skip the collapse. Okay. But it is in the name. Okay. All right. It is in the name. Got it. Heard. Understood. Because it's the method it chooses the tile. It's interesting. I look forward to learning more about it. Like why the word collapse makes sense in there. Oh, this guy. Nice. We got things to learn about here.
And their state is revealed to be a...
No, you can unmute him.
And we can start to make guesses. Is collapsed to 2 to 1. Whoa. Remove all the entropy from a single variable of the system. So this cell in Sudoku is collapsed to 9.
Sudoku.
This cell is collapsed to 2. As certain cells collapse and their state is revealed to be a single option, the entropy is reduced for its neighbors, and we can start to make guesses there and further collapse and further collapse and further collapse until we've solved the Sudoku board. I'm going to start over with an example Sudoku board.
That's wild.
That I got off the internet. The process of solving a Sudoku puzzle is exactly the same process that lives inside the wave function collapse algorithm. The idea is to start with a set of tiles. In this case, many of them have been collapsed already, and look for the tile with the least entropy, meaning the fewest possible numbers that could go in it. So I'm going to look at this for a minute here. Let me use my brain power. So I've been going through and noting what numbers are possible in any given tile. And as I was working through it, I noticed, well, there has to be an 8 down here somewhere. And there can't be an 8 in either of these two columns because of these two 8s.
We're just playing Sudoku now.
And there can't be an 8 here. So the only possible number in this particular cell is an 8. So I can collapse it and fill in the 8. I'm looking for the tiles with the least amount of entropy, collapsing those tiles, and then going and looking for the next tile with the least entropy, and so on and so forth. If at some point I don't have a tile that has only one option left, I might just have to make a guess and go with it unless I realize I'm stuck and have to backtrack and try a different option.
It's a great example.
Now that I've finally solved this Sudoku puzzle, we can look at a P5 canvas and try to understand how does the process for solving a Sudoku puzzle map to the process for generating an image through wave function collapse. Now, there are 2 ways to approach wave function collapse. There's the tile model and the overlapping model. I'm going to start with the tile model. The idea of the tile model is that you have pre-made tiles.
We do.
I'm going to first implement a tile model with a simple set of 5 tiles. One will be blank. One will have a small line pointing up and a horizontal line across. One with a smaller line to the right, vertical line, smaller line down, smaller line to the left. My P5 canvas I can think of as a 4x4 grid that can have any one of these tiles in any spot on the grid. So right now, the average entropy is uniform across all the tiles. There are 5 possible tiles that could go in any of them. Maybe I pick this tile, then I need to pick one of these random 5 options. Let's say I pick 1 and I fill it in. Now this is all an arbitrary made-up system that I'm doing right now. I'm trying to keep it somewhat simple. The possible tiles for most of these cells is still just 5. However, by placing this tile here, I have reduced the entropy for the neighboring tiles. The only possible tiles that can go to the right are ones that connect to this line right here. That would be tile 4, tile 3, and tile 1. So there are only 3 possibilities here. The only possible tiles that can go here are tiles 3, 2, and 4. I need something to connect to this. So 3 possible tiles. And we're going to see this in all of these. So now if I'm looking for the next tile to do, I want to pick one that has the least entropy. So now I'm only rolling a 4-sided die to pick one of these 4 tiles. Let's say I pick this one, and I roll the dice, and I happen to pick tile 4. Now, the entropy for this spot
The
is
editing
now
on this
also
is
only
amazing.
3. Let's say I roll the dice and I happen to pick this tile. Let's look at what is the entropy for this particular tile now. I need a tile that has connections on both the bottom and the right. Look at that. Only this one now. So only this tile can go there. By the way, I made a terrible error. I was just starting to fill all these out, and I was right about there being 3 possibilities, 3 possibilities, 3 possibilities. This one here actually only has 2 possibilities, because if there is no connector pointing down, then the only 2 options that have nothing connecting to the top are 3 and 0, something with a blank top. So this actually had a entropy of 2. So if I wanted to keep going, I could flip a coin.
This is a
Maybe
good
I'd come
channel.
up with 3. Tile 3, and this goes here. Let's see what happens if I keep going.
His mistakes just make it more real.
And
He's
voila,
so likable.
I generated this image with wave function collapse.
And this
I
is the
could run
coding
this again,
train.
roll the different
Just set up the
dice
Windows.
again, and get another image, and another, and another, and another. It took me quite a long time to work this out with my brain and draw it. Hopefully, if we can write the code to load these tiles, to know which tiles go next to which tiles, we can generate these images lickety-split. I am finally ready to start writing the code.
Awesome. Awesome. So the collapsing is it, like, taking out possibilities about what could go there. So if you have like 6 possibilities of what could load in a particular tile, it's collapsing the tiles that don't necessarily fit there, right? That's pretty cool. Definitely something that I would want to implement into this game at some point. It's not something that I want to do today, but it's something that we should do. And I've got it on my hack and plan. Terrain gen rework, wave function collapse. We understand it. Minesweeper. Apparently we can study Sudoku. I love it. Very cool example. Thank you guys for telling it to me. Because if you didn't tell it to me, I wouldn't be so confident moving into working on this later. And you could add weighting to those dice rolls if you wanted to. Infinite possibilities, of course. Right, so like if it's supposed to be like a harder level or an easier level, or if I wanted it to be more grass versus more desert or something like that. Totally. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, Coding Train. That was the Coding Train. Is that YouTube channel? They do a lot of great... I feel like they tend to focus more, not Python, but something. JavaScript, I want to say. But they talk about coding in general, like very generalized coding concepts. It's a really cool channel. JavaScript, yeah, they're big on JavaScript. A lot of JavaScript on this channel. But it's a really, they also generalize a lot. Yeah. They generalize a lot. So you can learn a lot from this channel. It's a really good one. All right. So what we're actually working on is infinitely less interesting, but it is necessary. And that's what I'm here to do. I do like having us all be on the same page, but even more than that, I love working on this game. So I gotta do that. And they're doing JavaScript because it's easy to get into. Right. You know, I hear that. I was gonna learn JavaScript when I was doing GDevelop streams, and I was thinking of, because I wasn't sure if I was gonna go to Godot or GDevelop as like where I make my next game. If I was gonna do GDevelop, I would have gotten way more into JavaScript, because GDevelop allows you to use JavaScript code. But it was Godot. Easier for people to follow along. Gotcha. Yeah, it seems like a really, really good learning channel. And JavaScript, it seems like you can apply a lot of those principles easily to other languages, which is kind of true in most languages. So what I am going to work on is getting the cursor stuff. This seems to be about fitting tiles, but I'm wondering if there are other procedural generators that would be good to look at. Yeah. I don't know much about procedural generation, so that was interesting. Yeah, I think so. So like, for me, I want my goals for this, and I know I say it all the time, but I think it bears repeating. My goals for this are to learn along the way what this game could be like, right? There are a few. And have an example of what the game is like for now, so I can build on it and make different choices later down the road. And so what I did in the first live stream for this game was just find a tutorial that made it easy for me to have an endless runner generated. What's up, Albeska? Albeska's here. Albeska's here. Albeska's a member of this channel, and so Albeska gets a song. Even if Albeska doesn't want a song, it's what Albeska gets, and Albeska gets a song. Welcome, Albeska. I apologize, and you're welcome. You are welcome. Welcome. Good evening to you as well, Albeska. Thanks for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate it. And so, so I just kind of wanted some version of endless running so I could start building the health bar. We can test the collision. We can set up, the way that the character falls and is on the ground now. And we can start making all these decisions and keep the game moving forward. But I by no means find this to be the ideal way to generate our tiles. And I kind of want some kind of, more custom algorithm. Like, not like make a brand new algorithm that never existed, but it can combine different things into one, and it tailors itself to the needs of the game more than just like use one way of generating the tiles. The most generic one is noise generation, Perlin noise. Right, true. Right, and so that seems like very advantageous for generating like terrain, specifically like, there's some trees over here, there's some water over there, some dirt over there, mountains over here, right? So you can have different levels and things. And so that it raises questions about what works well for this game. Is it going to be... does that kind of terrain really make sense? Which I think most of the game will be kind of flat, except for sometimes. There is this one, which is a little buggy. I have this buggy one that basically you drop down into it and you have to jump out of it. So I would want a lot of control. If, for example, with Perlin noise, if you wanted to have like a valley and a mountain. Wow, we're really not getting it loading in. Let's just pull out the others. And see if we can't get it. Oh, it must not be the one I think it is. Oh, is it 0? Oh, 5 isn't in there. Oh, I gotta stick it in there. So I do have this other one. I do want to show it to you. Iterative partial match. Wow. I apologize, and you're welcome. And I sincerely mean them both. Where is the... Oh, is it in here? There it is. Okay, let me pull this out. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just adding the terrain blocks. So there's this terrain block that I made, and I pulled it out because it's buggy, and so I tend not to load it for that reason. Okay, here we go. I think Perlin noise was something I was thinking of. Yeah, I wonder how that would be applied to this game. So this particular... This is why I don't like having the holes in here. We gotta get the holes out of there. Just get it out of there. We don't need it right now. Okay. Alright, so I have this one where you drop down into this little area, and if you run into the wall, you get hurt. And you have to jump out of it, and it'll stop it. Boop, right? And so then the idea is you have to jump over it. So if there is any, like, drops or rises, I would certainly want that to be much more controlled than, like, a... So this would kind of almost add a platforming element. Much more controlled than, like, like a whole wavy terrain. And then, you know, the idea would be we could even have like multiple steps and you could like climb up or not if you were to fall in. But this terrain has some bugs, so if I like jump into it and land at a weird angle, we get stuck permanently and I can't get out. So that's why I tend not to load it in. But anyway, that's some information for you that nobody needed, but I gave it to you anyway. Just to keep full information, y'all are collaborators on this project, so I might as well give you all the information. There's an AI version of Perlin Noise. Hey, Coinum! What's up? I was gonna say what's welcome. What's welcome? You're welcome. Good to see you, Coinum. Hope you're doing well. I am just sort of checking in and working on this survival runner game that I'm making in Godot. The game dev is going very well, actually. The last task that I did was adding in a health bar for this creature's body and head. This creature has arms and legs that have separate health. So we have the hit point numbers here. They're just debug numbers. And so if I hit these legs, the health goes down, the arms go down in health, stuff like that. And then if you run out of those limb healths, those limbs disappear and you become a bit disabled. Yeah, thanks, Coinum. I'm working on it little by little. And so there's some functionality to this health bar that I'm wanting to add in. We have been talking a little bit about random terrain generation, but it's not something I plan on working on today. What I do want to work on is finishing this health bar task. So basically the health bar doesn't appear most of the time. It's invisible most of the time. And if you take damage, it appears. And then, well, we just died, so... so we haven't taken any damage, it's not there. If you take damage, it appears. After a certain amount of time, it'll start to disappear, and then it'll fully disappear after a little longer. And then if it's going to come back, you have to heal or take damage. Now what I want is for the player to be able to hover their cursor over the alien, and then that makes it reappear once you hover over it. So that's kind of the first thing I wanted to do today, which might end up being all we do today. Depends. But there is currently a Raycast set up for grabbing these animals, and then I just need to set up another Raycast for hovering over the character. I'm very new to Godot, so I'm always learning things from a very newbie point of view. And I've borrowed the Raycast script from a YouTuber, GWiz, and I've made a lot of changes to that script. So something I want to do is go through that script and label everything so I just understand what it is that I want to grab from that and reuse for another section of the script that will let me hover over the body to make the health bar appear. Terrain generation is a complicated one. Yeah, and then so someone asked forever ago about how the trees are generated, and the trees aren't generated. So I started going through a little bit about this, and I got this terrain generation logic from another YouTuber. So here's that YouTuber's video about how I did the terrain generation, and I just copied their code. And so what it does is it has a folder that it draws from. So there's the folder, and it draws from it. And it is randomizing, so it's picking random. This was the question someone had like 25 hours ago. Whether I was using math random. I'm using pick random, apparently. I say apparently because, again, I borrowed this code. So I'm still trying to... I'm still a lot about it I don't quite understand. I get it. Like, I get what happens. And basically what happens is... I mean, we could even look at the video. Is it has a pool of possible... tiles that it pulls from, and it doesn't make any decisions. So it's not that procedural because it's not really making a decision. So there's just this pool of tiles that it can pull from down here in the bottom right. And then it generates randomly those tiles in different positions. And then once the front tile gets past the player, it will get rid of that one and it'll insert a new one onto the end. So it's like they're constantly moving forward past that green dot, which is the player in this case. And they're constantly moving past. And when it gets past the player, it just inserts another one, inserts another one. So there's no decision making here. It just randomly picks one based on what's in that folder whenever the first one disappears after going past the player. So that's what it does. So there's some aspects of the code that I don't quite understand why it works the way it does, but and I've tried to study it, but it's just some of it's a little over my head. But it does work quite well, even though it's a little. I need to learn it at some point because there's some changes that I want to make to its behavior. I think Minecraft uses a combination of Voronoi noise with 3D Perla noise. I don't think it would be so bad since it's a runner game. The tiles might effectively be a 1D array. Right. Yeah, I agree. I totally agree that, like, it doesn't have to be super complicated. But what I really want is control over which tiles come in. So then the tiles, you know, all look kind of like this. So like there's a tile, it's got some, try not to zip around too fast. It's got some, or too slow. Man, there we go. I'm just like, shoop, 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 shoop. Got some cows on it, got some trees. We got another terrain block here. It's got some houses on it. So they're all fixed, right? They're all designed a certain way. And then these are just spawning in at different times. I'm actually going to begin my full migration from Dreams to Godot! Let's go! Let's go, Doe! I love it. I love to hear it. Let's do it. I tried so many different engines, but I feel like Godot's the one that I'm officially enjoying the most, and I'm finding to be the most compatible. And honestly, Coinum, let me tell you, if you're coming from Dreams, the animation stuff in Godot is amazing. Like, that HP bar, the way the hit points go down, and this is from my 2 cents who came through in chat and helped me set this up. The way the HP bar goes down and up are functions that are called by an animation. You can keyframe logic, right? Just like in Dreams. So that's kind of like something I really love about Godot. A lot of things, but the animation is very Dreams friendly, or Dreams like. So like I have these functions here. Function damage HP2, function damage HP1. So depending on how much damage you have, it'll do this tween or this interpolation. Dude, it is so cool. It is so cool. And if I check out the animation player here, you'll see here's damage HP 0, 1, 2, 3. And in here, we have functions. Let me see if I can zoom that in. We got functions. So you can add a track on here, a property track, a call method, i.e. adding functions in there. You can just do anything. And then if you look, you know, over here, you can see there's a bunch of little keys on the right. So you can keyframe any of these things, right? And add them as keys onto there. So it's like a really, really powerful way to do things in Godot, is to animate stuff. And that's something that I haven't seen in other engines. I'm not saying it isn't there, but I haven't found that much flexibility in using animation to control logic anywhere but Dreams. And now I see it in Godot. It's really cool. Not terrain generation. Yeah, it's really not terrain. Right, even though we're calling it terrain in this, you know, game script, it's not terrain. It is tile. That's a really... I need to actually fix that in my hack and plan right now. It's not really terrain gen, is it? It's tile gen. Because I'm gonna get totally different results if I search for terrain generation. We can think of it as terrain, but it really is tiles, is what we're actually doing here. So thank you for making that distinction. I appreciate that. Coding Train is amazing. Yeah, I really enjoy his videos. He does a really good job. I think it's some wild editing there. I think it's called Marching Squares. Marching Squares? Are you talking about... When I think of Marching Squares, I think about the like... Oh, it's an algorithm. Wow. And there's the Coding Train. Here's the Coding Train. Coding Train's got this stuff on lock. Interesting. I mean, it looks very similar, right? Because we're doing tile-based, and it's like basing it on like what shapes it can connect with. But it seems a little different. It seems like it is more terrain-focused, right, than like tiles. But it's like kind of both. It's interesting. You're basically doing wave, but with maximum entropy at max always. Whoa. Maximum entropy at max always. That's wild. That sounds wild. So the entropy component is really what makes it different, or is what makes... That's where the variation in behavior comes from, is adjusting the entropy parameter. Very interesting. Yeah, Coinum, it's been a great experience. I really like Godot. You're gonna love it. I think you're gonna love it. Pretty sure Unreal and Unity both have that. They do? I didn't know. I didn't get to that point. I mean, I definitely did animation in both Unity and Unreal Engine. I didn't do a lot, but I did some. I guess what I'd wonder is it as intuitive as it is in Godot? As easy to just, you know, grab an animation player, drop some keyframes in here that are properties. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I'm going to go ahead and say Dragon Blade is probably right. So it probably is there. But I still really like Godot, and I find the animation to be very powerful. And I'd be interested to know if you can animate code in... Like, maybe. I don't know. Animate functions UE5. Like, I'm not saying you can't, because you seem to know better than I do. Unity UI for doing that animation event stuff is a little clunky, but in Unreal, it's decent. Okay, fair enough. It does exist in both. All right. Hey, I just never got to it. I sit corrected. All right? These folks know better than I do. You can do this sort of animation. Animation node functions are function graphs that you can bind to specific animation blueprint nodes. Set points in your graph update. Look for animation events in Unreal. Interesting. I did not know. I did not know. How to call an event... Oh, yeah. You know what? I did kind of know about this. I did do timelines. I actually did do timelines. Have I actually done this in Unreal Engine and I didn't even realize it? I did do timelines for controlling cameras, but basically what I did was I just got values. I didn't really... Which I guess is different. So I think that was something I was going to get to, but I stopped working in Unreal before I could get that far. So... yeah, I was using timelines to like blend the UI. So it was kind of animation stuff, but it was just it was more complicated. I didn't enjoy it, man. It's so complicated in Unreal Engine. And again, I like Unreal Engine. No shade to Unreal Engine at all. Unreal Engine is my next favorite engine besides Godot. But like the blending that was happening between those cameras, those were timelines that were not choosing when events happen, but it was blending like values that would then get applied to those cameras as they moved. Anyway, this is boring. We don't have to talk about this. But I sit corrected, and I even realize that, yeah, you're right. I just never quite got into it. I didn't quite get into it. So don't worry if you're listening to this and you're like, oh man, Unity and Unreal don't have that. Apparently it is there. Unreal looks a bit overkill for the games I want to make, to be honest. Godot is very user-friendly. Yeah, that's one of the biggest reasons why I'm going with Godot over Unreal Engine, is because it is overkill. Unreal Engine is designed for like giant teams that do super different disciplines, right? So like artists, sound, UI design, whatever, coding, you know, different kinds of coding. There's so many different disciplines that it's set up to bring together as different individuals, you know, like, if that makes sense. Like, it's made for teams. It's made for big teams making big games. And yeah, it is overkill. That's exactly the way I think of it, personally. Godot is very user-friendly. Now, I mean, there are some quirks in Godot, and there's some things in Godot that don't, you know, always make that are, it's especially because it doesn't have as much, I don't want to say anything like, because it is new. I think what I tend to notice is there's a lot of outdated information about Godot out there. So, you know, between like Godot 3 versus Godot 4, there's a lot of like little changes that happened. And Godot 4 only recently came out. So a lot of the documentation, not documentation, but like forum posts, stuff like that. ChatGPT doesn't know nothing about recent Godot. So like you basically can't use ChatGPT for Godot unless you pay money for like the newest ChatGPT. Then it might. So there's just a lot of like new things that come into Godot, and you kind of have to like figure that out different from the old stuff. But yeah, Godot is great. Godot is great. Okay, so what am I doing today? We were talking about the terrain thing for a second. I don't really want to work on that today. I want to work on the cursor hover stuff. I want to work on if the player hovers their cursor over the body of the alien, the HP bar appears. And then I want to look into set up HP being represented in a different way. So the limbs, right? The health of the limbs. I'd like to have that be represented as well. You still use Godot 3? Wow. Is that because like you started something in Godot 3 and you don't want to like mess that up? Godot 4 was released in 2023. The newest data for free ChatGPT is right. Exactly. So you have to like pay to get, I assume the newest ChatGPT has the latest Godot data. But I mean, man, it is very hard. You'll wait a while longer. Why? I'm curious. So you're probably ChatGPTing for free, like amazingly with Godot, if that's something you like doing. But man, it's like every time I ask ChatGPT to do something in Godot, I get all kinds of errors, and I look it up, and people are just like, oh yeah, this was deprecated. Like this is different now. It's always giving me old things, solutions to problems, and I just have to like fix it, and I have to tell it, do it without doing that. Please do it without doing that. And it'll do something else that it can't do. You don't use ChatGPT much. That's understandable. But why stay on 3? Is it because you have like a project that you're working on? So what I wanted to do was label. So this camera 3D script has a few different things going on. It controls the interpolation of the camera that follows the player. And it also has some grab mechanic stuff. The grab mechanic is trash. It kind of works, but it needs to be completely reworked. So this is all very temporary logic. So I'm trying to separate this out. And then what I really want is I want to take the Raycast stuff. I know I haven't set up Raycasts very often. I used a GWiz tutorial to set up the logic that's in here. So I kind of want to separate that out so I can create another Raycast. So we have this Ray. So I kind of need to rename this, right? This is called Raypause. I need another one. I need one that looks for the things that you grab and another that will look for the player. They need to be separate. So I need to create a second raycast. So I'm going to label this logic on the script to separate out what's camera stuff, what's grab mechanic stuff, and what's raycast stuff, even though that's going to be tied with the grab mechanic. And then that raycast stuff, I want to do it again, except this time it's only for highlighting the character to make the HP bar appear. So that's what I'm going to do. And then hopefully we can set that up so we can hover over it and get that HP bar to be here. And finally finish working on new HP bar features for now. Maybe. The limbs are going to be a little different. The limbs are going to be tricky. I have tried ChatGPT, and I think you have to specify your version to avoid it making stuff from multiple versions, mixing stuff. That's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, whenever I tell it to use like more recent data, they're just like, my data is only from before here, so I'll do my best. I'm like, great, cool, thanks. That's a good idea, though. I should try that more and just tell it, ignore everything before. I think it doesn't even know. Like if let's pull it up. Let me speak what I know. ChatGPT. What is the latest version of Godot that you know about? I spelled about wrong. January 2022, version 3.4. So that's all it's got. That's all it's got. That's all it's got. What version of Godot does GPT-4 know about? I don't think it'll be able to answer this, but it might. It doesn't even know. My friend was saying the same thing about limited sources for Godot 4. We're actually going to be joining a game jam with Godot real soon. Nice. That's awesome. I love that. That'll help you learn. That'll help you learn. I tried to use it for Blender once, and it invented a menu option that has never existed. Hallucination, I think they call it. I think that's the new word that has been coined for, or a new meaning for the word hallucination. When AI like this declares something as if it were true, even though it's not. It hallucinates that as true. Yeah, it's ChatGPT is iffy in so many ways. But you know, sometimes if there's like a very specific coding problem, it can help me. Yeah, true. Just gotta take it with a pinch of salt. Yeah, exactly. If there's like sometimes it can help me like sort out something like that grab mechanic that we have. ChatGPT helped me build that. You know, but I had to keep telling it, hey, don't use this old thing. Use something else. Or, you know, I had to adjust the prompt a lot. It took a lot of nudging to get it to do quite what I actually wanted. Hallucination. It's so weird. I think there was some documentation before it was released. Oh. Well, if there was, you know, ChatGPT only knows some of it. But it claims it only knows 3.4. Sadly. Very sadly. Okay, so this is... I'm just going to call this Grab Raycast. And actually, this target is related a little bit. So I'm going to put that in here. Hey, what's up, Neil? We got new internet. We do. We do. And it's working a lot better right now. So that's good news. That's very good news. That's very, very good news. So far, so good. Welcome, Neil. Good to see you. I have GitHub Copilot. It is useful sometimes, but mostly it's just auto-completion for code blocks. But even that is quite nice. Yeah, that would be nice. And, you know, there are some integrations of ChatGPT into Godot. There's like a plugin, I think they call them in Godot, right? Plugins, add-ons, asset libraries. You can add something like ChatGPT in there that does similar things to that. And you can also use like Visual Studio with Godot. You can get your coding to be done outside of the Godot editor. So you could probably use something like GitHub Copilot with Godot. I don't know how well it works with GDScript, but Bing AI uses GPT-4 model. Bing AI is free and have all the... Really? Really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that, Marion. Okay, Bing AI. Welcome. 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 Come. Come, come. I will... Oh, and it's Copilot. Wow. Well, well, well. Try the new AI-powered chat in Edge. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'll let you know about that. I'll let you know about that. Dark mode. We'll stay in touch. 3 still has some features that 4 doesn't have. Really? And is more stable. Right. That makes sense. Since their changes will only really be bug fixes, 3 would have less crashes and bugs. The editor for 3 is apparently faster. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. What was I gonna say? Oh, I tried upgrading to 4.2 the other day. So I'm actually on Godot 4.1. Where is it? Right there. 4.1. Boop. And I tried upgrading to 4.2 and it broke something in my project. And so I had to go back. So I'm definitely like, okay. Let's not jump up to the next Godot just yet. Let's pump the brakes. Maybe someday when Godot 5 comes out, I'll be like S and I'll be like, you know what? I'm just gonna take a step back. Yeah, the internet is, I wouldn't say we fixed it. We replaced it. Which could come with its own problems, potentially. But at least it's not going to get as glitchy as it used to be. So that's what matters the most, is that it's just going to be a little better than it was. I'll take it. I will take it. Yeah, it is. This is the first day. This is the first day with the new internet. Bing just does its own search for what you ask it about. I mean, I don't have anything to ask right now. I don't have anything to ask. But if I do, I'm gonna make a little bookmark, and then we'll try this next time. Next time I think about using ChatGPT, we're gonna use Copilot. Thanks, Marion. I didn't know that. I didn't know that it uses ChatGPT 4. What the heck am I doing on ChatGPT 3? So I'm gonna say this is Raycast grab variables. This one is temporary grab mechanic variables. This one is cam movement variables. And then in our function ready, so this is all grabbing stuff. Temp grab setup. And then in here, oh, this is camera follow stuff. Camera follow input control. So I'm just kind of labeling all of this so I can better parse out at a glance what's what. I'm very new to Godot, so commenting the crap out of things really helps me. Variable camera follow position, same thing. It's all kind of part of that. Just doing a little bit of a different thing. Camera follow normalize. That's what all that's doing. So we don't have to worry about that. So here we're doing Raycast grab implement implementation. Now this object hovered, emit a new target. This is more related to the temporary grab stuff. I don't think we're gonna need this for just hovering over the body to get the health bar. I don't think that's gonna be necessary. Function shoot rate. So now this is a lot of GWiz's logic, especially here. The only thing about Bing AI is that it doesn't seem as good at saving your conversations. Oh. That's not a feature I use very often with ChatGPT. But I could see that being really useful. Noted. Maybe you can combine it with reading the Godot docs, since you had a lot of follow-up questions when you did that last time. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Absolutely. Yeah, I want to use the AI chat more to help me when I have questions, especially when folks aren't able to help me themselves, you know? It's... Yeah, that's a great use for it. That's often what you use ChatGPT for, clarifications. Yeah, it could do a good job at explaining things. That's true. Maybe I should do it to help me understand the terrain script, too. Bing can also generate images, so it's really useful. All right. Interesting. Okay, Bing. What's up, Fang Kid? I'm using GPT to turn your blueprint into C++ code. What? Wait, really? And so I'm sure you don't just like take screenshots of your blueprints and then drop that into Bing AI or whatever. GPT can generate images too. Are you using GPT-4? GPT-4 uses DALL-E for image generation. Interesting. Dead Zone is now fully released. Oh, congrats! Congratulations! That's awesome. You guys been working on that game in dreams for a long time. For a long time. I'm glad it made it. I know you guys did like a soft like demo release recently, and that's cool. I hope there's still people there to play it. I hope there's still people there to play it. I'm sure Dreams is great for players. You know, I would say that's where Dreams excels. So I'm glad that's why you're like, okay, time to move to Godot. We got our big project out in Dreams. Now we go to Godot. I'm so glad that you've hit that point and that you're moving on. You deserve to move on. But noted, I'll have to check it out. I'll have to check it out. So we have the function where we shoot right now. I'm probably going to want a different function for this other ray, right? So this is more implementation. This is Raycast grab implementation as well. So this is its own function. So we're probably going to want all of this to be in our second Raycast. And I'm probably going to want to rename some of these, right? Like Ray 1 or Ray Grab or something. Really glad about the reception of the game. Not too many players left on Dreams, though. I bet it's beloved. I bet it's beloved. I mean, especially the people who are left, you know, are going to love to have something that is so well made and so well put together. I really enjoyed Dead Zone. I'm sure this next entry is a lot of fun. I'm glad the reception is going well. You deserve it. You deserve it. And I'm sure people, you know, who have felt like they have to move on from Dreams will be excited about it and want to come back to check it out. I take a detailed screenshot, really, and other parts related to that part. It solves the image and gives you detailed code and tells you what you have to change to make it work. That's amazing. Why are you switching to C++? I'm just curious. I mean, I guess C++ will give you like a performance boost, maybe? Yeah, for sure. For sure. I'll be excited to see what you do in Godot. Excited to follow the career of Koidum. You did some amazing things in Dreams. You're going to do amazing things in Godot. I know you will. You're a great coder. And also, are you planning on learning GDScript, or do you think you're going to do C#, by the way? You can use the blueprint text representation instead of image. Oh, so are you saying that, like, right, because I guess Unreal will, because you can use like GitHub or something with blueprints. So there has to be some text version of blueprints that exist. So that actually makes sense. But I mean, I have to say, it's pretty damn impressive if it can look at an image of blueprints and turn that into code. Like, that's amazing. That's amazing in and of itself. Using text for code comes with one big advantage, which is the ability to refactor. Interesting. Maybe like refactoring code isn't something I exactly understand as much as I want to think maybe I do, like, understand what those words mean. Code refactoring is a process of restructuring computer code without changing its functionality or external behavior. It's an essential practice for developers who want to improve the quality, performance, and maintainability of their code. Often done by applying a series of standardized basic actions, sometimes known as micro-refactorings. When carried out manually, refactoring is applied directly to the source code and is generally a labor-intensive ad hoc. So you're talking about like doing it not manually. Like you can't automatically refactor with blueprints, but you can automatically refactor with code. C++ is more performance efficient. Blueprint needs to be decoded before work. Yeah, that's true. It's true. It's true. I really like blueprints. I like them a lot. I like visual coding. I find it really easy to look at and to interpret and to understand. But good point that, like, you know, an automated system isn't going to be able to understand it as well. And you know, it is less performant for sure. And then there, I mean, you know, if you think of, I mean, you know, when you say decoded, you know, if I look at code personally, like that's what I'm doing here. I'm decoding this code because I'm still trying to like understand it, right? Because even though I typed some of this out, well, this is code that someone else gave me, but still, I still have to like decode it a little bit. But I kind of see what you're saying because it's less of a language, right? The visual stuff. It does require, you can like read a line of code and kind of understand it. You can do the same thing with visual scripting, but it's just different. I don't know. Probably GDScript because you've heard it's a lot like Python. It is. Yeah, right. You know some Python. I remember you using Thonny and stuff. Yeah. It's a lot like Python, and it's great. I like GDScript. Oh my gosh! Yay! Nice one, Dragonblade. Saving Fane Kid some time. It is impressive that it can get it from images, but if it's easier to just do text, you can select the nodes and copy. It will give you the text. That's amazing. That's a hot tip. Dang! Karma. I got to give you some karma. Back on my Twitch days, I used to do a point system where I would give people like these invisible points, and we'd have a leaderboard of who got more points. Dragonblade, you would have just earned a crap ton of karma points for how helpful you just were to somebody. That's amazing. We got Kai. Kai is in the house. Kai is a member. And Kai gets a song. Kai gets a song. I can't promise that it's a good song, but it's the song that you get. Kai is a member of this channel, and I hope Kai is doing well. Welcome. I hope you're happy. This song is for you. I'm sorry. And you're welcome. Welcome, Kai. Hope you've been well. Thanks for coming through. It's going on pretty well. We're just chatting. We're just hanging. And then I'm trying to do something with, I'm trying to like comment my code a little so I can add another Raycast in here for purposes of hovering over this player and getting a health bar to appear. Currently, the health bar appears if you take damage or you heal. After a certain amount of time, the health bar will fade away. I want it to reappear when the cursor hovers over the character. And so that's kind of what I'm working on. But other than that, we're just talking about stuff and talking about coding. things like that. And hanging out. And my internet is better right now, so that's good. I think it's gonna stay better, so that's a really good thing. So I'm happy about that. If I want to make something really optimized, I might use C++. Whoa, wow, good for you. Good for you. GDScript is my first coding language. It's my first one. Like, I did a little HTML once. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. I did, like, Lua one time. That wasn't much. I didn't do much. Really, GDScript is my first coding language. And so, basically, at this point, learning any other language, it just feels, like, intimidating. Because I'm still getting my bearings with this one. But I've heard the more you learn one particular one, you know, it's easy to learn the others, which makes sense because there's a lot that carries between them. But I find that impressive and cool that you would just use a different language if you felt like it. Doing that in blueprints is a huge pain because copy pasting nodes can break connections. Oh, and or you need to change the amount of connections and then pretty up the blueprints afterwards. Oh, the refactoring? Yes, I see. Right. And so you're saying even manually. That's true. You can break connections. Right. Change the amount of connections and then pretty up. Yeah. That is kind of a big thing, is like organizing. That's kind of where visual coding falls apart, is when things get complex and you have to make it readable, because it adds like new dimensions into organizing that code. So that makes sense that would be harder. I find that hard in text code as well, but I'm new to text code, and so, you know, that makes sense. But I see how that's easier in text code for sure. You know, at least in visual scripting, I feel like you can usually see the connections. Sometimes you can't always see the connections between things in text code, which for me makes it hard to make changes sometimes. But then again, I can't say I've had like massive issues with that. So imagine you have a variable that is used everywhere and you want to change its name. You refactor. The most programming editors allow you to just rename it in one place and do it everywhere for you. Right. Yeah. I mean, I think you can... I guess it's different. It's hard to remember, but I mean, I would have to go through and change it everywhere. I guess you're saying I can't like find and replace or something when it comes to visual coding. It's interesting. Debugging is a lot easier with IDE tools than it is in blueprints. I had the blueprint debugger literally lie to me in a big project. Dude, look at all these stories. People being burned by blueprints. The death of blueprints is coming. Copy it and give it to GPT. It can say to you what it does. That's true. That's true. I could do that. I would find that less learnful. But you're right. I could do that. I could copy all this and paste it in there. And maybe I will. But I kind of like going through it bit by bit, just for the sake of learning and understanding it. Sometimes when I do that to ChatGPT, I feel like I don't recognize it as much. But yeah, you're right. They'll just like comment it, and that would be helpful. So that's definitely something to think about, and maybe I should do that. I don't know. What do you guys think? I kind of like going through it myself. It just helps me like learn it better. But because I'm also not sure that ChatGPT will understand what I'm prioritizing, because I just want to separate out some of these chunks. You know, they might start explaining in a more granular way than I'm interested in or something. It told me a value of a variable was one thing, but it was something completely different in reality. We had to attach a debugger to the blueprint interpreter in order to tell what the truth was. PTSD! That does sound like it would scar you. Wow. The stories, they're coming to light. Blueprints, not as great as we thought. You know, I definitely feel like I struggled more sometimes with blueprints, more so than text code. It feels like I can get more clarification about what things are and what I want done with text code. And things are a little more in the air and a little more unclear with visual scripting. I'm guessing that you like having the code editor right into the engine, right? Me or someone else? Me, not necessarily, honestly. Like, that's just the way that it is right now with the way Godot has presented itself to me. But I've seen some compelling arguments and cases of it being using the Godot editor or editing Godot scripts outside of Godot. And like somebody on Twitter had like, you know, they were able to actually compile it and run it from Visual Studio. Like they could actually just test their game right from Visual Studio without having to go back into Godot. So I've seen it implemented really well. So I'm really not opposed to it. I just like don't have yet a reason. You know, I'm not like, all right, that's enough. I gotta switch to a different editor. You know, I haven't hit like that point yet, but I'm not closed off to it. At least the song cheers you up. The PTSD song? The PTSD. Oh, you mean me singing to somebody? I'm glad that that can cheer you up. More members, more songs. Join the YouTube membership. You get a free, not a free because you pay for it. You get an exclusive live stream every Monday, an entire full live stream every Monday. And you get emotes, and you get badges next to your name, and a song whenever you join, as long as I remember. Join the chat, as long as I remember. Kai is doing well. Yeah, we've made some progress. It's coming along. There's still plenty more to do, but it is definitely coming along, and I'm very happy about that. Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm excited to see this game all the way through to the end, and however long it takes. I don't think it'll take that long, but I've only been working on it like a month, and we've already gotten this much progress. Good for you for the internet being better. Thanks. For you, it's kind of the opposite. No! Since our internet provider got acquired by another company, come on, leave my internet alone. Leave our internet alone. We need it. I'm so sorry to hear that. And I know in a lot of areas you don't have many options. I hope you have something you can do or it gets better soon. That sounds very frustrating. One of the most frustrating things is having bad internet. Find and replace can be iffy, especially in multiple files. Yeah, that squares with my experience. Don't overwhelm yourself with languages. It's best to get really used to one language that can be applied to them all in many ways. Thank you. All right. I will take that prescription. Sounds good. Great. I will not overwhelm myself with languages. We're just going to stick with GDScript. Thank you. I wouldn't want to hear anything else. Good. Oh, bye, S. Thank you for stopping in and sharing your thoughts and getting the conversation started. I appreciate it. Take care, S. I'll see you next time. Bye. That's what you did when you tested Godot. Oh, you used it out. You didn't use the built-in editor? That guy was just pushing stuff. No reason to not use the engine if it's there. Right. A lot of good stuff. No need to do everything from Visual Studio. Fair. Yeah, it didn't strike me as something that I felt like I needed to do, but I thought it was really impressive. And I'm like, if I ever do need to do it, like, I see that it's quite doable. There's those emotes. We got Godot ones. More are on the way. We need more members. But yeah, we got some Godot ones. Compiled languages, C++, are very different from interpreted languages, Python. So it'd be a bit much learning them all. Interesting. You know, I have heard that like if you learned blueprints, it can kind of help in understanding C++, for whatever that's worth. So I did learn a little bit in blueprints. So I feel like a lot of the way that they're structured might make more sense to me. But yeah, noted. Interpreted languages versus compiled languages. Wow. That sounds like it means something. That sounds like it means something. Like for real. Lies in the result of the process, interpreting and compiling. Interpreter produces a result from a program, while a compiler produces a program written in assembly language. Assembly is like what computers are programmed in, right? That didn't help me. Interpreted languages are more flexible. I definitely wouldn't describe blueprints as flexible. There was a lot of setting up and declaring everything separately. And that was frustrating for blueprints. Read a source code file, process it into native machine code, and then can also sometimes link the object code with system libraries. Interpreted languages do not have directly executable files, but have a language interpreter that loads the source files and executes statements therein. Python is or JavaScript is a scripting language closer to an interpreted language, but isn't quite. This is interesting, but this is already. I think I'm not taking your prescription, and now I'm overwhelming myself. Okay. It's just using the official Godot plugin for the IDE, just like you would in Unreal or Unity. The advantage is that you get to take advantage of your IDE's factoring tools and the LSP. Language server protocol. Okay. The product of standardizing the message exchange between a development tool and a language server process. Using language servers or daemons is not a new or novel idea. Okay. Okay, sorry. I thought it was. No, I didn't. Wow. Talking over my head, and I love it. I used advantage twice in that sentence, Pog. Communicating is hard. LSP is insanely advantageous. LSP is what gives you autocomplete, basically. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. And so you're saying you get to take advantage of your IDEs, right? Factoring tools, right? And so by staying in here, yeah. Gotcha. Well, I mean, and I think that Twitter post I saw was even talking about how they had autocomplete and stuff set up in there. For whatever that's worth. But it does seem like, you know, Godot is going to have a script editor that is designed best for itself, you know? Like maybe if I'm using C#, now maybe I should consider not using Godot's built-in editor. But if I'm using GDescript, I feel like it's especially going to be really well integrated, you know? That just kind of makes sense to me, but I don't know if that's necessarily all the truth. Raycast grab implementation, that's all this. Pretty much all this will be the same. Now this will be a little different. Here we say don't collide with bodies. So I can actually print what it collides with here. So if I put this printing on, I'm gonna zoom in the output. Oh, that's too much output. That is a lot of output to be zoomed into right there. I'm gonna zoom out. We're gonna get out of that just a little bit. Okay. So here, if I hover over the cow, you can see it says meat, right? If I hover over the tree, it says tree. If I hover over the house, it says house. If I hover over the character, it doesn't say anything because it's currently set up to ignore the character. I actually specifically want it to see the character. So it's ignoring, this Raycast is ignoring the character right now, but I want it to see the character. So one thing I'm gonna wanna change for sure is to say, don't collide with areas, do collide with bodies. I don't know if that's true, because here's the thing is we do have areas on the body, right? There are areas over here, but it still skips them, and it still doesn't see them. I mean, if I were to set this to true and bring the printing in, what would happen? So it doesn't differentiate between the different body parts. We must have, you know what it probably is? It's probably like a collision layer or mask setup. That might be why. I don't know for sure, but I think we might be telling it to ignore it. But it does see player in general. And I think we should just say whatever. If you hover over the player, then I think we should say that. I think we should say only look for bodies. And if that body that it sees is player, then okay, that's when we want the health bars to appear, is if you hover over the player there. Which, you know, there's some problems with that a little bit. I mean, let's say you're trying to grab something that's underneath the player, right? And you are hovering over the player. Do we force you to see the player or the health bar? You know, like then it's just always going to be there if you're hovering over it. I mean, you know, maybe so. We could say if you're already grabbing, yeah, I think that would make sense. If you're like clicking or holding, you know, the mouse button down, then ignore showing the health bars necessarily. Something like that. It's not really a big deal. I do start thinking about all these little granular things, these edge cases. I'm big on edge cases. Interpreted languages are usually a little slower than compiled ones. Oh. Python runs line by line. C++ turns the whole code into zeros and ones, so it uses complicated, fast ways of running. Oh, that's like such a great explanation. That is a fantastic explanation. Thank you. It's so simple. It's ELI 5. Thank you for ELI 5ing it. I appreciate that. Got it. Got it. That makes a lot of sense to me. You know, and it's like, depending on the kind of project I'm making, and again, it makes sense with Unreal Engine, right? With Unreal Engine, it's designed for making giant freaking games. And so, you know, making a little tiny project, do you really need amazing performance for your little tiny project? Probably not. Like cutting every little FPS corner, you know, is not as important, or not cutting every corner, but you know what I mean. Making sure it's just optimized to a T, like that, not as necessary in a game like the one I'm making. But, you know, if I were making, you know, Starfield or something, like maybe not Starfield, but, you know, something like Starfield, then I would want to think about those granular performance gains for sure. Okay, Raycast result. So this all we want to copy. Raycast result, space intersect ray, if it has a position. So this is saying if the Raycast result has a position, then we set the Raycast position to the position result. If it has a collider, then the target becomes that with which it collides. I think we'd want to keep this for sure. I think we definitely want to keep this. I don't remember exactly why. I guess we're saying don't set array position if whatever it collides with doesn't have a position. So this doesn't update when we don't want it to, or like for like memory leak purposes, perhaps. And then the position helps us determine. So this feels grab related. I feel like this is grab position info, right? Because this is so that when I click on something, it can move it to a different place. I'm so glad you came through, Coinum, and I'm excited for your Godot journey. Congrats on getting Dead Zone put out there, and yeah, take good care. I'll see you next time, and yeah, thanks for loving the stream. We loved having you here. See you next time. So I think that's what that position stuff is doing. Is moving that around. So I don't think we need that for making the health bar. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, bloop. Those are hearts? These are, I'm trying to, I don't know if that just like, bloop, 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 like it's like, anyway. Yeah, right back at you. So I don't think we necessarily need that. But this is collision info, which is important. I'm going to say Raycast 1, grab position info, Raycast 1, because I'm going to make a second Raycast. Move health. So this is actually all for grabbing stuff. So this is Raycast 1, temp grab state. So if we are grabbing it, where we're putting it, temp grab, we're just going to say application. I don't know if that's the best way to put it. Store the grab object. This is ChatGPT code here. Okay, so now I've got this separated. So what I want to copy now, and I want to be for the next Raycast. I hate that it all has to be on the same script. It's just going to be so much. So we don't need any of that. We don't need this. We do need this. So I'm going to want to rename Raypause. Guacamole or salsa? Why do I have to choose? Obviously both. Obviously both. You have a little here, you have a little there. You take a bite of your rice or whatever, and you take a little guacamole, and you take a little salsa. You gotta have it all. Both. But if I had to choose, and damn you for making me choose. If I had to choose, oh, it's tough. Cause like what's like if I need nutrition and I want to survive, right? Guacamole. Because guacamole is going to have more nutrients. It's going to have more bulk. It's going to feed me more. Salsa is a little thinner, usually. It's a little more of like a compliment. But a guacamole could be a meal unto itself. So I think, unfortunately, I have to say guacamole. And now, if we're just talking about like, you know, seasoning and stuff, I would rather have salsa. Because guacamole doesn't necessarily complement everything, but salsa goes pretty well with a lot of stuff. You'll eat it alone, and the containers are quite big. I don't want to open both. You will eat it alone. The containers are quite big. Well, the thing about guacamole is you're going to want to eat that quicker, right? Because it'll like oxidize. I would say guacamole. If that's just like what you're eating, I'm going to vote guacamole. That's my vote. For you, it's guacamole. That's my vote. And now I gotta have a bite of something because we're talking about delicious food. These are important questions. Thank you. Thank you for letting us help decide. So I'm gonna need to rename this. So this is gonna be Ray grab position. So I need to find all the Ray pause. So let's do a search. Replace. We're going to search for Ray underscore pause. And I'm going to switch it to Ray grab pause. And we're going to replace all. Now before I do that, and say we're done there, I'm going to search in files to make sure I didn't reference this somewhere else. So I'm just going to search everywhere. Did it not update it? No, we just changed all that. Didn't we just change all that? Wait, so, oh, because I got to save it? Maybe if I save it. There it goes. Okay, so now it's not anywhere. So you have to save it first before you do find in files. So what find in files will do, it'll search the whole project. And so we've eliminated Ray pause. So now we have Ray grab pause. So I'm going to say target grabbed. Or maybe I'll say grab target. Maybe I should say grab Ray pause. I think I'm going to say grab ray pause. I wasn't sure if I was going to do it that way, but I think I am. So I'm going to say ray, search for ray grab pause, and I'm going to actually replace that with grab ray pause. I don't know. I just try to keep some things consistent in certain ways, not necessarily them all. And then we want to change target, which might be harder to, let me make sure it's selecting all the right things, right? Because here we have cam target, right? So I definitely don't want it to change that. So that's a little harder to find and replace. Grab target, pause. Oh no, just grab target, sorry. Grab target. See there, it's cam target. So I don't want it to find cam target. New target, I don't want it to do new target. Here we've got grab target. So really, this is probably easier just to look for all the red lines and then just change those. I think that'll be easier. Grab target. Okay, so that should all be resolved. Nice. Now I would like to make sure there isn't somewhere else in the document that we've referenced that. I don't know that that means, I just don't know. So I'm just going to check. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. So here we have on the health script, but I think we're defining target here. So I think this is fine. So this is actually for changing some materials that we don't have changing anymore. So that's going to be harder to test. On the terrain controller, that's block stuff, so we don't care about that. Camera 3D, we've updated all to grab. So really the only place is here on the health script. So the idea was that when we hovered over the health objects or the cows, they would actually change their color, but I didn't end up keeping that. And instead it just now shows the arrow. I still have that logic in there. But I don't see any errors or anything. So I think that that must be a different target, and I don't think we have to worry about anything. So I think we're fine. I think everything is working as it should, and we've renamed it, and everything is merry. Would that have been harder in visual programming? Maybe it would have, but it wasn't too bad here. Okay, so now that I've got those labeled differently, let's make a new Raycast. Does Raycast 1 grab variables? Let's set up a new Raycast. Raycast 2, hover variables, or really, it's player hover. Hover player. I don't know, it's not a great name, but. So variable, we'll just say player ray position. I don't know that we really need the position, though. You know? We really don't need the position. Right? Do I? That feels very grab specific. Because we're tracking the mouse position over here. The position is only relevant to the grabbing. So actually, I don't think we even need to include that. And I don't think I needed to rename that. I'll rename it still, though. I think it's still better to rename it. But I'm going to bundle this in temporary grab mechanic variables. I don't think I actually need to do that. We could say hover target. I'm just going to say player target. So that'll be set to null to start with. And then this is all grab stuff, so I don't need to worry about that. Cloning it or whatever. Camera follow, don't need that. Camera follow, grab implementation. And I do think we want this. This is Raycast 1 stuff. So here we just have it calling a function called shoot ray. So actually we'd want to say shoot grab ray. Shoot grab ray. We also have this new target. I actually should rename that too if I just want to be specific. Shoot grab ray. I don't want to call it player. I want to say hover. It's not clear because it's like hovering what? like hovering the grab stuff, hovering the player stuff. I don't love it, but it reads better. So that's what I'm gonna do, and I may regret it. And we'll just change it. Ray guess one grab implementation, shoot grab ray. I think so for new target, I want to say new grab target. And then this was some chat GPT stuff. New grab new grab target. So that was it? Okay. That's the only place that we do it. I thought we might have done it somewhere else, but I guess not. Okay. Cool. Good to know. Good to catch. Shoot grab ray. So we'll want to copy this entire thing here. New grab target, a new thing to grab. Exactly. Now it doesn't work. It absolutely doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. It does not work. It works a little bit. So like it's supposed to be if I grab this cow, and I'm not here to fix this today. This is for another day. So if I grab this cow, great. But if I try to grab a different cow, it doesn't actually grab the new cow. It just teleports the last one to the new one's position and leaves the new one in place. It doesn't actually replace it. The only time it replaces it is when that cow gets despawned, because when these blocks go past the player, they disappear. And once that cow despawns, then we can set a new one. So it's not good logic. I could probably pump it into, now that we know that Bing uses ChatGPT 4, it's possible I could pump it into there and we could get it to fix it to work a little better. That would be interesting. It's not really what I was gonna do today. But since we talked about it, it could be interesting. But I got ADD, which means I gotta focus on one task at a time, or we'll get way too deep in tasks. So I at least gotta finish this. And then maybe I'll experiment with that. We'll see. Shoot grab ray. And we do want to copy all of this. Now we are setting some things within this function, which is fine. We can create another function that sets all these variables, and that'll be just fine. We don't have to rename those. It's only the things we go into globally. My guess is it doesn't have an exclusive gate gadget to stop other cows from being grabbed. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, right. That in Dreams, that is how we would do it. Dreams did make some things very easy. And you know what? I think that there's equivalents in GDScript. I just don't know them. I'm glad you say that. That's something that someone who is familiar with Dreams, like Pierogigon, and also really knows GDScript well. That'd be a great question to ask Pierogigon. Like, hey, how do we do an exclusive gate from Dreams in GDScript? That would be a really interesting question to ask someone like Pierogi. Yeah. Grab position info, variable raycast result. Okay. This grab position, we don't care about that. Collision info, we do care about this. So really all I gotta do is grab this. And then what we have to do is we want to say, we actually want to make sure it does return as player. Right? That has to be what we see. Here, it's looking for meat, right? So if I hover over everything, so do I mean collision layers? Maybe. That's true. Pierogi did make a video on exclusive gates. Absolutely. As most people don't use it, it might be complex. Yeah, that was a great video. Rogi made a loving video about exclusive gates. Do I mean collision layers? I don't know. I mean, I guess we could temporarily set, like, if you're clicking on an animal or a person, it could temporarily set the collision layer. I know you don't, Dragon Blade. I wouldn't have brought it up, but Frank brought it up. And exclusive gates are there's this thing called Dreams. I honestly try not to talk about it as much as possible. But Dreams is a community that I come from, making stuff that are games, and a lot of folks here remember Dreams and like Dreams and use Dreams, and so it comes up. And basically, Dreams has these logic gates, um, like OR gates, AND gates, XOR, stuff like that. And there's one called an exclusive gate. So it's all visual coding. It's all visual programming. And an exclusive gate will let you say that some things can be like if you have I could boot up Dreams, but that's just too much effort. It's exclusive to PlayStation. It's not a PC. Yeah, exactly. So it's something that I'm just basically trying to not talk about because it just confuses everybody, and it's not something anybody should really get into, in my opinion, because it's something that the devs dropped it. They don't support it anymore. So it's just like it just, in my mind, it's gone. But a lot of beautiful things happened on Dreams while it existed. And so the idea is if you create multiple exclusive gates, they will only allow one signal through, right? So gosh, how do I even... So like, let's say we have a light bulb, a bunch of light bulbs that we want to turn on or whatever. Okay, this is a light bulb. And I want them to be controlled by one potential signal. So then we can have a bunch of exclusive gates. So here's oops, I wanted to make that orange. There's an exclusive gate, there's an exclusive gate, there's an exclusive gate. Again, this is visual scripting. It's understandable. I'm just more into Dreams than any other engines because there isn't any game to make games on a console. That's true. So an if statement with a list. Oh, kind of, yeah. Yeah, a little bit. So like you would hook these up to these. So here's all these different lights, use different exclusive gates. And then what you would do is, let's say you have an input. Right? And that input is going to go out to all of those exclusive gates. And only one exclusive gate is going to get activated at a time. It'll never activate all of them. So even though it gets one input at the same time, it only allows one through. And then you define those conditions. So you can say, you know, this one is priority 10. This one is priority 3. This one is priority 1. If it's priority 1, it's going to get chosen first. So if all of these get the same signal, then it's going to choose... Yeah, it's a little different. So it's going to choose this one because we set this one as the first priority. So if we have some other reason, some other condition in here that says, you know, so then a way that I would often use it is, let's say there's like proximity to something. So if you're hovering over an object, all of them will trigger in order, or only one per pulse. Only one per pulse. Only one per pulse. So this one is always going to be the one set up this way. But something you could do is have these values change. So we could have something else hooked up into the numbers, right? Something else entirely, changing these numbers that shifts the priorities. Then it's a switch statement, right? That sounds true. That sounds true. Switch on integer. Yes, it is. It is a switch on integer. Yeah, kind of. And so often, you know, I'd have something that's changing these numbers. So like maybe, you know, mouse relative to object 1. Right? And the closer it is, the higher that number gets. And then we could say, you know, mouse versus object 2. Mouse near object 3. And so if it's closer to it, that number gets closer to 1. And then, you know, we could have, so then it would adjust it. And if we're closer to object 2, then this becomes 1. This one becomes 1. And this one becomes whatever, 2, you know, depending on how close or far away it is. This one becomes 2, whatever, that can stay at 10. And then the one that will activate will be this one. So that's kind of like how an exclusive gate works in Dreams. Look at Godot docs for match. Right. Right. And so I did use this once, but I didn't use it that way. I kind of did. Basically, I had like an enumerator set up. And if we were hovering over a certain thing, it would... Does a simple expression match also go glob or globbing? Where asterisk matches, this is different. This is definitely different. This is not what you meant. This is not what you meant. Match. But I have used it. Is that what you meant? The place that I used it was... And this game... I stopped working on it before fixing this problem, so it's not going to work correctly. Yeah, I didn't think that was it. I didn't think that was it. Oh, it might not be in the engine? Gotcha. Was it in the main scene? Somewhere in here. Let me do find in files. There it is. So I had used the match before. So like if, so right, so this was like looking for a certain integer. This was a little sloppy of an implementation. Yeah, I can't even like click on it for the documentation. But it would check for if the integer of a certain variable was 0, 1, or 2. And it would set that depending on what thing we're hovered over. So it's actually very similar to this. Depending on if the mouse was closer to something or the other, it would set an integer. It wasn't like strictly based on priority though. It was just like saying if this is 0, then set this state to that. Set this state to that. Set this state to that. A little different. A little different. Gosh. A match statement is used to branch execution of a program. It's the equivalent of the switch statement found in many other languages, but offers some additional features. More strict than the set to operator. For example, 1 will not match 1.0. The only exception is string versus string name. Match expression patterns block. Patterns when guard expression block. Oh gosh. I find this so unreadable. Replace switch with match. Remove case. Remove any breaks. Okay, well, that's if you... Yeah. Patterns are matched from top to bottom. If a pattern matches the first corresponding block... Oh, that does sound like it. If a pattern matches, the first corresponding block will be executed. After that, the execution continues below the match statement. The special continue behavior in match supported in 3.x was removed. Okay, so continue is not there. Match is a literal. I think this is kind of what I had done before in the example I was showing. Just literal matching one thing and another. Match is a constant expression, an identifier, or an attribute access. Type of X. Whoa. Maybe this is more like the exclusive gate? Or not? This pattern matches everything. It's written as single underscore. This is kind of interesting. Binding pattern. A binding pattern introduces a new variable, like the wildcard pattern. It matches everything and also gives the value a name. It's especially useful in array and dictionary patterns. Every single element of the array pattern is a pattern itself, so you can nest them. The length of the array is tested first and has to be the same size as the pattern, otherwise the pattern doesn't match. Open-ended array. An array can be bigger than... Oh, maybe this is more it. An array can be bigger than the pattern by making the last sub-pattern. I find this so confusing. Match X. Empty array. Very specific array. Print first element is start, the last is test. Open-ended array. Okay. Dictionary pattern works the same as the array pattern. Every key has to be a constant. It's very flexible. There's a lot of versatility here, which is nice. I feel like I would need to find like a video of somebody explaining this to me. Only one branch can be executed. Oh, this is it. Only one branch can be executed per match. This is our exclusive gate. I like how I just see something, I'm like, oh yeah, this is probably it. Oh no, this one. This one is the one. Oh wait, this is it. This is the one. None of them were. That just shows you how little I understood what I was reading. Only one branch can be executed per match. Once a branch is chosen, the rest are not checked. If you want to use the same pattern for multiple branches or to prevent choosing a branch with too general a pattern, you can specify a guard expression after the list of patterns with the when keyword. Whoa. You know, this isn't... And so then with the way it worked in Dreams, it was specifically looking for, you know, a number priority. So if a number was higher or lower. But maybe with this, you can change the priorities to be anything, not necessarily just numbers. If it's at 0, 0, say origin. So this would be like those different light bulbs here. If it's at blank 0, it's on the x-axis. So it would print origin on x-axis, on y-axis, if it was 0, 0. But it wouldn't, because it only chooses one. So is this always true? I don't know. I find this very confusing explanation. Like, is it saying that only one branch can be executed for every single one? Variable x, variable y. When y is set to x, print point on line y is set to x. Only one branch will execute. So it won't say origin point on x-axis, point on y-axis. If we do 0, 0, it'll have to choose between these three. So it prioritizes one over the other. What changes is the condition of the branch it will choose. So if it does get 0, 0, I mean, I guess, you know, we could always try it, but, right? If it's 0, 0, it will just print origin. If it's anything 0, and so it chooses that because it more specifically matches this, even though it technically is blank 0, like 0, 0 is blank 0. It is something and 0. It better matches 0, 0. So that's why it'll print that. But if it's anything other than 0 and 0, then it'll print point on x-axis. That's pretty smart. That's much smarter than Dreams' exclusive gate. Much smarter. That's pretty cool. Frank, I'm glad you brought that up. That's really helpful to know about. And then variable x, variable y. When y is set to x, print point on line y equals x. So if y and x are the same, okay. I don't fully understand it, but kind of. Var x, var y. I mean, I see the same thing here. Oh, this has when. Right, I see. So the when is saying a guard expression. So if we get, I don't know. Like, because what if variable x and variable y are 0, 0? Right? Why wouldn't it just say origin? Like, would x or y be null otherwise? Like, why wouldn't it choose this over this if x and y are 0? When is the condition? The variables is just splitting the vector 2 into the axis values. I hear you. I'm confused, but I hear you. I mean, a part of me is curious. Something I want to do more often is experiment with stuff. Because 0, 0 is explicit, so it has more priority than a dynamic value comparison. Okay. I hear you. I hear you. So, like, so point, because so point could be a vector. So this is saying, like, if point is a vector 2, or if it's not a vector 2. I don't know. I'm so confused. And then it's like variable x, variable y. Like, where is it getting that variable information from? Expected an indented block. let's fix that. Let's fix that. Expected a colon after match patterns? Is this even true? Does this even work? It has to be vector 2. Expected a colon after match patterns? That is a colon. Does it mean here? Maybe we're looking at old documentation on accident. Doof. So loud. Like, what is it? Matches 4.2. Oh, no. Wait, but I've used match before. Maybe when is 4.2? Match pattern matching is 4.2. Really? Shoot. Dang it. It's okay. The when was added in 4.2. So Dreams had it before Godot. Let's go. It's very interesting. But the rest of it will work. But that's the pattern part of it. The pattern part of it is the when. So that would have been the thing to learn the most. I mean, I do have like, we could open 4.2 and I could try it. Like, I do have it downloaded. You know, I'm just not using it for the game that I'm working on. But I do have it downloaded. So we could still learn it. Why not? Why not? I'll use Godot 4.2 someday. Not today, but someday. Might as well complete the learning cycle. I made that project in 4.1, so it's going to take a second, I guess, to sort it out. But we really didn't, like, do anything. Identifier point not declared. Nice. Now we get no error. So we'll say if point is vector 2. Is that syntax? It is not. So I want to say, like, how do I type this again? Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you. That was embarrassing, but it could have been more embarrassing. So if we do that, pick a main scene. Oh, yeah. Just create a new one. Just create a new one. Is it loading? Jeez. Jeez. Now, shouldn't that print something? It's printing nothing. I said 0, 0. Does it want me to... like, instantiate it or something? Need to attach the script, too? I don't do this very often. This is the good thing. This is why this is a good thing, right? These are the little things that, like, if I already have a project with a script attached, I don't, like, practice doing this all the time. Oh gosh, we just made a new one. It's only a little embarrassing, but mostly it's good learning. It still doesn't print anything. Did I attach the right script? I did. To Node 3D, that's the scene. There's some other obvious thing I'm missing here. But I don't know what it is. Especially if we're not getting any errors. Like... something slightly off. Something must be slightly off. Maybe I need to save it again? No. Point 0, 0. If it's 0, 0, it prints origin. I mean, is it seeing anything? Can you just print hello? Just like give me a sign of life. Do you exist? Okay, it does exist. It absolutely exists. The matching, however, not so much. So I don't know. I thought that would have worked, but I guess not. So that's the end of that. I could ask Bing AI. Let's give it a look. I was looking for an excuse. Maybe this is the one. Why does this not print anything in Godot? It seems the code you provided is written in GDScript. Yeah. Tended to print different messages based on what the value of point is. However, you mentioned that it doesn't print anything. There could be several reasons why this is happening. One possible reason is that the print statements are not being executed at all. This could happen if the code is not being executed, or if the match statement is not matching any of the cases. Another possible reason is that the print statements are being executed, but the output is not being displayed. This could happen if the output is being redirected to a file, or if the output is being buffered. You can try adding OS flush after each print statement to force the output to be displayed immediately. If you are still having trouble, you can try using print debug instead of print. Print debug is a special version of print that includes the file and line number of the function call, which can be helpful for debugging. I hope this helps. That was kind of helpful. Whoa. Did you just yeet me? Okay. It's like, hey, I was looking at that. Alright. OS flush, then. After each print statement? Where does that even go? Like, there? Can I find member flush on base OS? Oh, you gotta put the colons, or the parentheses. Can you just, like, do it for me, Copilot? Can you fix the code to have OS flush implemented as you described it? Thank you. Well, I gotta say, ChatGPT, if I just go there, they won't do it for me. Or they will, sorry. ChatGPT will do it for me, whether I ask them to or not. Wait, what's a bit, I could construe it as nice that they do it for me. Well, that doesn't work. Replace the entire vector 2 with just 0, 0. Oh. So it's the fact that I'm calling it a vector 2 that's the problem. So it's not matching with any of them. Also, what is Copilot talking about? This doesn't work. This doesn't work. Whoa, that's not the error. I did just want to copy it. But apparently... Static function flush not found in base. Static function flush not found in base. I mean, we know it's not going to fix it, but at this point, I'm just trying to give Copilot a test. Okay. So let's see if that returns an error. It does. Can I construct native class OS because it is an engine singleton? See, this is this is what happens with ChatGPT 3 as well. It's just this going around and around because it does stuff that doesn't work. And then I keep having to tell it, don't do that. Also, this autocomplete. Stop saying speakers. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see if it can fix it. And see, then it's just gonna go back to the other way, isn't it? No, not quite. A little different. Okay, Copilot. All right, Copilot. I hear you. You're trying your best. Using an edit sheet. What's up, Rosen? Not really. Sometimes, but not this time. This time I'm just we're trying to solve a problem. We already know how to solve it, but someone said that Copilot was more up to date than ChatGPT 3. So I because it uses ChatGPT 4. And so I wanted to try it because I often run into these very going round and around and arounds when I try to do GDScript in AI. And so now I'm just kind of seeing how Copilot compares to ChatGPT 3, and I am finding it not that much better, where it recommends things that don't work. Yeah, this doesn't work. That didn't work, but thanks anyway. Yeah, that's right, I'm talking to it. All right? I want it to know. Neither is good for Godot, since they are based on GDScript for Godot 3. Well, so that's a good question. So, okay. This has reached its limit. This has reached its limits. Okay. All right. I should ask it that. Okay, where's the broom? Where's the broom? Where's the broom? What are you talking about? Use the broom. Okay. I'll use the broom. I guess a new topic? Is that what you mean? What version of Godot GDScript are you familiar with? It says it's familiar with 4.2. So that I found with ChatGPT 3, that ChatGPT 3 will say, oh, no, I only know 3.4. Godot 3.4 and before. This one's saying it knows 4.2, but it's still recommending things that like don't make sense. So it could be that it doesn't know that certain things were removed. Like maybe OS Flush works in an old version, but they don't know that it doesn't work anymore. I don't know. This isn't really what we need to do anymore, but it was interesting to see that we have the same problems. So what we were actually going to check was this match statement and to just play with it a little. This is from the documentation. So we just want to say 0, 0 here. You pay for ChatGPT 4. You feed it the entire up-to-date documentation, and it basically learns it on the spot and becomes super helpful. Interesting. Useful 95% of the time. That's awesome. Welcome, my 2 cents. So now this is Copilot, right? Which, as I understand it, is using ChatGPT 4. But I don't know that I can actually train Copilot on an entire documentation, especially if it says it already knows it, right? So I guess I could say, maybe I could just tell it, like, hey, only use Godot 4.2 documentation or something. Use brackets instead of parentheses. All right. That's good to know, my 2 cents. That, you know, maybe it's just better just to buy it and, you know, build its knowledge base yourself. All right, now we're printing origin just like we wanted. Origin, 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 origin. At last. Okay. Now, what I wanted to try, so we're experimenting with this match when stuff. This is 4.2. I'm not actually doing my project in 4.2, but we just kind of randomly started talking about how you would do something like this in Godot. So I'm just kind of looking into it a little. And now, to get these pattern guards to trigger, I would need to say, we also don't have to put this in process. We don't. Variable X, variable Y. So, like, I just don't even understand. Like, would I say X and Y in here, and then say variable X equals 0, variable Y equals 0? And then that's what it's looking for. And then it's saying when Y is set to X, point on line Y equals X. Does that? It doesn't do anything. It just still says origin. Well, the origin is probably, well, no, it's XY. So, like, what does this mean? Variable X. Definitely no. Definitely no. Certainly no. If nothing else, no. That much I can understand. That's why I find the documentation confusing often. It's like I need documentation for the documentation. It's looking at the array and asking the first and second value from the array, assessing the first and second value from the array to X and Y, assigning the first and second. It's you probably didn't mean assing. My guess would mean you didn't mean assing, but assigning the first and second value from the array to X and Y. Huh? Assigning. Okay. So, like, how would I... basically, my question would be, how would I actually get these to print? How would I get point on line Y equals X to print? How would I get point on line Y equals negative X? Point %S to print. How would I get these to print? Would be my question. Well, we do have a bunch of errors. The pattern bind X is shadowing and already declared. Oh, that's boring. That's boring. You can give GPT-4 images, PDF documents, URL linked web pages, and it analyzes it and learns it. As far as I know, Bing AI can't do that. But I'm not that familiar with Bing AI. Maybe it's worth it. I can't believe I'm about to, like, advertise it. Does it feel worth it to you? It seems useful. $20 a month? Oh my gosh. Dang. That's more than Spotify. That's more than Netflix. Dang. That's a lot. What? What? $20? I better really get some use out of it. Right, right. Yeah, it says it's using the latest one. Like, it says that it's using 4.2.1. So it acts like it's using it. But if you have to train ChatGPT 4 anyway, that probably means that it's still including something it shouldn't. Your point needs to not be 0, 0 or a 0 value on the first or second value. So if I make it 1, 4, it prints 0.14. So now it's doing, so like, what's with the variable x, y thing? So is it, oh, so it's creating the variables. Oh. So this is actually really? Okay. That's pretty interesting. So if I say print, I mean, I also find very interesting this percent thing. I know this is going to get chaotic because we're doing the process. Oh no, it's not creating the variables. Oh, because it's in the, we need to be in the function. But wait, we are in the function. So is it creating the variables? If it is, then why can't I even get them? I have so many questions. You use ChatGPT for a lot for other things on a daily basis, so it's worth it for you. Right, right. But obviously I wouldn't pay for it if I only needed it occasionally. Right, right. Yeah, I wish, I'd be interested. I need to research more what those daily bases could be. Because I would like to have it occasionally. I don't know if I'd want to have it occasionally for $20 a month, but if I could find some other uses for it, who knows? It's matching them to the new variables so you use them. It's creating them in the context of the match. Oh. I see. So that way we can, so it's like a readability thing, really. Oh, I see. X, Y. Oh, I see. %S. Oh, and then there's the percent. Oh, interesting. So there's a lot of things going on here. So the percent, what is %S? What even is this? You know, I find this very frustrating. You know, if I'm trying to learn something in the documentation, and it's just got like, it's just got all these things that I have to look up as well to understand what they even do. You put some AI thing in the Discord, which looks like it works with Godot for it. Really? %S is a placeholder and is replacing the %S with the values it passes in the % array. So the third %S will be replaced with the third value in the array after %. the third, oh, this one will be replaced with the third value in the array. I find that confusing. Because what it looks like, if I were to look at this, what it looks like it's doing is you're defining where you want X and Y to go. I want X to go here, I want Y to go here. And then some magic how GDScript knows to do X here and Y here, even though we just say percent. The %s thingy is common in languages like C. I wasn't aware it was a thing in GDScript. Evidently. Evidently it is. I find it a little confusing. Props to the documentation. Props to the documentation. This is what Dark Rosen was talking about. AI-assisted development for the Godot engine. Oh, is this like a plugin or something? Oh, interesting. Godot Copilot. I see. So this would go into Godot Copilot. Search for Copilot in the Godot asset library directly. It is a plugin. Download the add-on and enable it in the project settings. I'm a little scared to drop this in. Oh, and it costs money. Godot Copilot currently supports 3 different models. That is interesting. I'll put the link here in the chat, so if anybody's curious about it. If you wanted to implement this into Godot. You've used it a couple of times. Oh, the percent thing? It's splitting the script on %s and putting your values in the split location. Okay. All right. I mean, a part of me would like to just, like, experiment with that. Like, so, like, if I were to say, print something simple, print %s, and then if I were to say, whoops, print %s, and if I do %4, cannot get return value of call print because it returns void. Why? If I were to just say print s, we have no problem. The second %s needs to be inside the print. So %s can't be used with one thing. It has to be at least 2 things. Like always. It can be one. But your percent must be inside the print. Oh, I see. Missed that. Gotcha. Understood. Okay. It's a string operation, not a print stuff. Gotcha. I meant the percent of what you want to print needs to be inside the print. Gotcha. Thank you. Okay, cool. So if I run this, it's going to say 4. Gotcha. And so that's useful over here. Like what's, like, why not? Like, I guess you could do this in different ways. Right? Like, couldn't we just say, like, point X, comma, Y or something? So the closing parenthetical. Maybe not that. Maybe more commas. Add some more commas in there. Oh, we need to change the scripts. So that does it too, and there's just no spaces, but we could add the spaces in. So I guess the advantage of doing it with the placeholder is that we can more easily design how it's like supposed to look. Like this is just kind of like harder to read a little bit. It's just a different way of doing it, I guess. Cool, that's helpful to understand. Like what it's doing in a different way of doing it. Interesting. I think I kind of understand that. Just faster to write. Right, right. Cool. And then now this other one, when y is set to x, so if we do 4, let me play it, but harder to read as you said. Gotcha. So now it's going to say point on line y is equivalent to x. And then if we say for -4, it'll say they're equivalent if x were negative. Cool. Very interesting. I think I've learned something. Thank you for letting us go down that. I know that was a whole tangent, but I kind of want to go on these tangents more that help us learn little things that are quick to learn, you know. I don't know about learning wave collapse all in one little quick go. But that was nice. That was 4.2. That when stuff is only going to work in 4.2. I've got my game in 4.1. So I'm going to re-up in 4.1. I'm going to keep doing what I was doing. That was very interesting. That was very interesting. Thank you for that. So there you go, Frank. There's how we, not you, I mean, I wanted to know, but that's how we do exclusive gates in Godot. At least 4.2. Not 4.1. It's interesting stuff. And thanks, Rosen, for that link, by the way. Noted. 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 So what I was doing was creating a new Raycast in, check live chat on Discord. I was creating a new Raycast. Oh yeah, I did make that live chat channel. I did make that. I was hoping someone would use it. Thank you for understanding what that's for. Oh, nice. Oh, would this be like a way to do it in 4.1? Wow. So this is saying, instead of using the convenient when condition added in 4.2, we could also say if call engine method 1, method 2, if point, there's a lot of differences here. Is that what you're trying to illustrate, is how to do it in 4.1? Because this uses match. This one doesn't use match at all. This doesn't use match whatsoever. If point is set to 0, 0, print origin. If point, the first in the array, is set to 0, print point on x-axis. I see. If point, the 0 spot in the array, kinda. The code is exactly the same thing, just no match. Gotcha. And then it should be elif instead of if. Will it not work unless it's elif, or difference between if and elif is something that I'm still not totally clear on, truth be told. I just haven't like dug into it really. I'm sure it's quite understandable. Whoa! I see. So it's kind of like else. So what's the difference between elif and else? It's just like elifs can be like more multiple rather than, if it's just if, the 3 first cases will all be true if the point is 0, 0. So we'll print 3 times. Oh, right, because that's kind of what we were looking to do, was to make it so it only chooses 1. I see. Gotcha. For elif, you need an if. Elif is just else if. I thought you needed an if for else. So you could just do an else without an if? You could just say else something and it would infer the if? It's confusing. And the elif is just else if. So this is like adding more like alternate ifs. So if this, no, the first if needs to still be an if, but all the rest is elif. So if this, unless it's this, then if this. Unless it's this, then if that. Unless it's this, then if this. Unless it's this, then if this. Unless it's this, then if that. So it's like alternate ifs, assuming those are true instead. If point 0 is set to point, if they're equivalent, if they're the same, or if x is, yeah, if they're the same, then we'll call this function, which will say that they're equivalent. If it's set to negative, then it's going to say that it's negative. And then if point is just, you use elif when you don't want the test to execute if the previous is true. Oh. When you don't want it to execute if the previous, or the rest, maybe you meant if you don't want the rest to execute if the previous is true. If some condition, print false. Else, if another condition, print true. If some condition, print false. Elif another condition, print. Oh, so it's just like, it's the same. Oh, okay, gotcha. So it is saying else if. It just allows you to jam it into one line. Gotcha. So it's just a little neater to use elif than to do else if. Thank you. That is an extremely helpful comparison. This is helpful as well. So if point is anything other than this stuff, then just print the points. And I suppose it's important. Does the order of these matter? Like if we were to say elif point call method 3 up here, or hell, if it was even the first one, if it was if, would all of these still work? Would be a curiosity I have. And I guess I would try out of some curiosity. I'm not sure the call engine methods are necessary in this case, but I guess it's for demonstration purposes in case the code that needs to be executed in each case is big. Yeah, I think it was, let me, oh, that was a different version of Godot. Actually, I could just run both versions of Godot. I could just run both versions. We could just do both. So if I were to replace all this like that, of course it's not going to indent it correctly. Shocker. Let me make sure I've got this right. Wait, what did I do? What did I do? Let me just paste it again. Playing Fallout 4 again reminds me of how bad the UI building menu is. Oh yeah, mods. Pepe is here. Pepe is a member. And it looks like the membership animation shows for mods now. Hooray, hooray, welcome, Pepe! Yay! Good to have you here. Since you remember, you get a song. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev today. Welcome to Pepe! Yeah. Yeah, your wrench is gone. It is, yeah, I guess that was how they solved it, was they got rid of the wrench. But it is there. No, it's there. It's back. Sometimes it's there. Sometimes it's not. Oh, wait, the membership is there. So they kind of fixed it. That's the one thing about the chat app I use, is they constantly update it, which is nice. You can select multiple lines to indent with tab. Oh, that's true. That's true. Let me do that. I forget to do that. I'm so not used to having such amazing functionality in my life that I don't ever do it. Oh, I could have just selected all of them. But then it adds it in as spaces. I hate that. I hate that. So I still kind of have to like come in here and do some tedium. I guess I could like select all of these and then backspace it. You can literally just drag and select. Even with the spaces in there, it doesn't matter if you select text. But certainly, I still have to replace these, right? Manually. Okay. When you copy and paste, it doesn't count the tabs as tabs, but if you Control S, it will fix. Really? I hate, dude, it does that all the time. Oh, well, it did fix it. I didn't know that. I've been I've been deleting spaces for so long. Just save it. It'll fix it. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that incredibly helpful tip. Also, Pepe, if you're going to play Fallout 4, really, you gotta get, what I use is Fall UI. Fall UI is my favorite. It's awesome. Oh, for the building. Oh, you said building menu. Oh, you know what? I actually don't have a building menu mod for you. Unfortunately, the building menu is pretty much stuck. Yeah, the building menu is terrible. I can't actually help you with a building menu. Fall UI is great for everything else, though. Yeah, the building menu. Yeah, actually, I can't really help you with that. It's bad. There's no getting around it, unfortunately. That is a hot tip, my 2 cents. Dang. All right, so now that we have all that in here, you have a small problem? Oh, no. If we put all that in here, it should run, and it does run quite nicely. But then the thing that I wanted to try was if I say that the last thing, if I say point is set to 0, 0, I still have tortilla chips and no more guacamole. But don't you have salsa? Now you can open the salsa. If you finish the guacamole, now you can just use the salsa. You're ready. You're ready. I think you're ready. This is the moment that the salsa has been waiting for. You know? If I switch these around, will it all still work? Is the question that I have. It does. It does. So now it's printing, because I did just 2 different numbers. So it's printing the points, no problem. So it doesn't matter the order that they're in. It checks against them all. Oh, wait, it doesn't say origin. Actually. So actually it does matter, because it's not saying origin anymore. Because this came first. So it will so this is that priority. If we're looking at a comparison with Dream's exclusive gate, the priority is the order that we put these in. Gotcha. And now we have it, even though we're in 4.1. So this would be the way to do an exclusive gate from Dreams in Godot before 4.2. That's pretty cool. That's honestly pretty cool. And so then the order becomes how we put these in here. It takes the shortest path. Neat. And then if we put that back, now when we do 0, 0, it's going to say origin. So there is an important order of operations here. Now it says origin. Thank you so much. This has been a really helpful thing. Download the creation kit. Hopefully I can build better with it. If I can just edit the locations, starting with my favorite Hangman's Alley. Okay. You can use the creation kit? That's cool. That's one way to do it, I guess. That would definitely be easier to build in. It is dedication. Like, I would rather just stay in the game rather than have to, like, go to the creation kit, come back to the game, go to the creation kit, come back to the game. But, yeah, I can respect that. Especially freaking creation kit. Well, I'll be honest. I used Gek, which was the predecessor to creation kit. So I did, like, Fallout New Vegas mods. I never went so far as to get to the Fallout 4 or Skyrim stuff. But Gek was a frickin' mess. I hated it. I can't imagine Creation Kit is much better. Build a base, then decorate. All right. Hey, I mean, you should do it exactly the way that feels good for you. I have been recording videos of my bases, but I don't know if I'm ready to share them yet. You would not have a settlement. That's understandable. I like doing the settlement stuff, much less install modding tools to make it look nice. I love that game. It's just a game I really like, and I don't know how else to explain it. It's just is what it is. And then I certainly wouldn't. I did that for Fallout New Vegas. But honestly, the settlement tools kind of did what I wanted to do anyway. So I was pretty happy with it. You know, I really just wanted to change the environment and have different towns and cities and stuff was kind of what I wanted to do. I wanted to make scripts and game stuff too, but as far as just having fun and playing the game, I really just want like places I can build things and stuff. But that's just me. Also, capped at 60 sucks. Can't turn it up because the game breaks. RIP creation engine. Oh, it's 60 FPS? Yeah, it's... There's mods for that. There's ENB mods that can change that. That can uncap it. You gotta get out there on Nexus mods. You gotta search for some mods. You might be surprised what you can find. Someone should remove the loading screens from Starfield and port all the Fallout games into it. Remove the loading screens from Starfield and port all the Fallout games into it. Port Fallout games into the Starfield loading screens. So instead of loading between things in Starfield, you would be playing Fallout. Is that what you're saying? That can't be what you're saying. I'm not ready for Starfield. I don't think Starfield's ready for me. Like I'm not about to play some basically unmodded Bethesda game. Not what you meant. Okay. I'm not going to play some unmodded Bethesda game that doesn't even have DLC yet. I love myself too much for that. That could help with the loading screens. Yeah, man. Starfield... I have, like, no interest in playing Starfield. It would need to have had a few years to cook before I get down with Starfield. And even then, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just don't know. It seems a mile wide and an inch deep. I guess I can just keep 4.2 open all the time for like coming in and trying out stuff, and then I'll have 4.1 open for working on the game. They added loading screens just for fun. You know, we can only hope. We can only hope, because then there's a chance that maybe we can just take them away. It really sounds like a bad time. Like, it sounds like there are, like, things about it that are fun if you already like what Fallout does, pretty much. But there's a section of the game where you need to take the elevator to the next level. From the next level, you can jump down without one. The elevator has a loading screen. You know, that's one of the only times in Fallout 4 that they found a way around loading screens. So there's like, you can like take elevators in Fallout 4 and it will definitely be loading technically, but it doesn't show a loading screen. It just shows you in the elevator moving around. And they have this for like a lot of elevators in the game, but it's clearly loading like an interior, a new interior cell or something. But then everywhere else in the game, they give you a loading screen. And so you're telling me that in Starfield, it's the opposite. Not the opposite, but one of the places they managed to not have a loading screen in Fallout 4. They had an immersive loading screen. But they couldn't carry that over into Starfield. Because I would have thought, if I'm playing Fallout 4 in, you know, 2020, whatever, 20, whenever it came out. It's like 8 years ago, something like that. If I'm playing it 6 years ago, I'm thinking to myself, dude, someday all of the loading screens are going to be immersive like the elevator. But you're telling me that in Starfield, they took out the elevator being an immersive loading time? That is extremely disappointing. And then you can just jump down, skip the elevator, and it doesn't give you a loading screen. That's so weird. That is just there for fun. On Starfield, you literally interact with the elevator door. It opens like 2 inches and black loading screen, and you are outside the elevator on the 2nd floor. That's horrible. That's terrible. That sucks. I'm so sorry. Thank you for being among the brave who are playing that game. I remember the Dead Space games used the elevators to load the levels. That was neat. Dude, it is neat. How you gonna regress? Bethesda, come on, man. That is a fascinating tidbit. And now every time I play cells loading between elevator runs in Fallout 4, I'm just gonna be so thankful. I'm just gonna say a little prayer to Todd Howard and just be thankful that I have that in Fallout 4. What was I doing? I'm trying to get a cursor to hover over the player so it pulls up a health bar. You had to remove the delete everything mod because you can't remove the floor. Yeah, dude, don't do scrap everything. I tried scrap everything for a while. I love scrap everything. I love scrapping everything. I love it. But, and you probably know this, but besides accidentally scrapping things, it'll break pre-combines, which is a thing in Bethesda games that they have, which allow them to put a bunch of objects into the world that are already like rendered together or something like that, right? So like you could have, you know, a burned out car, you could have a tree, you could have a building, you could have a construction cone, right? All these disparate things that aren't even necessarily really close to each other, but they're all there and they're pre-combined, right? And so if you delete or scrap just that traffic cone, now Bethesda's game has to load all of those objects separately instead of one pre-combined mesh or whatever. And that, because of the way that that's set up, and those are all over the game, if you scrap things that are pre-combined like that, or just one thing that's part of a pre-combine, just like glitches will happen. Not even just FPS drops, but like certain things will start flashing instead of like loading in properly. A different pre-combined set that's totally separate. For example, if I deleted something that was in a pre-combine, the Vault 111 door would not appear anymore down in Vault 111. It was just gone. So like the elevator door that opens up, it just won't be there. But if I get rid of scrap everything, the door returns. So scrap everything, honestly, you're much better without it because it actually will break your game, unfortunately. You also get to play as Batman. It's so funny. Dude, you deserve to play as Batman. You deserve to play as Batman. All right, so I'm trying to add a way to hover over the player. We do have, it is reporting that we're hovering over the player right now. It actually shouldn't do that. This is actually the first Raycast that looks for objects. So here it says house, it says tree, it'll say meat for the cow, stuff like that. It also says player, but I don't actually want it to say player. That actually is not something it should be doing. So collide with bodies needs to be set to false. So if I set that to false, now it won't see the player anymore. So it ignores the player and it just sees everything else except the player. But what I do want to do is I want to set up a second Raycast that does look for the player. So that way we can have these two separate Raycasts happening. Because if I don't have two separate ones, as far as I understand it, if I don't have two separate ones, it's going to actually interrupt things I'm grabbing. So if I grab, you know, this cow here, and the player walks in front of the cursor, the cow's gonna get dropped because the player got seen. So that's why I have to have it be a separate Raycast, as far as I know. Just a short meme, 1-minute video about the loading in live chat, if you're interested. Yeah, I'm interested. As long as it's not got copyright music. That interests me less.
Breaking development. The story of the teens abducted by Anthony Harris, known also as Peter Pan, has reached a
Looks about right. Dude, they should even say Fallout 4. Honestly, Fallout 4. It's a damning example. Oh yeah, there you go. Nice. See? Hilarious. Starfield.
Why do you yawn?
Why have you... It's so boring. It's so boring. I wonder why they did that. That's so boring. I hate that. Why did you delay our Elder Scrolls 6 for this? Why have you done this? Was this Robert Trump's idea? Was this Robert Trump's idea? Robert Trump, by the way, has sat on the board of Bethesda for like ever, until he died. That's what, oh my God, that's the same elevator. That's the same elevator. That's so stupid. That's so dumb. It would be really interesting to understand why they did that. Like, that's something that in a mod would definitely be interesting to see if someone were to fix that, like what problem would arise? What if no problem arises? And it's like, no, like it just doesn't make any sense that they even did that. Or like they just were too lazy to do like a sound effect. That's so weird. Yeah, I saw this. I saw this. This isn't just Starfield dev that blames players.
So there was an
This was like the writer of Bethesda games since like freaking Oblivion or something. Blaming the players. It's actually someone walking behind you and knocking you out and moving you. It's lore. It's lore, all right? It's part of the game. Guys. Yeah, this Twitter thread was terrible. It basically came down to a lot of people worked hard on this, so stop questioning. Can you help me with something Godot related? It just works. I doubt I can help you, but I guarantee you someone in the chat might be able to. Will they be willing to? I don't know. But I'd definitely be interested if you want to posit it. This is definitely a place where you might get help. There's a chance. But I'm a noob, so I can only help you so much. It's the writer that removed meaningful dialogue from their games. Yeah, you know, that's an interesting thing, right? Because I didn't really play Morrowind. I want to say Emil Bethesda game credits. I didn't, but I hear that Morrowind, or whatever one before he was there, had like Yeah, more meaningful dialogue. It seems like Emil is more interested in making it like a game. Like, or focusing on the game aspects. Oblivion, yeah, that was the first one. Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3. He did Fallout 4. That's just what he's known for. He did Fallout 4, Fallout Shelter. What is Blood Moon? Oh, it's an expansion. Gotcha. Yeah, here on Discord, wherever. Yeah, there's the Discord. We got you. We'll do our best. We'll do our best. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. That means a lot. I gotta get a karma system back in here since you guys are all being so helpful. Yeah, I think that that's probably true, that he took out some meaning. He made a presentation where he explained how to make good dialogue interaction and limited the interaction from players from different options to only 4 options. Agree, aggressive, question, whatever. Right, right. Yeah, I've heard that that's a pretty infamous talk that he gave. And, like, you know, I feel like his writing design is, you know, I'm trying to give as much credit as possible to what he's doing, but it seems like his writing design is about specifically trying to fit the sort of gameplay loop that Bethesda is going for. You know, like finding a bunch of junk, scrapping. I mean, that was more Fallout 4, but you know, the certain gameplay loop of like going out there, collecting stuff, upgrading things, killing stuff, going back in there, and, you know, keeping it a little bit more snappy, not lingering on those interactions, I feel like is like something that he purposefully implemented for the games, which is arguably not good. Which is arguably not good, for sure. I have a character scene and a main scene. Like, there's so many things that I would prefer to have in Fallout in terms of, like, story and stuff like that. And probably Starfield. I hear Starfield has some pretty insipid narrative. I would definitely often appreciate more. But I can also appreciate why the game can't be everything, and why focusing on a more limited narrative style could be advantageous. Whether that's preferable, I'm not saying. But, like, from the standpoint of what the game needs, I can kind of understand it. I have a character scene and a main scene with a tile map, and I want the player to detect the tile in front of them. I don't know how to communicate between the scenes. I have never tried to communicate between scenes, but an auto load is what comes to mind. But so actually I have done between scenes. Actually I have. So yes, I would say an auto load, Rosen. That would be the way I would approach it. So the way that I would do that, I'm thinking about using Raycast in the main scene, but I'm not sure how to call a function. Yeah, I think auto load is what you want to do. I'm going to check something. I would love Skyrim and Fallout with the dialogue from Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, man. My partner's been playing Baldur's Gate 3. So I'm playing Fallout 4, and my partner's playing Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm just, like, coveting. I'm coveting their gameplay experience so much. But, like, at the same time, I don't really like the turn-based top-down gameplay style, the dice rolling. I don't really like all of that much. So I think I'm actually right there with you. I would also love that game. I would absolutely also love that game. I know an autoload works for variables, but I haven't tried the functions. Yeah, so what you would do is emit signals. This is what I've done. So here's an example. So let me show you my game, and I'll try to tell you how I did this. So you know about autoloads. So here's, like, my character, right? So when a character hits an object, it takes damage. Now, those there's a separate script. There's a separate script which can be in a, which is in a separate scene, which can be in a separate scene. Now on that script, let me pull up that script. On that script, what I do is I use the auto load to, and I connect it to a signal on this messenger auto loaded script. So I have the messenger script over here, and here's the body part script. So we have area damaged. So when it happens, or in the ready function rather, we're connecting area damaged to damage detected, right? And so damage is detected. This is on the body part script. Let me do it on the health script. Let me do it here. Let me show you this. So here's the health script, right? Sorry for bouncing around a little bit here. Or the obstacle script. Forgive me. Forgive me. I'm not a good teacher. I'm trying my best. I'll get better, I promise. Okay. This is the obstacle. So think of it this way. We run into an object. If the player scene is instantiated in the main scene, there are many ways to do that, but the most straightforward way is using signals, either directly or through global autoload script, right? So this tree, right, is an obstacle. On this tree, and this is in a separate scene, right? So if I come to here, this is a separate scene entirely. Yeah, what my 2 cents is saying. So here's a separate scene, and this scene has a tree with a script on it. And this script emits when we collide. So when the body collides, it's going to emit a signal. So we set up the signal in the ready function. Area entered, connect to check area. So when the area of the tree detects that something has entered it, it's going to connect to the check area function, which is right here, check area function. And then we're connecting it to the autoload script, the messenger. So now we've got area damaged over here in the messenger, area damaged. So we just say signal area damaged on the messenger script here. And now it's going to send the information of that body part that is collided when that happens. So this is a totally separate scene. Now on the main scene, I have the body part scripts. And on the body part scripts, in the ready function, I connect area damaged. And then I connect it to this function, damage detected. And it's going to look for that collided body part. So there's that information coming from that function that we set up over here on the obstacle script, collided body part. And so that's like just basically how I'm connecting these functions across scenes. Is I'm using this messenger, and all I put in here is signal area damaged, whatever it is, and then making sure to connect or emit from one script, which can be in another scene, emit from one scene to the autoload, and then connect that signal from the autoload to your script in a different scene. So it's kind of like we're sending it up, beaming it back down, and just doing that with signals. Does that kind of answer it a little bit? I know I didn't explain it great, but do you know if there is a mod for Fallout 4 which completes all the quests? Because I've played through this game 6 odd times, so I just want to build until I have the urge to beat again. Just gotta look. You just gotta look. That makes sense? I explained something! Yay! I'm so glad. You're welcome. You just gotta look. I did not check for that. But I would imagine you could do that with console commands, number one. But a lot of people will just put up like save files onto the Nexus. So I use Nexus mods. I do like Nexus mods. I'm a fan. Oh god, it's loading so slowly. Just load it. Jeez. I clicked it like 25 minutes ago. I didn't really, but it feels like that. Maybe the site's being slow right now? That's troubling. Well, that's what I would do. I would go to the Nexus Mods Fallout 4 page, and I would search for it. And I would do it with you here. Wikipedia is loading lickety-split. Maybe the site is, like, down right now. But yeah, you should look for it. You should look for it. I unfortunately can't look for it for you. But, you know, you'll figure it out. Because I would imagine, you know, either someone will have a save that's already done that, but then it's also like, what ending do you want? That raises a lot of questions. Like, what kind of game do you want it to be? But I'm sure somebody else has made that. Oh, it is You show my IP address? Get out of here. How dare you? How dare you? Okay, so the Nexus mod site is down, unfortunately. So there's that. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but we can't find out. I hope there is for your sake, though. I was just going to throw my IP address up there. Rude. Rude. The IP address changes. It's fine. It's not fine, but... Okay. So what I was doing was adding another Raycast. But we keep chatting. And you know what? It's lovely. I'm going to have to name this stream accordingly. Dev and chat. Mostly chat. It's a wonderful thing. I love... If you guys are here chatting with me, that makes me happy. No complaints. Raycast 1, grab position info, collision info. Right. So I wanted to create a new collision here. So a new Raycast, sorry. So if up here we say Raycast 1, we're calling this. I'm going to actually do that last. Let's just duplicate this function. And this will be for Raycast 2. Had to look for a bit. Finishing up a little script I need to make. How's the progress? Honestly, we've just been chatting. I went and I learned about match statements in Godot, which are more useful in Godot 4.2, it turns out. I learned about an alternative way to do it that doesn't require 4.2. We talked about Fallout, talked about Starfield, talked about the stuff we were talking about when you were here. I would say that's about it. Just been a lot of talking. We've just been chatting mostly. And so right now I've got my camera script labeled. And also welcome back, Minnie. Just vibing, which is nice. But I've got my script labeled, and so now I'm just coming in here and I'm copying it so I can have... Talking about AI. Oh, the AI! Yes, the AI talk, right. Copilot, seeing why ChatGPT-4 did or didn't understand this. Seems like ChatGPT-4 training it on Godot documentation will be better than trying to use Bing. So I tried to use Bing Copilot, and even though it says it's trained on ChatGPT-4, it was giving me code that Godot was like, I don't know about this. So I don't know. But my 2 cents seems to have a lot of success, or more success, training ChatGPT-4 themselves on Godot documentation. And then Dark Rosen also gave us a nice ChatGPT-4 plugin. But, all that costs money. All that costs money. Money I don't have. Money I do not have. We're lucky we even got to get some new internet, which I have to say is working great. I gotta say, applause to the internet. The internet is killing it today. no internet problems today. So I'm very happy about that. No complaints from me on that. New internet is a success. This is Raycast 2 for player hovering. We want to say instead of shoot grab ray, we're going to shoot hover ray. All that can stay the same since all these variables are being created within the function. And then I guess this would be grab hovering, really. It did die 2 or 3 times since you were here. Not buffering, but encoding going crazy. Really? So wait, did it like do the gray stripes and stuff? Did it really? Or do you mean like it went down to like 144p for a little bit? Because that wouldn't surprise me. That's really helpful feedback. So it did gray stripes? Dang. So here's the deal. So there's my internet in the top left there. Before, with my other internet service provider, I was supposed to be getting 25 kilobits per second upload speed consistently. So I would set my kilobits per second to stream at 15,000. But unfortunately, the other internet would drop down to 0 sometimes and then go back up, and then drop down to 0 and go back up, which would cause all the problems that we were having. This new internet is cell phone tower based internet. And this internet does vary. It does fluctuate. I found that the upload speed can be as high as like 50 megabytes per second, or 50,000 kilobits per second upload, which is a lot. For what I've been used to, that's quite a lot. But it can also get as low in my tests as about 4,000 kilobits per second because it's getting it from a cell phone tower. So that's going to have its own variance and fluctuation. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't drop down to 0 and then go back up. It just drops down to like 4,000, 5,000 maybe once in a while. So I'm setting it to 9,000 kilobits per second, which means it's going to be plus or minus 1,000 kilobits per second most of the time. Since it has that variance, it seemed like usually it stayed above 9,000. So I'm setting it to 9,000 for now. It's less than what I was setting it to before, but it shouldn't really make a noticeable difference in quality. And it's pretty low, so usually it's not going to dip below that. But once in a while, it might go down. But it shouldn't take long. I'm glad to hear that it was just for a few seconds. So yeah, that might happen once in a while because it is going to vary. Some other things I can try is I can put the unit that they sent us, I can put it like somewhere else in the house and it might be a little more stable. But I'm glad that it wasn't that long. That doesn't sound that bad. I didn't notice it. I'm monitoring the stream off to the side and I missed that. I didn't catch it. So it must not have been that long, which is good. But yeah, it might happen once in a while. But it shouldn't happen very often. And it's never going to be buffering. It shouldn't ever be as bad as it ever was. But that's helpful to know that it might do it a little bit. But it really shouldn't be often. It won't be, what it won't be is it won't be as bad as it was where it was keeping the stream from being watchable, right? It might be like a small glitch, but we can live with that. Good to know though. Raycast 1 grab hovering, Raycast 2 player hovering. Okay. So all that logic can be the same. Shoot hover ray. And then this gives us grab position info down here, if I can get it back up. This gives us grab position info, which I don't really need for the second Raycast. So I'm going to ignore that. The collision info, I do need, right? So we can know what the target is, and we can test it and stuff. I might need it. Because this isn't updating like a global actually, it is updating a global variable. So actually, we might want to keep this. So why don't I add this as well? And I'm actually going to put this below Raycast 1, so they're not just all tangled up in each other. So I'm going to say Raycast 2 collision info. This is going to be hover target is what we set. Raycast result not declared in the current scope. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. I thought this was another function. It's not a function. That is definitely not a function. Oh, you okay, Godot? It's because I zoomed on accident. So we actually want that. Wow, I've made a couple mistakes here. I've broken some things here. I need to yank this out of here. We've interrupted a function that needed to not be interrupted. So I'm just going to put all this below here. This is the movement stuff, which we don't care for this. Whoa. Okay, I've made a lot of mistakes here. Okay, there we go. That's fixed now. Come down here, paste that. Get the hover ray out of here. Keep those a little closer together. Raycast 1, grab hovering. So I'm actually going to indent this. I think that's why I got confused, because I didn't indent this comment. We want to make sure that's obviously in there. Raycast 2, player hovering. Good. And then we want the collision info. Raycast result. Oh, because we're defining that over here with the grab position info. So actually, we want to put this down here. This actually is kind of a part of that other logic. That's why. So put this up here. So that way that variable exists. So we know what it's intersecting with. And then we'll have that result. Good. And then we need a function that calls that ray to be shot in the first place. Raycast 1, grab implementation. We don't need to worry about a new target. So then I'm going to say Raycast 2. This is all Raycast 1. Raycast 2. Hover implementation. And we'll say shoot hover ray. Call that function. So it'll actually do the thing. And then for that one, I want to say don't collide with areas. Do collide with bodies. So if I have it printing the grab target, I'm going to not do that. Let's have it print the hover target. Make sure nothing else broke or whatever. Okay, it's definitely not working. But, it's worse than not working. Whoa! It's teleporting the player when I click on things. What? Okay, alright. Cool, 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 cool. There's some strange things happening here. So no, we have broken things. It is kind of cool. I don't even know how to repeat it, honestly. Because I'm clicking. Hacks! It was hacks. How did that even happen? I can't even recreate it. Okay, well, as neat as it was, I don't even know how to make it happen. But then we just collide through the ground. Oh man, we have, or clip through the ground. We've got some. Okay, I've broken some things. I've made some mistakes. So what I will try to do is comment out everything that I think that I added. And see if it goes back to normal. Yes. So now it's actually functioning fine. We do have a bunch of nulls being printed, but that's because we're printing something that doesn't exist because I commented it out. So everything is fine. Luckily, the problem is that I added stuff that apparently does not exist in the vacuum that I thought it did. I thought it would all just exist within here, but evidently not. Why not? Why is it affecting the player so much? Why would it change the collision on the ground? That is deeply confusing. What if I never call that function the shoot hover ray? What if we just never call that function? I gotta tell you, I thought this would be a little simpler. Everything works, no problem. All is normal. Okay, good, great. But as soon as we call that function, chaos. And it's still saying null, so it doesn't even notice if I'm hovering over anything. So I mean, a lot of things work, but what doesn't work is I can no longer grab the cows. No matter how hard I try. Oh, there we go. Now we're teleporting. So I think what's happening is I think it's allowing us to grab the player. Somehow. It's seeing, since the player is the target, it's allowing me to try to move it. So if with that, if I take, so if we come to the move health function, or the move the creatures, the cows, if is grabbed is true, grabbed object is set to grab target. I mean, it's saying grab target. So why would that apply to anything else? It should only be grab stuff. So I guess my next question would be, is if I pull this out. I mean, I'm about to just think I should put this on a different... I'm just going to say pass. Where does this get called? That would be helpful. Where does this get called? Where does move health? But it's only if the health detects that it's grabbed. Maybe if, like, the health detects that it's grabbed while we're hovering over the player. it like applies it to the player as if it was health. This is quite confusing. What if I get rid of this bit in here? Did we keep the move health? We do. Oops, but you know, as it is, okay, that fixes, now the cows can be grabbed. We don't seem to be getting anywhere teleporting or falling through the ground. So I think somehow that was logic that relies on, or that is connected to the grabbing mechanic. I think your grab target variable is being overridden in the new function you just made. Oh, it is! Wait, this is Raycast 1. Oh, that's Raycast 1. Wait a minute, but that should be Raycast 2. Oh, I never updated it. That is it. Yep, you're right. Raycast, first of all, this is supposed to be Raycast 2. And this is supposed to be hover target. There it is. There it is. Nice. Nice. And now it's printing. Now it's printing everything correctly. That was it. That was totally it. I forgot to change one little thing. Okay, so now we can move the cows as terribly as they've always been moved. And the player pops up as a separate reference. Whew. All right. That was almost scary, but it worked out. Okay, good. So now that we're setting the hover target, now what I'd want to do is I'd want to check to see, is the hover target player? And if it is player, show the HP bar. So as far as showing the HP bar goes, the way all that is set up, I'm going to do a GitHub commit, by the way, at this point. Camera 3D node script has second Raycast. Second Raycast set up to detect bodies, not areas. Works independently of grab / first Raycast. Okay. Just to have this point taken into note. I was meaning to tell you, because I know your prop's going to play after this, I found a mod called Project Mojave Workshop Pack, and it adds some Fallout New Vegas items, and they look good. Nice. I actually do have some Fallout 3 stuff added in. Oh, you know what? I have ammunition crafting table from Fallout New Vegas. Noted. Yeah, I would check that out. I would check that out. I would totally check that out. I liked New Vegas. I did. Thanks for the heads up. I often am just like in the middle of playing and I'm like, you know what would be better? That. Like there's like these birds in Fallout 4 and they suck. They're stupid and they're wrong and they don't deserve to be there. So I was like, you know what? Let me get a mod that gets rid of those birds. And I did, and now they're gone. So I'm pretty willy-nilly with just like slapping mods in there. That would be a cool one. I'll slap it in. I'll slap it in. The HP bar logic is actually on a separate scene. It's on the scene that has the character on it. And it shows it, so it plays an animation. We have an animation. Oh, it's not wrapping my text anymore? Okay. Fine. Word wrap. Yes, please. It will show it if current body health is not equivalent to max body health, or the current body health does become the max body health, then it's going to show the HP bar. And after the show animation is finished, then it's going to hide the animation or the health bar. So I want this health bar to appear under a different condition, which is that the player has been detected as being hovered. So I could send out a signal from the camera node saying, here's what is being detected by the second raycast, by the hover raycast. Create a function here on the hit bar thing. On the hit bar thing. You mean the HP bar? Create a function here that shows it if the player is being hovered over. And connect that via the messenger signal. I feel like that makes the most sense, right? But it has to know that it's the player. So it has to be checking to see, do I see player specifically? Which that's because it's looking for this character body. Which I could have it looking for, oops, just click every other thing we don't need. Logo time, flip over here. I could also have it be areas. Well, what about the alien? The alien is what it is. This is just a node 3D. But contained within the node 3D, because I could get like a reference to it. I could get a reference. I just hope it'll be easy to clarify player. Because that's what it sees, is that character body when we hover is player. I just hope that I can actually compare. It might be better to compare that on the camera node and send that information and send that as a signal. I feel like that would probably be better, is send, yes, the player was seen from the camera node, and then have that true or false be sent over to the HP bar via the messenger. I think that actually makes more sense. That way I don't have to create that reference. And that'll be better for adding more hit point bars as well. So then I guess I'd want to say over here in, you know, where we're printing this just here in the process. And so maybe in process, you could get a reference to it. If you're 100%, if you 100% know where the node you're looking for is. But if you change the position of said node, you'll have to change the code. But the messenger method is a more generalized and well-organized way for doing it. Yeah, so I do have the player here with a unique name, % reference, which should mean I can move it. And I'm definitely not going to move it. It ain't going to move. It ain't going nowhere. I don't even know why I'm bothering with it having a percent. But I guess I do know why, but still. But the HP script is on a is in a different scene. So I would still have to clarify, like get node tree or something. Right? Because this is in this Alien 3 is a totally different scene than where the camera 3D node is. Or the player node, I should say, is. So getting a reference to it, let me see. Let me just do that. It's probably easier than I think it is. I mean, let me pull up that script, which is HP bar. You can do player get node path to node dot method. Whoa. Interesting. Well, I guess you're right. I shouldn't do it that way anyway. But player dot get node path to node dot method. Interesting. I don't know that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. That's good to know that that's possible. But probably not what I'm going to do. Would it be a mistake to do it in the process? I think it would. I think you should just do it here, right? Whenever the Raycast is called. Because the Raycast is being called every frame anyway. So, like, this is constantly being shot, regardless. It's just going to send that signal constantly if I do that in the process function, which feels, I mean, we're already setting the new grab target, evidently, constantly. So, I mean, what's another constantly sent out signal? So when we can say, if hover target is set to player, you can check if the collider is the player first before sending the signal. Right. So if the hover target is set to player, I could call the function, or we could even just say messenger, and then I need to make that over here. So this hover position is actually grab stuff. So let me bundle that in there. And we'll say signal player hover. Come back to the camera. Messenger player hover. I might need to save it if I want it to pop up. It's always nice when it pops up. Player hover. And then I don't need to emit it with any arguments. I shouldn't think. Right? New grab. I know we talked about this last week, but I already forgot. I already forgot the lessons learned about whether or not we need to specify something in here. Messenger player hover emit. I mean, if I just say nothing, And then I come to the hit point logic. Oh, we need to go to the ready function. Connect in here. It's one way to spell messenger. Messenger player hover. I don't really need a parameter. I don't. And that's kind of why I don't want to add something. Because I don't need one. I just need it to run the function if that statement was true. Connect it to, this is HP visibility, but this is HP visibility. I'm going to say HP action visibility instead of just HP visibility. Since this is if you get damaged or you heal, then this function gets called. So let's call this HP function visibility. Yeah, I appreciate that in my 2 cents. So let's see if my answer would be no, I don't need a parameter. So hopefully I can just get away with not saying something. Connect to HP hover visibility. Create that function. Now, if I don't put any parameters in there, I hope that's okay. Again, I don't really need any parameters. And then if so, then I just want to say this right here. Just run this. That's it. Show the HP bar, and then after it's finished, hide it. That's not gonna work. I don't know why. Maybe it will. Okay, it didn't work. So it definitely is printing player. So that much is working. But somewhere along the line, we do have a problem. So let's see where. First, let's see if this function is being called. Print hover viz function, okay. If that's being printed. I have a feeling it's not. How did you remove tab from all those lines you selected? Shift tab. I pressed shift tab. That's how I did it. That's how I did it. So that's definitely not running. If I come back to our camera, I don't really need to see that the target is something anymore. So I'm going to comment that out. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, that's something that I feel like I learned just in other programs. It seems like a pretty common thing. So you might enjoy using that elsewhere too. It might come handy in a lot of places. You're welcome. You're most welcome. This is only if Raycast has Collider. We know it's updating the hover target though, because otherwise it wouldn't be saying that. It may be that that this condition isn't being met. So let's see if this is print target is player. If that much is being detected. Nothing showing up. It's because of the return line. That's where the function is ending. Oh, code after return doesn't run. Oh. Right. I forgot dude, that noob mistake. So I only implemented that. This was something Psychonic Joe helped me implement. I only implemented that because it was allowing... Oh god, I barely remember. I don't even think I understood it when he was trying to explain it to me. It was allowing something up here to, like, happen. I don't remember. I really don't remember. Gotcha. I'm generally pretty confused about what return is good for. Thank you. I hope I ever remember that again. I think it would help if I understood what return was good for. I feel like that would help me. Alright, so let's see if that fixes it all. Good call. Oh, yeah. Oh, it works. We have only a small problem, which is that that function is being called every frame that we are currently hovering over it. So we need to somehow say, if we're already hovering over it, please don't call it again. So it's going to, like, constantly emit it and emit it. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for catching that. It does exactly what it says. It returns to its caller. Oh. I wouldn't say it exactly says that. It doesn't say return to caller. It just says return. It's like, return to what? But it's returning back to, so where it gets called is up here, is shoot grab ray. And so then after it's called, like, what happens after that? Like, it returns to the caller, and then what? Like, does this doesn't stop. Like, this will call this, it'll do this, it'll do that. But then if we do return, does it, like, play this again? Does it, like, then set the new grab target in this case? And then shoot the hover ray? So you can, okay, let me see what you guys, we have a pseudocode suggestion from Minnie. Is close enough if distance, target distance true. That's one good thing it's good for. Wait, what? You can use return in a function if you want the function to give you something when you call it. You can use return in a function if you want the function, right? So if I wanted it to give me no, I'm confused. I feel like I should be not having this Raycast shot here. You can use it. Oh, that's what you're saying. Is close enough, do stuff. But it would still fire all the time. Right? I'm not sure what problem you're solving, Minnie, but I'm interested. Process stops until shoot grab ray finishes and then returns. When there's no more code in a function, it returns automatically. But what's the point? In your case, you're not actually using the variable the function returns. Yeah, we are, because in theory, it's identifying a new target. You're never trying to solve a problem. You're just trying to give an example of when you use return. Oh. You can use it if is close enough, do stuff. Function is close enough if distance is less than a certain target. Return true. So like, don't bother. I don't even, why is this so confusing to me? New grab target equals shoot grab ray. That's you using the return variable. However, if you call the function on its own in a line, let me scoot this up. If you call the function on its own in a line, you're not using the return variable. And then close enough is like, yeah. You have two uses for return. To stop the execution of the function by returning to the caller earlier. But if it stops it no matter what, and if it automatically stops it if you don't use it, what's the point of using it? Like, why not just not use it? Won't it automatically just return? And if I do use it, are we just... Why tell it to ignore logic? Why not just not put the logic there? Yeah, let's make an example. Let's do that. Oh, let's do that. Thank you for suggesting that. I've got a whole separate Godot instance for that exact thing. Let's go. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, this was match stuff. I'm gonna make a new node. Oh, that's the whole thing. I'm stupid. I'm not stupid, but let's not rename that. Let me detach this script. Let's create a child node. This is return. Yeah, it's just a node 3D. But if you can name it return, I'd appreciate it. Attach a new script. Such a good idea. I'm so glad you said that. I want to do that so much more. Okay. So I need something. So let's say new function called by the process. Function, new function. Print, I am the function. Okay, so obviously what's going to happen is it's going to print I am the function all the time. Obviously. Great. Now if I want to use a return, I need a little bit more going on in here. I want to say what return actually does is that it returns to where the program was before you called the function. So this is the return area, is what you're saying. But you can also return some data that you calculated within that function. Do like if new function print I am the function, then in new function do return true. Where do I do if new function? Like here? Whoa. So we're creating kind of like a recursive thing here. So this will call it. No recursion. Do I need to at least call the function first? The if statement will call it. Really? An if statement will call it. There it is. I am the function. Whereas if I just make this pass, not ass, just pass, it prints nothing. Next, you can do print new function, and in new function, return. Whoa. So as you can see, it always goes off because you always return true. It's the equivalent of saying if true, print. So why do it this way? Still trying to understand the advantage of doing this. Clearly, I do benefit from the advantage of using it in the other script. I'm just not sure I understand. Next, you can do print. Whoa. Print new function. And in new function, return I'm new function. What? I'm so confused. Imagine the function did like some calculation of distance and return true or false based on if you are close enough to an enemy. Okay. My 2 cents says you usually would want to do it this way if the logic is too big and you want to organize things and not put everything in the process function. That will simplify everywhere you want to check if you are close enough, because you can just use if is close enough, do stuff. So like, let's say I want more things in here. Man, why can't I wrap my head around this? Like, I see it working. But like, why would I necessarily want to do this? If I want to break up logic, so instead of saying it's a feature to organize things and allow you to not repeat stuff. How could this example be used in non-repetition? Like, I see that it works. It's like my brain can't think of a way to use this. This is so helpful. This is super helpful. I understand better what it does. Imagine that in new function, you have a bunch of math to calculate distance. I think it's the imagining part that I fail to grasp. And then you have 2 places you need to check distance. Instead of implementing that math in 2 if statements, you can just call the function. It's very hard for me to imagine that. You have a bunch of math to calculate distance. And then you have 2 places you need to check distance. Instead of putting that in 2 if statements, you can just call the function. I'm not sure where my Discord is. I'm gonna get it though. It's one of these. I got so many tabs open. The ADD is strong in this one. Oh, maybe I closed it. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, what do we got? Oh. Function process, print. Oh, sorry for the zoom. Tell me the square root of 89. Variable knows math equals ask player to do math. Random player 89. If knows math, print thanks. Else print go back to school. Function ask player to do math. Let me just make this a little bigger. Function ask player to do math. Player number. So those are the parameters. If player knows how to square root, set to false. Print I don't know. Return false. Variable result. Calculate square root. This takes 5 seconds. Number. Print square root of plus number plus is plus result. So you're adding. So this is printing square root of number is result. Return true. Okay, this is an interesting example. That's to return early from a function. You are avoiding doing heavy calculations and calculate square root. This takes 5 seconds because the player doesn't fill the conditions to do them. And we are returning if the player did the calculations to know how to respond to them. And the repetition that Minnie mentions is if you have multiple players that you need to do this with. I mean, this example confuses me because I'm like, but wait, the player can't actually do anything here. It seems like it's not necessarily easy to set up an example for this. Oh, Control S didn't fix all of the indents. It fixed some of them, but not all of them. It did some weird stuff. Why does it have to copy and paste so badly? Wait, this needs to be tab, 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 tab. Tab it, tab it, tab it. Okay, there we go. Right? You're abstracting the code of the player. Imagine that you have 2 player nodes, and one of them doesn't know how to do math, but the other knows. Oh gosh, there's that imagining again. I struggle with imagining. Alright, I hear you. So there's no way this works unless these things actually exist in here. Person shrugging. It's really hard. It's really hard for me to like imagine things that aren't there. It's like a mental disability that I have, truly. Like genuinely, like I swear, genuinely it's a mental disability. Um, trying to think of an example. What's the Discord? It should be in the description box. Link in the description box. So, I mean, this is gonna be just a mess. Because we don't have random player doing anything. Yeah, there's no way this runs. That's okay. A lot of people don't look at the description. It's quite understandable. Yeah, it's really hard for me. It's like an ADD thing for me, especially, to like create things that aren't there, to try and like understand, to like abstract concept. It's like really hard for me to like actually manifest that, unfortunately, which sucks because I'm sure you guys are explaining this really well. Because I mean, looking at this, I just think like, so what this is saying, so if I am understanding this correctly, what this is saying is if this doesn't return false, then it's going to skip this line. So the return has to have a condition. If I think about the way it's being used over here, I mean, here it's just saying return Raycast result collider. So it's just returning Raycast result collider, but that's not a condition. If Raycast result has collider, hover target equals. So it doesn't seem like it always needs a condition. Here it's like just literally saying return, and what it should return is Raycast result collider. The example we had earlier, so this isn't a condition. This isn't if it's false, return. If this is checking, if it's false, then return the information false. So this return only happens if player knows how to square root is set to false. If player knows how to square root is set to false, then it'll print I don't know and return false. Otherwise, if the player does know how to square root, then it will return true. If knows math, I don't see knows math anywhere in here, but somehow knows math, variable knows math equals ask player to do math. I'm a little confused where in your example, Dragon, return true and return false are being interpreted. But I guess I could understand that a little bit since this return is contained in here. I think if you like click on whatever you type and like highlight it, you'll get this little like code block here, and it creates these. It's like by the tilde, it's like the backwards apostrophe or whatever. It's that one. Whoops. So it's like this key with shift. Or not shift. Actually, without shift. It's just that key. Swift! Is that what it's called? Swift? Wow. The return goes to knows math. Oh, that's not what it's called. You're talking about something else. I see what you guys are saying. So that's not called a Swift. I was like, is that thing called a Swift? It can save you some code since you're repeating the Raycast logic in 2 places. My 1 cent. I love that. Static function, get 3D position from camera Raycast. Variable result, dictionary camera get world. What is this? What is this? What am I even looking at? So what you're actually doing here is you're saying I can have this logic 1 time and apply this for my first Raycast and my second Raycast. So I don't have to... So we actually have an example. We have an example that we can use in the game to learn return. Because I'm literally creating the hover ray and the grab ray. But they share exactly the same logic. All the way up until a certain point, which is... The grab Raycast has the position info. The hover Raycast doesn't. You can copy paste in Godot editor so it's color better and more readable. Alright, well we have made a GitHub commit. So I feel fine about taking this apart. Before I do that, I'm going to commit it as it is as well. So right now, we do have it where it hovers. Like, we got that much set up, right? So I can hover over the layer, and it will show. It's just looping it multiple times, because it's not only calling it once, which is the problem that I need to solve. But we have some messy code, and my 2 cents has an example of how I can make this way cleaner and way better. And it'll help us learn return at the same time. So I'm going to commit it as it is right here, so we can come back to this point. And then I'm going to see what my 2 cents has for us. So just use what you wrote instead of what I gave you. It's basically the same thing. Okay. Copy the similar parts of the 2 functions and put them in 1 function that you call in both spaces. HP bar appears on hover, but loops constantly. Saving before improving the logic before trying to solve the problem. Okay, so we got the commit, so we can always come back to this. We can always come back to this. Similar parts of the 2 function and put them in 1 function that you call in both spaces. Okay. All right. There is, and then what about what's different? So the only thing that's different is the grab ray has this position bit. Post a code that would actually work. Oh, nice. Thanks, Dragonblade. And I see Minnie's hard at work too. Leave what's different as it is. So just copy everything. So basically just get rid of the duplicate that I made. Oh, the other thing that's different is this one has collide with bodies being true. This one has collide with areas being false. You're saying leave it in the other functions, like have those be separate functions. So I would like copy. Okay, so let me try this then. So if I say func shoot ray, copy everything up to the calculation of the result variable. Oh, all right, Pepe. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for stopping in. I missed something you said. Got back into the Fallout build mindset. Currently making a BOS camp. Nice. You got to get in the Fallout build mindset. You got to get in Fallout build mindset. It's a whole mindset. It really is. I've been doing some wacky stuff with the Brotherhood of Steel. I recorded videos. I'll try to remember to upload it later. Thanks for hanging out, Pepe. I appreciate you. Have fun. Stay in that mindset. Stay in that mindset. It can be fun if you're in the mindset. Okay, so I would need to say, but then it's also like, how will this ray query carry over? If I need this to be different in one versus the other, how will that carry over? Even if some parts are slightly different, like the collide with body stuff. But how will that work? We'll deal with that. No worries. Okay, all right. All right. Okay, all right. Heard. Copy everything up to the calculation result variable. Okay, all right. Heard. I'll try it. And so I guess I'm actually getting rid of all this. I'm just going to cut this out. And then create this new function for shooting the ray. All up on its own. Get rid of this from shoot grab ray up until the calculation here. So we've got the first Raycast with its unique stuff in it. This is a separate function that's relevant to the first Raycast. And then the second Raycast, its unique stuff. And that's that. Now shoot ray has all the same things in it. It's not being called to anywhere though. So there's that. We can set that as a parameter in the function. At the end, return space intersect ray. Return of the new function. Return space intersect ray. Ray query. So wherever we call it, which is currently nowhere. So I guess I'd want to put this in process. So call it here. So it's going to call that. It'll shoot the ray. And then it's going to return the space intersect ray query, which is what we want here. And so we have to pass this as a parameter into these other functions somehow. You don't put in process, you call in both of the original functions. as ray result equals shoot ray. Because it'll call shoot grab ray in process and shoot hover ray in process. Raycast result, I mean. Okay. So when the grab ray is shot, then I say shoot ray? And then shoot ray will come back to here. And I don't even, do I not even need this variable calculation? Since it will, and then I like pass this in as ray query or something? No, that can't be it. Or do I say ray query here as a parameter? And then it can set Raycast results. Too few arguments. Expected 1, receive 0. What you talking about? What you even talking about? You need to assign the result of the Raycast result variable like this. Raycast result equals shoot. Oh, right, because that'll call it, right? Interesting. Did I spell it wrong? Raycast result. Because it should be declaring it right here. Or do I need to say variable Raycast result equals shoot ray? Like that. Variable Raycast result equals shoot ray. Gotcha. And this will call it. So it calls it. Perfect. It'll do all of that. Same thing with the hover function. Well, this is certainly much neater. And then that should behave the same way. Nice. Wow. And this uses return because it's returning space.intersect ray query, the shoot ray. Shoot ray is called in both of the different ray functions. And so I don't even need to, like, I can call these whatever I want since they're not being... Oh, it is there. Just kidding. Oh, yeah, because we're calling it up there. I mean, I feel like this isn't shooting anymore. We're not really shooting array anymore. This is just certain information that we're getting from the one ray that shot. One thing I didn't test, I mean, I guess it would work. So we can call that. That's really cool. That's really cool. So we should have the grabbing. Oh, the grabbing is broken. Wait, why is the grabbing broken? Put some examples. Okay, I'm definitely going to check those out. Thanks, Minnie. So the grabbing did break for some reason. The grabbing was already pretty bad. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not a good setup, but it definitely doesn't work. So there should be arrows appearing when I hover over the cows. So it's actually only working for the HP bar. The HP bar is the only thing that works. You can add a bool parameter to the function to use inside to decide whether to collide with bodies or areas, and that should fix it. Oh, because we're saying don't collide. Right. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Oh, right. Add a bool parameter to the function. Okay. So shoot ray. Do I know how to add a bool parameter? I don't know if I do. Do I I don't even know how to do that. But I think I see what you're saying. And so it would be collide bodies bool or something. Probably not that. But something like that. Say parameter colon bool. Just the name you want to call it. So I guess I was right. Okay, cool. I like the space. And then over here, we'll say, what did I call it again? I forgot. Collide bodies. Oh, yeah. So for the grab ray, collide bodies is false. Inside the function, you can test the parameter to decide between bodies and areas. Right. Only the name is required. Adding the bool is limiting the parameter to accept only bool. It will give an error if you put a string instead. Okay. Expected closing. So I don't need to say Boolean. I can just say collide bodies like that. Not declared. Oh, I think it's declared. When you call the function, though, you don't need to use the parameter name, just the value, whether it's true or false. Oh. So I could say shoot ray. In this case, for the grab, I want bodies to be false. And here we want to say that it's true. And then in the shoot ray, but I also want these to be different. So if collide bodies is set to true, else ray query collide with areas true, ray query collide with bodies false. Like that. Body hovers. Oh, shoot! It all works. Dang. Wow. And then they can even run simultaneously because they're separately calling. Wow. They're separately calling that ray shooting function, not at the same time. That's awesome. Wow. And the return part of it, let's see if I can bring it back to the return. It returns space intersect ray query. So what it is that was returned. So it can, or sorry, not what was returned, what it intersected with. So depending on these conditions, if it saw an area in the case that collide with bodies was false, it's going to return the areas that it sees. If collide bodies was true, it's going to return the bodies that it sees. And that return brings us back to here, where the variable raycast result was first set. And then it continues with this logic, keeping in mind that raycast result equals this ray query. Is that right? Because then all of this is just contained. It's almost like shoot ray becomes space intersect ray query. And return just puts that, like assigns space intersect ray to shoot ray. And then we've just also passed a parameter in here that is unique to the function that we're calling. To me, it seems very recursive. But I'm not saying it is, because I guess they both run simultaneously. I think that's what confuses me, is that there's not like an order of operations to it. It's not like one thing runs first, then this runs. It's like they're both happening simultaneously, where shoot ray is this because of return. But not only because of return, but because this version of the function that was called relative to this function has false, and so it can get a certain kind of information. You're using the return value by assigning its value to raycast result. And specifically assigning it via a function. Like the function becomes the information. It's like return is turning the function into information. Right? Because otherwise, calling a function runs information, or calling a function normally without returning runs code within that function. But with return, now calling that function has an addition of information that it didn't have before. But then I have to ask, so then every time we're checking raycast result, is that calling the function again? If raycast result is equal to shoot ray, isn't this calling shoot ray again? Isn't this calling shoot ray again? Or not? Because we've assigned it to something and it's too far removed? I don't know. You can shorten the code by using the parameter instead of the if-else statement. Just negate the parameter with exclamation point. That's a no. No, it doesn't call the function again. A slightly more technical explanation is when you call a function, your instruction pointer, a thing that points at which line of code we should execute, is moved to the top of that function. When you call return, you go back to below the line where you called that function. when you call a function, your instruction pointer, a thing that points at which line of code we should execute is. So if I call a function is basically an address to go to continue the code execution. So when I first say grab Ray up here in the process, the instruction pointer, a thing that points at which line we should execute. So when this call happens, an instruction pointer takes us to right here. And it's moved to the top of that function. So this is the top of it. So it goes to right here. So it does all that. When we call return, you go back to below the line where we call that function. So it goes to right here. Now that also, when we called that function, it created called another function, shoot ray. And so an instruction pointer took us to here. And so that runs. And now when it returns, it goes back to below the line to where we called that. So then it's going to go back to here where it got called. So before it even ran this and got to return, so it never even got to return when we first called this. We call this, it goes here, it leaves here to go run that, and then after this returns, it picks back up where it left off. So it kind of like puts a bookmark in the code, right? So when we call this, it says, wait up, checking, shoot ray. And then once it's done with that, it picks back up where it left off. So then it goes and it gets the information that we've set up in shoot ray. And then it runs the rest of this now that it's got that information. Wow. Wow. You can see this happening in real time if you run the game in debug mode. Whoa. Which version? Deploy with remote debug? This one? I would love to see it in real time. When you call grab ray, your first instruction pointer, the line of code that's being executed, is moved to the first line inside of the grab ray function. Then you just go line by line until you return. If there is no return, GDScript works in such a way that it just returns by default at the very end. Click the left-hand margin of the code, and you'll add, oh yeah, you can add a breakpoint. This freezes your code when the instruction pointer reaches that line. That's true. Yeah, and it'll report a bunch of stuff. That's absolutely true. If you want to run a debug, just add a breakpoint by clicking next to the number of the line of code you want the debug to start at. Then you can move through the code one line at a time. It seems you're calling grab ray twice in a row. The first time, you're not assigning its return value to anything, so I think that call is not doing anything for you. I am? Oh, I am. Oh, this was a ChatGPT suggestion. This was ChatGPT trying to help me assign a new target for when I pick up a new creature. That's what that was supposed to be. But, I mean, it obviously doesn't work. And then it, like, emits that somewhere. I don't even know where it emits it. Here. It lets it know that it's hovered. Oh, this is what allows the arrow to be shown. That's what allows the arrow to be shown. That's what that does, in theory. And then you can probably step through, and there's one that just goes next. This is moving the instruction point to the next point. Okay, let's try that. Next line if you prefer. Next instruction. Why am I getting work emails at 2 a.m.? Why are you? Somebody forgot to schedule it, I hope. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Procrastination, overworking. Someone's overworking and procrastinated something. Sucks, though. I guess another question would be, why are you checking your work emails at 2 a.m.? That would be another question. So if I had a breakpoint in here at, like, where would I even want to put it? Not this one. Like, I guess here? Wait, it should be happening. And so I thought the game would stop. So if I'm hovering this and I grab something, Raycast result, shoot ray false. Maybe because this is a blank line, it needs to be a line like with something on it. Maybe that's the problem. Oh, now it stopped. Step over, step back. It's because it's a blank line. I think you should put it at where you call grab ray. Okay. You just have your work email logged in on your phone because you kind of ignore your laptop at home. That's interesting. Yeah, it did stop. Alright, put it at grab ray. Right here. I probably forgot to clear my other breakpoint, didn't I? I did. Don't do step over, do next. Okay. You're moving through the code line by line now with step over. If you do next, you basically just go to the next instruction. What's step over? I guess it sounds like something else. Okay, there we go. So we hit the breakpoint. There's continue. We have continue. That's behind my chair. Continue. Step over steps over a function. Ah. Okay. So I've breakpointed here. I don't know what I'm making of any of this. Continue will continue until the breakpoint triggers again. Oh, so where's next? There's like a pause. There's a break, but that's grayed out. Copy error. Skip breakpoint? I don't think there is a next. I mean, if there is, I don't know where it is. Or step. There is step over. Step into. We have a step into. Can I zoom this in? Kind of. It's either step into or step over. It must be step into. Okay. Oh, interesting. I kind of wish I could go back. You'll be able to tell if you try them. True. True. So I think I see there. In Godot, you only have step into and step over. You step into as it will behave as next if there's nothing to step in. Gotcha. So that's interesting because we put the breakpoint here, and when I clicked it, it skipped all of this, and it went down to here because now it's playing this. It's checking that line. That went down to shoot Ray. Whoa, we're all over the place. So it goes here, and then because this has shoot Ray, this is interesting. And then it brings us here, and now it's gonna go line by line down that. Wow. Until we get to return. Now you can press F11 again. F11. Oh, F11 is step into. Gotcha. Now you see the instruction pointer was moved to the top of that function. Right. Just like we talked about earlier. I see. You can check the stack frames to see where you came from, too. Stack for... Oh. Right here. Oh, wow. Oh, cool. Whoa. So wait, this is where we started. This was the breakpoint. And then it jumped to here. This is fascinating. I'm just like learning so much. It's demystifying a lot. And then that jumps over here. Now this is gonna return. Wow. It's sort of like that because it stacks on top of each other. I guess so. And now it's like less stack frames. Not that I fully understand why. It's like those stacks went away, I guess, because it already did all that stuff. And so now it's skipping down after the return. It didn't look at this again because first it needed to go check out what was going on here. Now it will continue down this line. Oh gosh, I missed a return. You finish that function, and now we pop that function off of the stack. The last stack was shoot Ray that finished and returned its value. That's the technical jargon. I'm gonna redo it. Okay, play. So the breakpoint's gonna happen right away. The stack frames just tell you which function called which function. All the way to the line you're looking at. So I go to the next one. So we still have the stack. The stack isn't gone yet. I don't really know what to call it. Moves on. It unloads the stack. The frames in the stack or something. So we started here. Calling grabRay. So it hops into the grabRay function. Now on this line, after we step into that, it's going to go to the shoot Ray function. where it's going to follow all of these next. So we have this stack because so it's a kind of like parent child, which is a little confusing because 2, I would almost think it'd be the opposite. But so it's like if you're like collapsing, you know, folders or whatever. So like over here, you know, we've got, it's like this would be like analogous a bit to the stack. Maybe. Kind of, sort of, maybe. It's like stacking maps on each other. Every time you see a new address function, once you are done with the move, you remove it from the stack of maps. What? Process calls grab ray, and grab ray calls shoot ray. Maps and addresses? So then it's going to go down these lines. One by one. And then we're going to come to this if-else, which I'm told we can simplify. So it's probably going to skip this pretty quickly. So in this case, it was else. So it actually went down to else, I guess. Because it wasn't if. Checks that, sets that. And then it's going to go down to return. And then this stack is going to get smaller when that happens. Not yet. So it's on this line. Because we're out of icy, so we just left that, the shoot ray function, so it wouldn't be a part of the stack anymore because it's not dug deep into those different layers anymore. Then it's checking the ifs. If it has collider. I don't really know what happened there, but something. We don't really have to get into exactly how a stack works. I think that'll be overwhelming. Oh god. Just know that you can see how deep you are, basically. Alright. Dragon Blade, Ray Query, collide with areas. Oh, okay, I see. Ray Query, collide with areas. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so that'll make that a lot easier. Gotcha. Yeah, I do want to try it. Okay. Yeah, let's try it. This has been very interesting. And I will gladly say, I was going to say gladfully. I'd like to gladly say, yes. Let's not get into breakpoints or stacks. So that is over here. So that would probably replace all of this. Then. Right? Sorry for it being covered up. I do hope that returns somehow make more sense now. Yeah, I gotta see Minnie's example. If you want, you can have a look at the examples I posted after stream or whatever. I definitely will. It does make more sense. It definitely makes more sense. It 100% makes more sense. It's much more likely that I try to implement it into a project on my own someday. Which is kind of, to me, like when I think I understand something, is if I'm like, okay, this is in my toolbox now, so someday if I need to solve a problem, I can reach for this tool and implement it. That's kind of like how I decide I understand something. It's definitely more attractive as an option now. Did I type this right? Ray query collide with areas. Oh, so this is just saying, oh, cool. Oh, this is smart. So you're just taking that Boolean and setting it to that. Wow. This is genius. Wow. Because we're already having that Boolean, and so all we got to do is just have that. Wow. This is fascinating. Because there's so much going on here, right? Not a lot, but a little bit. Like, collide bodies is different depending on what function parameter was set when this was called, since it's called 2 different times. And depending on which one is called, it'll be the opposite or not. Wow. That is some beautiful consolidation. That would be a tough one for me to have in my toolbox to grab for, because it's just so, I don't know. It's good though. And yeah, it all works. It works beautifully. And it's all so much more clean than it was before. Wow. That is amazing. You guys have, wow, really, really helped me understand and improve this a lot. Let me make a commit. So, HP flash persists, but code is much cleaner. My 2 cents, and Dragon Blade helped logic be more consolidated. So shoot Ray is called once, and with different parameters to determine what the Ray sees / doesn't see. Okay. And then for Minnie's example, what does this mean? What does this even mean? Oh wow. Yo, Minnie made some teaching. We got some teachings in here. Oh, Dragon made an example too. Whoa. So we have an example of what's bad. Because here we have if player position minus enemy possession is less position. If player position subtracted from enemy position is less than the max range. Gotcha. I see. So it's determining if the player and the enemy are a certain distance from each other. Target the player. A bunch of other code later. If player position minus enemy position less than max range and enemy is dead, do something else. Instead, we can use a function so we don't have to write our distance calculation twice, which could have bugs. Right, that makes sense to me. this is being calculated 2 times. We only want it to be calculated once. I would say there are probably a couple places I'm doing this right now. What would be better is we define a function called isInRange. Oh. And then run that function. And we can check it in 2 different instances. So it's kind of like a variable. I mean, and so why not set it as a variable? What's the advantage of doing this versus a variable? Like, why not say variable isInRange? I guess because a variable is like one fixed thing, and a function can be run multiple times in different ways simultaneously. A variable isn't instructions. Interesting. Interesting. More simplified example. Function process print add 2 numbers 1 4 prints 5. Add 2 numbers 4 4 prints 8. Function add 2 numbers number 1 integer, number 2 integer, return number 1 plus number 2. Right, so instead of asking it to add it 2 times, wait. Oh, the instructions, I see. So this is a good example. So the instruction is return number 1 plus number 2. So that's all it is. It's just like, it's like the result that you want to move around. The result of instructions that you want to move around in a different place. Another example. Narutofy string. I don't know any Naruto references, so I hope somebody can appreciate it. It seems like Dragon Blade can. Print Narutofy string hello. Prints hello databeo. Print print Narutofy string how are you. Prints how are you databeo. All right, I think I can at least kind of understand what's happening here. It's adding databeo. These are really good examples. I really like these examples because they're super simple. They do something. And I see how we have these 2 different places where we're using this. A function will always calculate when called. In this case, it's not possible because they are called in the function. But you might want to use the same distance check in another place. So you won't use a variable because by the time you need to check the distance again, the player enemy might have moved. This might be part of the reason why the grab works so badly too. It's because I'm doing it with variables and not functions. Yeah, these are fantastic examples. This makes a lot of sense. Because the variable like fixes a certain result. I mean, I guess, okay, so just out of curiosity, like I know this is really silly, okay? And I apologize, but like it's gonna help me understand, so that's what I'm gonna do. So if I say, so let's just let's try the example, see if you got your GD script good enough. Probably. Oh, maybe not the slash. Oh, because I see. This was supposed to be a comment. Yeah. I think just the commenting. It's just the commenting. Probably. Oh, yes. I see some of this. Oh, totally. probably don't even need to say integer. Right? Oh yeah, maybe you do. Script inherits from native type ref counted, so can oh node 3D. Extend node 3D. Wait, why is this so confusing? When it's like, when I like copied and pasted it, it's just like, what? I need to like look at it. Wait, what did I do? We need delta. Right. That makes sense. I don't create my process function very often. Okay. There we go. It's adding them and it's reporting them repeatedly. Very nice. 8 and 5, 8 and 5, 8 and 5. Beautiful. Nice. And so now if I were to try to do this same thing, okay, I know this is ridiculous. I know this is ridiculous, but let me just try it. So if I say variable number 1, very so ridiculous. I know it is. I mean, this is terrible. There's no way this is acceptable. On so many levels. Another way a variable might not work is a function that makes a character hit the target twice, but the first hit has a knockback effect. It's possible that you are close enough to hit the first time, and it pushes the enemy back. The second hit won't reach, so a variable won't work. You should definitely experiment like this. Okay. I think I understand what you're saying, Dragonblade. Like, not specifically, but generally. Process is happening every frame. Could have put in ready. That's true. Yeah, we can totally put it in ready. That would be a lot neater for everybody. I mean, if I say variable number 1, but then I can't change it. So I would say just variable number 1, 0, variable number 2, 0. And then, so we don't need this at all. And then the ready function, say, but we want to have different numbers. So I could say, I mean, right, so I would avoid having to do these instructions 2 times. This isn't exactly the example I had in mind, if I'm being honest. The example I had in mind more was variable add 2 numbers. And that would be number 1 plus number 2. Right. And then in here, I would say print add 2 numbers, and then we define number 1 equals 1, number 2 equals 4. And then if I wanted to do it again, right, I wanted it to print another number. That's kind of where we run into the trouble, right? The instructions do more gameplay stuff, then you can't use a variable. So like so then I could say number, yeah, right, in this contrived example. Yeah, totally. If we say number 1 equals 4, number 2 equals 4, and then print add two numbers. You know, I definitely feel like this is silly, you know, but just to prove it out. Look, it's printing 2 8s, so it doesn't, that doesn't work because the variable doesn't update, which makes sense. Which makes sense. So I'd have to say, I have to have like a different function or something, which is starting to get super messy. Like function, which I might as well just done it the way that you had it set up before. It's interesting. I guess I'm just trying to just like understand the difference. So we can have instructions in variables, right? I guess was mostly what I wanted to prove out. We can have instructions in variables, but dynamically changing what those values are is, and having those be calculated separately, simultaneously, is overly complex or not possible with just variables alone. And so that's where doing it with the function is incredibly valuable. Because then we have more flexibility and it's not chaos. I definitely feel like I understand it a whole lot more than I did before. Still, would I think to use it? In this case, variable add two numbers equals number 1 plus number 2 just happens when add two numbers is declared. True. So it's not really a set of instructions. It is, but it's only happening one time. It's not instructions that are like interwoven into code that is being executed. Wait until you find out that you can assign a function to a variable. Whoa. Assign a function to a variable. Well, isn't that kind of what we do already? Maybe? Like right here? We've got Raycast result, shoot Ray, and then that variable is being called here. But you guys were saying that this doesn't run the function every time, because that's just... So all we're putting in a variable here is the result. It's what signals do. There you save the value returned from the function. How? It is clever stuff. I agree. Like, so you're saying it's just signals, is what you're saying that is. Assign a function to a variable. It's what signals do. Assign a function to a variable. I guess that makes sense. So when we have these signals, I guess I see that. When you connect a method to a variable, you are passing a method to the connect function. That function parameter now is the function that is saved into an array. And when the signal is emitted, it looks through that array and calls all the connected functions. When you connect a method to a variable, when you connect, so we're using method and function interchangeably here. No? This is connecting a method to a variable. You are passing a method to the connect function. Nope, I'm confused. Or are you talking about when we use the messenger? Oh, man. That's what I said not to think about it. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. I set an example for setting the value returned from a function to a variable. Function ready. Name equals what's my name? Print name. Function what's my name? Return Lee's. Name. Oh, so that's setting a variable. Whoa. Setting the value returned from a function to a variable. This makes my head spin a little. Like, it makes sense that that's what's happening in other instances here, but it makes my head spin a little. So name is being set to whatever this function is returning. What if this function didn't return anything? What if it didn't return anything? Right? Like, of course, this is going to print Lee's. And you can't set anything to it. That would be null. I mean, if this just says Lee's, nothing happens. It says nil. Error setting property name with value of type no. So when they say that it automatically returns, it automatically, like, if you don't declare return, you guys have said that it returns automatically. But when you say it returns automatically, it's returning nil automatically. And so also, why not just have it automatically returns nil? Okay, that's helpful. If there is no return. So if I say, that helps a lot, actually. I think I was very confused by the idea that it returns automatically. Because I was like, what's the point of doing a return if it does it automatically? If I say variable name, like I mean, it's obvious. I know we're going around in circles, and I apologize. I do apologize. But it's just like what's coming up for me. And if I say name equals Lee's, variable name equals default, member name redefined, original and native class node 3D. Do you want me to say string or something? What does that mean? Member name redefined, original and native class node 3D. I don't understand what that means. This is not the error I was expecting here. I don't even know how to, like, tell it that it's a string. I thought I knew. I have to use a different variable name? Oh. Is that it? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, that was an accidental discovery. Huh. Because it has a property called name built into it. I didn't know that. I didn't really realize that that's how you interpret that either. That's something else that I still struggle with, is interpreting error codes. Member name redefined. Now that you say that, I see how you interpret it that way. I'm redefining member name at line 3. When the original in native class is node 3D. You're having rib pain? Ooh, that sucks. That sounds very unpleasant. Rib pain is not a good thing. Sorry that's happening to you. If you use a different variable name. Okay. You can force it to make it to return something. And if you don't declare the return value, it will not even run because compile error. Interesting. I do still remember when I was where you're at trying to figure things out. Wait, why you're bad? It's a little difficult sometimes to catch all the edge cases in my explanations. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. I am there. I am very much there. Super new to text coding in every conceivable way. Okay. So this... Wait, it returned the word return? What? Oh, because it says name. I was like... Okay, then it says Lee's. It's just like... This is too weird. And the node is called return. Oh, it is called return. Okay. Gotcha. Interesting. I didn't know you could do that. It's actually very useful. I could use that property sometimes. It's like a very useful property. Hopefully your rib pain goes away by the next jam. It might last till Friday? Dang. What happened to your rib? I'm so sorry that you're dealing with that pain. Rib pain sucks. So like, yeah, so like this works just as well as the example you gave, except for like certain scalability purposes. But what's interesting about the way that you set it up is I feel like it gives me like a clear example of a way that you can use. And this is kind of why I think to myself, when you show me a return example, I'm just like, why not just use a variable? Why not just use a variable for that? But I guess that's just it, right? Depends on the situation whether variable is more useful than a function. Maybe add a title or something. Dame lease. Oh, like as like a separate. So like, I mean, Dame lease. I have been knighted to Dame. Is that what you get knighted to Dame? I'm not sure. I mean, then I would just say like title equals Dame. I feel like this is still not what you mean. The title is based on your level in the game. Oh. So we wouldn't just set it here. We'd want it to be based on something. So like I could say... Or I think if we do plus... Let me just try this. So it should say default lease. How do you put a space between it? Is it like this? No. I feel like Dragon Blade did that earlier, where they put a space in between. Oh, there we go. Default lease. Nice. Okay. So then, I mean, if I were to think about solving it, now this is the best way. I know we're deep into edge cases. It's hard to come up with an example that isn't contrived and still have it be simple. Of course. Yeah, I know. And I don't mean to do it like, I can prove you wrong. Like, I don't mean it like that. Just like, I don't know. I guess I do mean it a little like that. But I get your point, though. Or you can do %s. Oh, that thing. %s title my name. Oh gosh. Okay. I guess this would be a good time to learn this. Consider it a tool in your tool bag. Yeah, it is. It is. I do think of it as that. Yes. Good point. So forget all this. We get the idea. I was gonna be like, okay, you press a key, then it says dame. If you press another key, it says peasant or something. But like, yeah, we don't need to go into that whole thing. A tool in the tool bag. Thank you. Because I might come into that situation where I'm like, oh, a variable is definitely not going to work here, but I need to set something. Ah, I know. I'll use the return function. Yeah. Okay. Heard. Wait, let me practice the %s thing. Oh, gosh. Oh, for crying out loud. I don't know if I'm ready to test this. All right. All right. Very well. I hope you don't go into it because variables are better for that kind of thing. Oh no. Well, you know, I think Minnie also makes a good point that it was just a contrived example to demonstrate things that can be done. Oh, didn't Dragon Blade, you have another example? You did. Oh, the knows math. You made the player list. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Bob knows how to square root. Jack knows how to square root. False. Maria, false. Will lie, false. Will lie, true. Dude, this is honestly kind of genius. Like, in a conceptualization way. So Bob, Jack, and Maria have already been determined how they're going to respond to this. And then we ask each of them, please tell me the square root of 89. Variable knows math, ask player to do math. 89. If knows math, print thanks to the player. Oh, I see. You put the space in there in the string. Gotcha. Else, go back to school. Ask player to do math, player number. If player knows how to square root, set it to false. Or player will lie. Oh, nice. Print player name, I don't know. So whether or not they don't know or they won't lie, print false. If they will lie, print true. Whoa. Variable result calculate is equal to calculate square root. This takes 5 seconds. Number. Print player name square root. So this is actually doing the math. So that's the instruction. Calculate it. Print let me think. I will get there. Let me think some more. I equals 43. Return I. What is happening here? I mean, this won't work because it needs... It's not actually doing the math. They're not the smartest players. All right, I was like, where's the square root in here? What is this I equals I plus 1? Variable I equals 0. 0 plus 0 plus 1. 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 Is this the 5 seconds? Doing fake math. I will get there. Let me think some more. And then it does 43 and it returns it. Imagine the dial-up sound when it's calculating. Oh, because I see, because I is getting 1. So it's going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then it just becomes 43. How does that add that if I equals 0? Oh, I see, because it's getting updated. I plus 1. I see. That's cool, the way that's updating it. This won't work, though. Because there's nothing saying who does what. Who should answer. This doesn't do anything. Does it? Ooh, it kept the indents. Oh. Extends node 3D. But I'm just curious. Now I'm just curious. Wait, it works. It isn't in there. I mean, it is in my other game, but not here. There's something happening here. 4 player and players list. Is player? I think it is defined. Might want to have it in ready instead of process. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a great idea. I like this, like using code to tell like a story. It's kind of nice. Okay, here we go. Bob, please tell me the square root of 89. Bob, I don't know. Go back to school. Jack, please tell me the square root of 89. I don't know. Go back to school. Maria, please tell me the square root of 89. I don't know. Go back to school. So I guess it didn't quite work. Because Bob is supposed to know. About 9.1, I think. Is it? I thought it was 43. I honestly don't know. I need to go back to school. I would need to go back to school. Dark Rosen may not. But I certainly do. Wait, why wouldn't this work? I don't think you set up a condition for if the player knows. Close time before. You messed up the first if case. I kind of thought that, but I didn't want to say anything. If player knows how to square root is set to false, or player will lie, all set to false. There's nothing for if it's set to true. I should go back to school. And there we have it. It all comes full circle. It all comes full circle. Pseudocode. It's just pseudocode. Like, it's not supposed to be perfect. But I mean, it proved the point, right? Like, this will return a certain thing, and then it will apply it later down. Exercise for the streamer to add a case for when they know. Okay, alright. Alright, I'll do it. I might mess it up. I probably will. I mean, I can add it an inefficient way, right? If player knows how to square... It's probably like a neater, cleaner way to do it. Square root is set to true. It's not very dynamic, but it could work. Print player name plus... So we're saying it's 9. What's the colon here? Oh, I see. I see why. Gotcha. Colon... It's 9.4. And also, this should not be Bob. This should be Dark Rosen. I still don't really understand what the... No, wait. This is supposed to do this, right? A variable result. It should be Dark Rosen. This is what that's supposed to be, right? This is fake calculating. So we want to say, I guess, 9.4. If that's correct, assuming it is. So this is what we actually want. That's true. That's true. We can actually make it do math. That's right. That's right. That's true. I don't think that was in the challenge set forth by Mimi. Or Meanie. I misled you there by accident. The case for when they know is already there. The problem is that it returns too soon due to flawed logic. Oh, the case is there? You misled me. 9.4339113 is closer, but 9.4 is to 2 square factor. To 2, it's close. The case is the default case, the one at the very end. I'm failing this, aren't I? Significant figures. Oh. Oh gosh, I broke it. String and int operator plus. This works too? Maybe. Invalid operands, string and int in operator plus. What am I? Oh, maybe because this isn't declared as an int. You have to cast the number to a string. Oh. So like this. First 2 digits of a number. Gotcha. Dark Rosen knows the math. Dark Rosen knows the math. I just say decimal places. Decimal places. String and float and oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. What is number even supposed to be here? Okay, what if we don't do all this? Result is a float, I think. I guess also cast result to a string. Oh, yeah. Gotcha. True. Okay, I see. That makes sense. Expected a closing. Oh, because we need 2 parentheses. Gotcha. Yes? Maybe? Let me do wrap. One more. I gotta have that wrap. Otherwise, I just like... It's just out of sight, out of mind. Okay. There we go. Done. Dark Rosen, please tell me the square root of 89. Let me think. I will get there. Let me think some more. Yeah, you can rap. You sure can. Square root of 89 is 9.4. Thanks, Dark Rosen. I like how like they go after and they still don't know. The line case is still wrong. Oh, because they're not supposed to say I don't know. They're supposed to say that they do know. And just give the wrong answer. Negative 74. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know how to fix that. I can't fix that. That's too hard for me. It's too hard for me. My brain's too twisted up. But I fixed the one. Change the or to an and. Oh. think there's only the one in there. Oh, same thing. Gotta fix the string thing. But yeah, that's in editor settings, Dark Rosen. The wrapping. So there's like project settings up here. Not there. It's in editor settings. And then I just search wrap, but in text editor and appearance, you can set word wrap to boundary, which I strongly appreciate to have set on as often as possible. All right, let's see what we got. Dark Rosen just had to think a little bit. Now, I feel like that's supposed to do some kind of time. It's fake math. I see. It's fake math. So that's what that is. So this works great. Dark Rosen, please send the square root of 89. Let me think. I like how we have the thinking just like represented in the code. If you had one chance to seize everything /n you ever wanted, I don't know. It should take 5 seconds, apparently. Well, that's kind of what I thought. But I guess it's like instantiate a timer. Oh gosh, we can't do all that. New line. Oh. If you had one chance to seize everything you ever wanted. Okay. Okay. Is that a reference to something? I don't know. Dark Rosen had to think. And Dark Rosen did have to think. This is accurate. Wrap. Oh, you were rapping a rap line. Is that Eminem that you were doing? Wow. That's a pretty, I like the hip hop coding crossover. That's a fun reference. Nicely done. Nicely done. I appreciate it. Even if I couldn't have enjoyed it in real time, I appreciate it. Now that we got this to the end, I can sleep. Good night, Dragonblade. Thank you for helping me learn Return. All the help you've given me besides that, helping my code be more consolidated. Thank you for that. Enjoy your rest. Stop checking your work email. And I'll see you next time. Take care, Dragonblade. And yes, it did work indeed. Thanks, Dark Rosen. Jack, please tell me, I don't know, go back to school. Maria, please tell me the square root. It's -74, and I like how they just say, thanks, Maria. Maria just lied, and they're like, thank you. There's no resolution of who is right. Doesn't matter. We know who is right. It was Dark Rosen. Thanks, Maria. Thanks. It's almost 4 a.m. Damn. Yeah, that sounds like me. Honestly, I also stay up too late. Good night, Dragonblade. I better see you gone. Now live your life. If you want to stay up, that's up to you. Alright. So we have solved some mysteries. Thank you guys. You guys are all amazing. Teaching me to code. I appreciate it. I've learned so much. Now with that, we have applied it to the game. The only thing that's left is to get the health bar to not repeatedly appear when we hover over the character. Because right now it's just like loop, 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 loop. Because the hover function is being called every single time that we hover over it. Not every single time. Sorry, let me rephrase that. It's being called every frame whenever we hold over this. So I really only want it to do that one time. And the way that this is currently set up is it shoots the Raycast, and then if it's colliding with player, then, I mean, it says target is player, but it's going to send a message across scenes that the player has been hovered over. It's going to emit that. And this happens in process, right? Which we kind of need it to. We need it to be constantly checking to see if we're hovering. Otherwise, it won't detect it in the moment, right? I guess. I guess that makes sense. I guess that makes sense. And then over on the HP bar code, we're connecting that function, that signal, rather. We're connecting that signal, player hover, to HP hover visibility. And then it's printing hover vis function, okay. We know that that works now. And then the animation bar is showing. It waits till it's finished to hide it. So it's just like showing and hiding, showing and hiding. Really, it's showing over and over again is kind of what we're seeing more so. Because the show function, a show animation, it's hidden at the beginning of the animation. And at the end of the animation, it becomes visible. So it's just repeatedly doing that. And if I move away, now it's playing the hide animation. And so then it starts to hide. So somehow, in fact, I'd want it to keep it up. So if you continue to hover over it, if anything, I would say we shouldn't do show. I think that would fix it, right? Is we need a new animation. So I'm going to come to the animation player, and it doesn't start from invisibility. So it's not going to fade. It would just like appear immediately. Which kind of sucks. It would be kind of nice if it faded, right? So I could set up an animation that doesn't have that fade in, and then it would just be solid and visible. But the downside to that is that we don't get the nice, lovely fade in. You know, unless we could say, play that once, but don't play it again. That seems like more complicated. So I'm just going to have it just appear right away. I think that's fine. The fade would be nice, but it doesn't seem necessary. So let's just skip it. I'm going to open up that animation player for the HP bar. Oh, we have HP bar start. Oh, that's start invisible. So this is actually start invisible. I guess I need to rename these a little better. I guess I'll just duplicate that. Oh, I can't duplicate it? Why can't I duplicate it? Why not? Why not? Why is that grayed out? I can't create a new animation? Oh, because that's an instance. I see. I have to come to the HP bar original version of it, because that's an instance of it. That's why I can't create new ones. Okay, so duplicate, start. And I'm going to call that hover, HP bar hover. And I'm sure there's some way we could set a condition to run. We could even have it run like a function that sets a variable to be true that plays. Okay, what if we try that? This is a little out there, and it would combine things that I've been taught by chat. I don't know if everything today. I don't think I'm ready to put any. I don't think there's any return we need to put in here. But I think we could do this by having it call a function. So if I actually get rid of this track, however you get rid of a track. How do you get rid of a track? How do you get rid of a track? I don't actually know. Oh, here's a trash can right here. There we go. Okay, and so then if I say call a method, I need to create a method for it to call, which means I would need to put a script on body HP bar. I also don't really want to call this body HP bar anymore, but that's okay. So we'll say this is well, but this would be a little trickier for the other ones because I can't quite. It's fine. The stream has been so much more stable today. Didn't want to jinx it, but looking good so far. Yay! I'm so glad. Yeah, it is. You only had one glitch a couple hours ago. You did? Wow. And was it just like, it was just like gray bars? Wow. Yeah, a couple of y'all have said that. It did it a little bit. So, and so this, yeah, this is getting cell phone tower internet. So it might occasionally dip, but it should never go to 0. It went gray? Wow. I love that I missed it because I keep, you know, the stream open on another computer and I just kind of look out of the corner of my eye. And sometimes I'll notice it flashing if it's really bad. But I guess if it's quick, I don't notice it. That's fine. Honestly, like, whatever. Life goes on. It's one thing if it happens here and there. It's quite another if it's, like, making it unwatchable. Thank you for letting me know. That's really helpful to know that it is doing that a little bit. Not a big deal at all. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, so unfortunately, we're still having to keep the other internet. So my partner does remote work, and so they're using the other internet. I'm going to check in with them to see how it's working. Because if we both use this internet, then it goes gray all the time. I tested it before the stream. Then it does the gray stuff often because there's not enough bandwidth to divide between us. And so we're splitting the two internets that we have. So that way we're not taking up each other's upload speeds. Hopefully theirs didn't go too badly. You know, it could be that we're exacerbating each other's upload bandwidths in addition to it dipping and going up. Anyway, it's good to know. This really should be head HP bar, if I'm being honest. So we're going to call it that. And I'm going to put in here, totally could be, that makes sense to me, right? Like our bandwidths are conflicting. And then there's just this extra thing where the other internet, because of who knows why, we have some theories, but who knows why, the internet is like completely going to 0 and then going back up. The other one is way worse because it actually goes down to 0. This one sometimes wavers a little lower, which is where you saw the gray, but it doesn't totally dip. Add on top of that, whether it's this one or the other one, that we're competing for bandwidth, and it's the mess that you get. So, you know, for us right now, having 2 internet service providers kind of works. It's obnoxious, but here we are for now. It makes me wonder a lot. Like, if I think about, like, some company. Is there even a company? Does that even exist? I don't even know. Like a live streaming company? A company that hosts on the same internet multiple live stream channels? Like, how would you even do that? Or even like a call center. I guess you would use like landlines. I guess that's why a call center would use like landlines. Anyway, it's not that it's not that important, but there are streamer houses that do that. Right. There are streamer houses. You're right. There are streamer houses. Right. So how do they deal with it? What do they even do? They'd have to like figure out exactly what bandwidths everybody's using. Dude, there totally are. What do Saikuno and Valkyrie do? What do they do? They gotta do something. Or their internet is just so perfect. They just have perfect internet. But they still have to at least divide the bandwidth. Right? Like, they must. I forgot about streamer houses. Those are hilarious. Those kill me, man. Those are like, it's some reality show-ish. Like, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. I mean, even someone like, you know, Ludwig and QT Cinderella, right? They're like literally partners. So like, whatever. Yeah, they live together and they both stream. But still, man. Still. So this would have a function that says hover animation. We'll just call it that for now. And then I'm going to want a variable for hover played. We're also going to need to know when it's not played. Or when it's not hovered anymore. So that'll be interesting. So that'll start out false. And then when this happens, we want to say, I don't know if this is going to work the way I imagine it. And I don't know that I really need to do this. But I want to. And so I'm doing it. We want to say animation. Oh, we don't want it to be the copy, though. We don't want nothing like that. Like this. Animation HP bar play. So we have to define this. Anim HP bar is set to this. Like this. I have no idea what they do, honestly. Never thought about it before. Possibly some expensive network switches and stuff, but networking is a weak point of mine for sure. Interesting. Yeah, maybe. Maybe there's some way to set it up. I mean, you know, maybe they just have amazing internet and they know that it's always going to be a certain kilobits per second and they can just divide that evenly between them. Or they've got expensive network switches. Yeah, I only know networking stuff as much as I need to survive, but like technically I don't know much about it. But it's something you don't really hear about, you know, if you think about streamer houses, right? That's not the juicy thing anybody wants to know about. But they obviously have to work that out behind the scenes. You know, or have separate internets. Or have separate internets somehow. Not impossible. Not impossible. You could have multiple cable-wired internets coming in the same house. Totally doable. So at first I wanted to play this one. So let's just see at least if that much works. I have to go to the... What am I doing? Oh, the animation. HP bar hover. So I want to add a track, a call method. And we want to insert the... Now, I would have thought this was here. Oh, maybe because I need to save it? There it is. Void hover animation. Got it. So then that's going to be the first key it plays. So then what I want is to come back to the HP bar here and say, play HP bar hover. So this should just basically do exactly the same thing. Nothing should be different. Whoa. It's a little different. It's definitely different. Interestingly, if I keep hovering it, it's not timing out. If I move off of it, it plays the show. So it disappears and it reappears, and then it fades out. If I hover over it while it's fading out, it just holds it. It just holds, it like pauses the animation until I move away. That's weird. Very unintentional. I'm very confused by that. If current body health is not set to right, so whenever we hover, it's gonna play HP bar hover. And when it plays HP bar hover, it's gonna run this animation. And it just keeps running this animation, which just shows it. But it's also, it's like pausing. It seems like whenever I move off of it, that's when it does show. And so it's almost like it's not finishing. And so that's why it's not hiding. Have you played with state machines in Godot at all? I haven't. I want to. It like hasn't come up. I love state machines. I've enjoyed using them in other engines, and I just haven't gotten to it in Godot. And I think I need to. Hey, Stormrun, welcome! 7 hours on time. I hope you're doing great, Stormrun. Thanks for stopping in. We've had a lot of success today. Really, not really. No, yes, really. It's been a lot of hanging out, chatting, succeeding at learning. In terms of progress in the game, it's been there. It's been there. I don't know why I'm saying we haven't had a lot of success. It's not like the game is tremendously different than it was from the start. But what I set out to do was just get it so we can hover over the character and the HP bar appears. And for right now, it kind of works. It kind of doesn't. I feel like this health bar could have been a use case for it since you're using animations, assuming the animation state machine is similar to Unity's. Yeah, that's totally something that I want to learn. And so there is like an animation tree. You just got home, been digging a hole, laying rebar, and pouring concrete for a carport all day. Carports are nice to have. Laying rebar, nice. And pouring, I don't know why I say nice. I think rebar is cool. I think rebar is cool. It's like metal, but it bends. And it's dusty, which is weird. You've been working hard. You've been working hard. It must have been a big hole. Or a very particular hole. I can just feel my muscles aching. I don't know what that is because I'm a nerd that doesn't go outside. Time lapse are very difficult. I've heard that. I've heard that they are difficult in Godot. I have heard that. I don't know if this fits your use case, but Jackie Codes is someone who has done some tile map tutorials. But dude, this may not help you at all. And just like forgive me if this is just like not even helpful to you. But maybe it will be. It probably won't, but maybe it will be. Yeah, I hear those are hard in Godot. I'm a total nerd, but I got a property management family, so I gotta help sometimes. Gotcha. It's nice to have a foot in both worlds. I only know things a little bit because I was certified as a welder for like a very short amount of time before I didn't get recertified. Because I thought that would be a fun thing to learn and maybe make some extra money doing. I didn't end up doing that because I discovered live streaming and I was like, I'm gonna do this instead. But so I like have like some knowledge of things, especially as they pertain to metal, but only a little bit. Only a little bit. And rebar was something I would play with, even though I probably shouldn't have. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting in over my head a little bit with this. State machines, I probably should. There's no way I can implement it now. I'm tired. The stream's gone too long for me to figure out state machines. But that is definitely something that I should look into replacing some of these systems with. Something else I need it for, potentially, is the run cycle. Because while we can go from walking to running, and when you say state machine, I wonder if that's what you're talking about. Is like those like boxes. Because I did do that in Unity for a little bit. I'm sorry for the terrible explanation. The internet's been great. Apparently it gets gray a couple times, but it's really good. You can skip all the trees. Yeah. Yes. There's supposed to be boundaries. I just haven't implemented them yet. So for now, it's just a nice little feature for me to get out of the way. So yeah, not in the final version. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. For now, whatever. I know it's super obnoxious. So yeah, boxes with transition rules. Yes. Oh, this is GDevelop. This isn't Unity. I did use those. Animation and rigging. Can't wait for Friday. You getting in on the jam? Let's go! I can't wait to see your entry again. You made the Arrow game? That game was dope. Yeah, I'm excited for the game jam too. I missed someone's entry last week. There were so many entries. We got 14 entries. 14! And I missed one because I just never had so many. This stuff. Yeah, so there is something like this in Godot. And I kind of started to play with it. But I ended up not. It was for a very specific reason. We were trying to solve a problem in Godot 4.2 that was introduced from my 4.1 game. And it didn't resolve the problem, so I moved on. But it was very similar. It's actually very similar to Unity's. It has the same, like, boxes. Is that a Celeste character? It is. So this was, like, the project that I was doing in Unity. So a thing you may not know if you've joined this channel recently is I used to do multiple game engines. I do Unity, Unreal Engine, GDevelop, Godot. I did all of them every week. It was way too much. And so I was just kind of using it to feel them all out. I didn't do Rust. I did not do Rust. I didn't get there. At some point, I was just like, you know what? We're going Godot. Godot's the way. I'm itching to work on a game. You know, I wanted to stop trying things and I wanted to start focusing on one project. And so this game for the Unity project was a Celeste-like, or like a precision platformer is what I was going to do. I didn't get to Game Maker either. Game Maker was on my list though, but I didn't get to it. But it was on my list. My least favorite thing about Game Maker is that it's 2D only, but it seems like a great one to learn, especially for like game jams. Really, like a lot of the entries that we get are game jam. Or, sorry, let me see if I can talk right. A lot of the game jam entries we get are made in Game Maker. That's a lot of entries. Yeah, it was a lot of entries. It was so many. Yeah, a whole week went by. I know, it did go fast. I think just now is the first I've looked at the actual day and date since last Friday. I sometimes don't follow time. You got that ADD? You got a bit of that ADD? Maybe, maybe not. I don't think you necessarily have to move the health bar stuff to that, but you know, a little note for the future. Yeah, for sure. And so the run cycle is one of the places where I want to do that, because right now, if I spam the run button, this happens. So it kind of blends okay. If we just do it, you don't really notice it if we do it like this. But if I start spamming it, it's like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This isn't correct. So like, you know, there's some things that using the animation state machine would help a lot. You do that little shimmy in WoW all the time. Well, if WoW doesn't have that state machined well, then why would we? I love that. Thank you for saying that. 3D Celeste could be fun. Whoa, that would be fun. I was making it 2D in Unity at the time. Because everybody told me I should make a 2D game. 2D's easier. 2D's easier. I don't necessarily agree. I like 3D. For me, 3D just makes more intuitive sense. And in 2D, I'm constantly like reimagining how everything is supposed to work. 1D is easier? You mean like a text adventure? Anyway. Want to know something interesting? March is supposed to be the start of the new year. What? You mean like... Because there's a lot of different versions of New Year in different... Is that 1D? I don't know what 1D is. Like a line game? I guess a text adventure wouldn't be 1D. I guess it would depend on how it's presented and what your definition of 1D is. But there's like different, in different like parts of the world, different people consider the new year starting at different times. But maybe that's not what you mean. Maybe you mean something else. Like a time implosion has occurred and we're all just pretending like it hasn't. Do you have special knowledge about the universe that you need to tell us right now? Excuse me? So as it is set up right now is super bizarre. When I pull away, when I hover over it, it pauses wherever it's at. Which is super weird because it's playing HP bar hover. And HP bar hover is playing HP bar show. So in my mind, what I would think it does, but it doesn't. So I hover over it, it doesn't do anything. If I move away, then it appears. It's waiting until I move away to play the animation. Genuinely, I don't understand that. Why would it do that? It also awaits until the animation is finished before it starts to hide it. So maybe it's just playing hide. Maybe that's what's happening. Oh, maybe it's skipping show entirely. And it's just going to the hide. 7-7 September 8-8 October 9 9 November 10 10 December. Okay, all right. I'm with you. Got it. Sept, Oct, Nov, Diez. That's like very interesting. These connections I never made. But I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. The numbers of the months should match the Spanish months. So then you're saying for like January should be Unawary? Uary? Unanowary? Dosuary? Tresuary? Trarch? Treyarch? Quay? Jan would be 11, but in ancient times, there were only 10. So no Jan or Feb. What? This also gets rid of leap years. There were only 10. So when did we add the 2 ones in? I'm all for let's adopt a new system. This new system, this current system, I don't like it. I don't like it. I'll adopt something new. I don't care. It's fine with me. Bring it on. Leap years, stupid. Get rid of them. Fix it. Have it on my desk by Monday. In 1582? What? That's not that long ago. It is. It is, obviously. Who's out here deciding these things for everybody? The new year wouldn't be dead. It would be full of life. Like spring. Ugh. Dude, why? It doesn't make any sense. Although, to be fair, different nations and parts of the world have different weather. But still, for us, it would be spring. The Romans. Arrgh! Romans! Always with the Romans. Right. That's why June, it's like based on like a god's name. Right. Those other ones, January, February, those are all based on like deities. Wouldn't that move the seasons every year? Yeah, right? Our seasons are moving right now because of it. Are you talking about climate change? Are you talking about climate change? Or are you saying our seasons are moving because of having so many shifts it every year? This is blowing my mind. But you ask the important questions, my 2 cents. This is blowing my mind. I'm not convinced. So if we hover over it, it plays, I don't think it's playing show at all. Like, what if I get rid of the await here and we tell it just do the show animation? This is a lot of experimentation that I'm engaging in here. Oh, it still appears. Wow, so that is show that it's doing, but it only happens when I move away, when I'm no longer hovering. Because this function only runs when I'm hovering over the player. I didn't know seasons are moving every year. I thought summer, for example, was always June, July, and August. Yeah, I think it is. But it depends if Stormrun, I don't know if Stormrun is referring to climate change or like because of the way, that's the federal summer. What? What in conspiracy are we talking about here? I feel like this is not gonna work. I attempted to animate a function. Maybe I'm not instantiating this correctly. Australia's summer is December, February. Right. See, that sounded funny. That's the federal summer. That's the federal summer. Like, oh. That's what they want you to think is summer. Yeah, so that's going to be different for everybody. So, like, the new year probably lines up well for Minnie. It's like, it is full of life. Like, maybe I'm instantiating this wrong, but I don't think I am. Because this runs it just fine. I mean, I could even, if I really wanted to eliminate that, right, I could just say this. You're not Australian. You're Norwegian. So we're drowning in snow, and it's negative 25. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. That sounds very unpleasant. Yeah, that's not making any difference here. I am so sorry. That's cold. That's real cold. Negative 25 Fahrenheit? That's real cold. That's very cold. But it's okay, because I have this blanket. Alright. Just the name sounds cold. Norway. And then it should fade out, right? Yeah, and then it interrupts it if we hover. It's so weird. Because the interrupting is actually kind of what I want. It's almost what I want. I mean, what if I were to say, play hide? Like, this isn't how I imagined this to work. So it's not visible. But the problem is, it won't show unless I move away. So it's still not popping up on hover. Unless we did both. Like, this is, if this works, this is because it's not supposed to work this way. And maybe that's okay. It almost works. Maybe we say await there. So I'll say wait for show to end and then play hover. Hover calls a function that for whatever reason pauses what's playing. Oh! Trying to get a return value of a method that returns void. Oh, my bad. Whoopsie. We want to say await animation HP bar animation finished. Okay. Now let's try it. So it's going to wait for that animation to finish. Oh, it's looping. Dang. It's not even getting to the await. It's not even getting there. It's just calling this function over, this function over, this function over, this function over, this function over. It doesn't even make it to here. Unfortunately. What if, okay, I take it another step further. So what if I say, when HP bar hover happens, we come back over here to that animation, and I say that it makes the HP bar appear. I wasn't looking when you made this hover animation. You mind showing me what it is, please? Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Basically, it's a function that gets called on the HP bar, on the script that's on the HP bar. And the function is set to play it says hide, but that's not quite what I really want. What I want it to play is, I don't remember what my thinking was. But that's what it does. Is it plays this. This is supposed to do something new. I think I was gonna make something new that makes it visible. Anyway. But the idea that I'm going for is that you can make a test inside the function before playing the animation. What? What does that mean? But so I was, oh, you mean like play it here? No, that's not what you mean. I kind of want to try this thing that is probably wrong, but might work. Which is that it starts out, the HP bar. So create a property for the HP bar on self-modulate. Make a keyframe that has the color invisible. Create another keyframe. Oh, why isn't it letting me move the playhead here? Oh, because there's no... I see, we need to make one more. Let's say 0.3. Move this out. Maybe right there. Insert a keyframe. And make this one. I'm just trying something that is probably so wrong. And then make it visible. And keep that to the end. So insert or duplicate this keyframe. Right there. So like if it's pausing it anyway. Oh, it still loops it. Wait, did I not update the logic over here? Animation HP bar play, HP bar hover. Oh, it's still like looping it. You can call the function in the first frame. Just inside the function, you can do an if statement first. To check if, for example, the bar isn't already shown. That way it doesn't loop. You can call the function in the first frame. Do an if statement first. Check if the bar isn't already shown. So I would want to say if anim HP bar. Oh, that makes so much sense. Dude, we don't have to do any of this crap. So what you're saying, if you're saying what I think you're saying, then all I have to do is have this be show. And say right here, this only happens if anim HP bar, if we somehow say like is playing animation, I don't even know what the autocomplete would be for that. Yeah, that would be, oh man, so much easier. I just want to get a reference to the animation player. I guess I could come over to here if I really wanted to test it. Okay, wait, let me get all this fixed. And then this is over here. Animation finished, animation changed, animation started. Animation started. So I guess I'd say if it's not started, I should probably check the documentation. When the animation player starts, you can set a new variable if this doesn't work. That's what I was kind of gonna do. That was something I was thinking of doing. I do agree with that as a potential solution. HP bar. Animation started. Oh, there, now it's auto-completing. Do I want to say like this? If animation HP bar hasn't started, I think it has a property is playing. Oh, that would be easier. Animation started as a signal. Okay. Is it constantly playing or does it stop when finished? It's a good question. Okay, let's see what we got. Oh, did I... Did I not set this up right? It depends if the animation is set to loop or not. If not, it will stop once it finishes. I don't think it's set to loop. I don't see that working. If animation bar is playing, but can you make it loop but not wrap the timeline? Whoa. Ibus I equals 1? Oh yeah, that was from earlier Storm Run. This was an example Dragonblade was making up to help. Basically, I was getting wonderfully schooled by everybody in the chat on how to use the return function, and I understand it a lot better. And this was part of an example that Dragonblade did. It was pretty cool. It was a pretty cool time. So this is actually another instance of Godot that I have open separately. And that was like supposed to represent fake math, is what that was. So wait, what am I doing wrong, my 2 cents? If animation HP bar is not playing. Because it still seems to be looping it. Regardless, for some reason. Oh, now it's not working at all. It's actually not working at all. Animation HP bar, if it's not already playing, then play HP bar show. Is there too many indents? What's with all these indents? What do we indented so far for? That can't help anything. Not sure why it isn't working. Okay, fair. So the animations are not set up to loop. I believe they play just once. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused what you're asking as well. It starts at the beginning if you play the same animation again. Right. So I could do the variable thing, right? So we could say, once it's hovered once, create a variable HP bar shown true. Movie quit on finish was set to off. Oh, interesting. I don't know what that does though. Movie quit on finish. If true, and the engine is running in movie maker mode, exits the engine with scene tree quit as soon as the animation is done playing. Oh, that's a whole thing. That's a whole dang thing. Can you check the property that you changed with the animation? Presumably the alpha. If it's greater than 0, then don't play the animation again. Ooh, that's an interesting idea. If I might be able to do that. If subviewport body HP bar self-modulate is greater than 0, is not greater than 0, or is we don't want to say less than 0. Can we do exclamation point greater like that? Self-modulate alpha. Oh, thank you. Will that work? Expected colon after if condition? That's a colon right there. That's what that is. That's a colon. I don't know much, but that's a colon. I don't know what you're talking about, Godot. It's not greater, it's less than... Is the animation named with dash loop? I don't know. I don't think that's part of what we're solving, but maybe. I see you tech supporting. If subviewport body HP bar self-modulate alpha is set to less than 0, wouldn't we want to say greater? Reddit says that's how you loop the animation. I figured getting rid of it would stop it. Well, it's not looping it. Oh, so I should tell you, less than or equal to. Okay. Why would it be 0, though? Why would it ever be... I guess it could be equal to 0. It should be set to 0 since the alpha can't. Right, that's what I was thinking. I was like, but why do I do that? Okay. I don't know why I can't just say not greater than, but okay. Also storm run. So we know why it's looping. The reason why it's looping, guys, is because it's being called every frame. So over here, sorry that wasn't clear. Over here, where we're first calling this, right here. So this happens every frame. We have a raycast being shot out, and it's looking to see, are we hovering over the player? And if we are, emit player hover signal. And this is happening every single frame. And so that player hover emitted signal is being received over on the HP bar. Right up here. Player hover connect. Right here. And we're connecting that to HP hover visibility. And then hover visibility, since this is being called every frame, it's playing it, the show, every single frame. And it just keeps looping, and it never finishes, so it never even bothers to move in here. It just keeps playing show over and over again. So that's why it's looping. It doesn't loop normally. The only reason it's looping here is because we're calling it every frame. And so now what we're saying is we're going to try to see if the alpha is set to 0, then play stuff. Otherwise, don't play it again. Oh, that worked. When is it supposed to stop? Could you tell it where it happens every frame, an if statement, like they were saying? I mean, this is... Now, there's one thing about it. There's a couple things. Or one thing, mainly. So I want it to be able to interrupt the fade out. But this does work. I think it's looping because it plays it again as soon as it finished the animation, which explains why checking if playing was not working. Is playing is false once the animation ends. Wow. So this works, but you can see since it's not 0, right? The self-modulate isn't 0. So I kind of want to say, that's why you asked about that. Gotcha. But this does work. So now when I hover over the character, as long as the hiding isn't happening, it'll show it, and it doesn't loop anymore. If I keep holding over it, it starts to play the hiding, which I kind of want it not to, right? I kind of want it to be as long as you're hovering over it, stay visible until we're not hovering it anymore. But that's kind of a whole other thing, isn't it? So if the HP bar, I mean, I guess we could say if it's less than 1. But I don't know, will that work? So there it shows. If I hold here, so then it's gonna loop it once it starts to fade away. So if I pull out here, it starts to hide. Now if I hover it, it hides it first, then shows it, because the show animation is invisible at first, and then it becomes visible. So it disappears, and then it appears. And this actually happens in a lot of different situations. So like right here, if I run into a tree, you'll see it disappears and it reappears, which I think it kind of looks all right there. It happens when you heal as well. It's almost like an alert, like it's flashing it. It's not bad. I feel like when I'm holding over it and it like resets, because it's like waiting to the end of the animation, and then when it's finished, what if we say if wait until animation finished, but then also if the HP bar, so let me also set variable, do we have to have this, right? Defined somewhere? We do, HP bar. Okay, we've already defined HP bar somewhere. Thank you guys for helping me solve this. Y'all are being so helpful. HP bar. So that should work the same. If HP bar self-modulate alpha. So we only want to hide it this doesn't make sense, does it? If it's greater than 1, that doesn't make any sense. I was really just jamming something in there. I was not thinking too hard about that. Yeah, that's still looping because it's getting to the end of the animation. Not greater than 0. I guess if it's less than the same thing, that doesn't make sense. Oh, that is holding it. And if I let go of it, well, now it's just never going to finish. That doesn't work. So I guess alternatively, we could say back on the original here, if hover target is set to player, we have messenger player hover. I'd almost rather have a parameter. I think I want a parameter here. Oh gosh, now I have to remember these lessons that you guys taught me last week. Okay, so if hover target is set to player, create a variable. I guess I don't want to create that there. If I say variable is hovering, set it to false. Unless this is happening, is hovering, set it to true. Yeah? Okay, alright. Alright, maybe it's good thinking. I don't know. Is hovering set to true. And then I just got to figure out the right way to set it up. Because we need this to be able to change, right? To update. I don't know. I don't know if I'm all the way there. I'm on the right track. Let's put it that way. I'm on the right track. Because I need that to dynamically change, but only emit one time. Right? Or I guess I could say, because I'd want it to send the parameter is hovering. I want it to send that. But now I have to set it to false. If you need me to remind you how to emit the signal with a parameter, let me know. Okay, I will. I think I might know, because I basically just have to have, if there's one, just have one. Yeah, I think I got it. But then I need to update this. That's where I'm... I guess I could say, because if I put this after it, it won't work, right? If I say, if we're not hovering over the player, right? Set is hovering to false. Oh, maybe if I make it icy, so don't... Well, I don't know. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm a little confused on how I can actually get this to update. Like, maybe I make this like a script-wide variable. Or... set is just comparing the values. You're not assigning them. Oh, yeah, my bad. Thank you. Oh, my gosh. Embarrassing. Hey, welcome, Novid. If else is perfect. It'll update this? It's okay, Novid. Welcome. You're welcome now. You're welcome now. I hope you got the rest you needed. I hope you did. On the right track? Okay. Well, let's just see what happens. I feel like it's not going to work. Hello, Olga. Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Sleep is good. Oh, yes. I think so. It works because this function is called every frame, so it's up. That's kind of what I was thinking. Okay. When I was like, let's just try it, I was wondering. Okay, cool. Need to emit the signal in the if and the else. Oh. Because I feel like if I didn't, it would flash like one time. 7 o'clock is not bad. Yeah, it's... Well, it's 9 p.m. where I live. But Who knows where Novid is at? Where Novid is at, I don't know. It might be a little different. Hello to Russia from the United States. Thanks for stopping in. Glad to have you here. Or you meant all the time and set is hovering in the if and else. Oh. Right, well... So I kind of need to change either way, whether we do it like the way you're talking about, without it being... I guess that makes sense. Then it's false to start with. Would that work? I believe you because you have coding wisdom. You're emitting in both the if and the else, so it makes sense to emit outside ones. Okay. We have a confirmation that that makes sense. That makes me think we should do it. Olga, I work on this every Wednesday and Thursday. This is a survival runner game that I'm making about an alien who is invading Earth. And you are the alien, and you have to survive getting hit by obstacles. Your limbs will take damage and slowly get broken down until they pop off. Dude, we are having some kind of bugs explosion. Anyway, I would explain it to you more, but I need to sort this out because this is... Oh, I still have to fix this. Emit with the correct value of is hovering. But after the if else, emit with the correct value of is hovering. Oh, so when you said outside of it, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Don't even need the is hovering variable. Hover target set to player. Oh, true, right, that would be true or false. Ooh, intriguing. Okay. Heard. Wow, okay. If the hover target, wow. It's less readable for a beginner that way, but it's way cleaner. Yeah, that's true. And readability is important. You're conflicting and suggesting it. Let's see. Hover target. Two player. Yeah. Yeah, I do see that. And I think we kind of implemented that earlier where Dragon Blade was having us consolidate that Ray script right here. Like this has that lack of readability as well. I might even want to comment these things. That could add the readability back in. Is just say collision areas versus bodies dependent on whether collide bodies was set to true or false when this function was called. Right, so maybe if I just comment it, it adds the readability back in and we keep the sleekness. And then someday I can get rid of it or something. So we could get rid of all of this. Wow, we don't need any of that. Dang, look how clean that gets. That's wild. Unfortunately, I do not understand spoken English. Oh, okay. No, I wish I could have subtitles, but if I did subtitles, if I did live subtitles, it would, I know you don't even know what I'm saying. That's okay. That's okay. If I did live subtitles, the stream would have to be delayed like 30 seconds to a minute, maybe longer, depending on things, if I did live subtitles. So I could do that, but then we couldn't have like as much back and forth, which would be unfortunate. Still very interesting, and nothing is clear. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate it. You're welcome here. You are welcome here. Streaming has been delayed 30 seconds plus if I did live subtitles, but then we couldn't have as much back and forth. Thank you for coming through. You're welcome here. Oh my gosh, Minnie! I am the subtitles. That's mod behavior. That's straight mod behavior. Dude, do you see my frames dropping? Why are my frames dropping? Is it because I have 2 Godots running? We don't have to have 2 Godots running. It's okay. I thought it was because of all the errors we were getting before. Maybe I have like a window open that's doing the most. Let's close that. Anyway, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Thank you, Minnie. Thank you so much. Emits signal with parameter true or false if the hover target is or isn't set to player. So we'll just add a little comment on here. Now it makes a little more sense. Don't have to worry about it for now. So that's good. Very nice stuff, Minnie. So now I need to actually declare this parameter, right? So over in our HP bar script here, when the function happens, I need to say player hovered. Yeah, yes, I do. I did. I made it all myself. It's a little embarrassing, not in a bad way. Oh, and I need to actually apply this. That's okay. I think we shouldn't have any bugs, right? Probably. Because even though I'm not using that parameter, at least we're calling it. So yeah, I did make this. I did make this. It also does have a face. It's a little embarrassing, not in a bad way. Oh, thank you so much for... Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're subtitling for me. Thank you so much. It does have a face. It does have a face. You can check out, if you want to see some of the progress of this. I do most of the modeling on member streams, so I actually can't show you a lot of that. But yeah, I actually can't really show you any of that. I did all that in member streams. You don't have to translate that. It's the first draft. It's kind of cute. It is the first draft. It is the first draft. I understand emotions. Nice. Nice. But I did make it. Initially, I made it in something called Womp 3D. Me wonder about, and it's this nice free 3D modeling tool where you can sort of goop things together. So that was like how I first started modeling it. Because it had a lot of like blendy organic shapes that I didn't really know how to do in Blender. And so I did all this here, and then I exported it to Blender after that, where I made a bunch of changes to it. Which I think I kind of did on stream, probably. I probably did that on stream. Right? I think so. Oh, thank you so much. It's so helpful. Oh my gosh, you're doing such a good job. You're doing such a good job, Minnie. It's exhausting. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. Oh, I don't think I did. I think I must have done that on that same stream. And what kind of tool is this for creating models? Yeah, it's Womp 3D. Let me put it in the chat for you. Let me put it in the chat. You could be one of those courthouse typers. For real! Stenographers. Stenographers. I think we could say this. So there's the link, Olga, if you're curious. And then what you can do from here, so like there's my alien, right? Typist. Yeah, there is. It's a court stenographer. So this was the original version that I made. And then what you can do is export it. Yeah, you're most welcome. Absolutely. You can export it up here. So then download it. And then it'll save it as like an OBJ file. And then what I did is I put that into Blender, where I made some changes after that. So it's like a mix of Womp and Blender. If that makes sense. I think I did do that on stream, actually. Yes. Thank you, Minnie. Oh my gosh. I guess I could type it myself. I could type what I'm saying. Why don't I just do that? You're doing it for me. Export. I imported the OBJ file into Blender. And then it's not as fun. It's not as fun to do it this way. Oh, there we go. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. Most of the models, besides that, I made in Blender. So I did do this cow's body, for example, in Womp, and then finished it in Blender. So I do have like this cow body here. I think somewhere. Well, I'll say this much. There's the cow body. So this cow here, I made the body in Womp so that way it could just be a little goopier. And then I did the rest in Blender. Do I have a lot of experience in game development? I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't say I do. I was really confused for a sec. Minnie said what you said before you said it, but turns out my video wasn't live. Oh, shoot. That's wild. I'm not that fast. Predictive stenography. That's horrifying. I don't. Pretty much all of my game dev experience is on the YouTube channel, which you can find here. I did start out using Dreams on PS4 and doing some modding on Fallout New Vegas. How old am I? What's my name? I'm 34 years old. My name is Liz. Okay, animation stuff. What were we doing? Oh yeah, I was updating the parameters. So we're not actually using the true and false stuff yet. We set it up, but I haven't used it yet. 32 high fives. Let's go. Let's go. Millennials. Millennials. I think I'm 34 too. Oh my gosh. I say that all the time. Like, that's how you know we're getting older. Where we're just like, wait, what are we? Because, like, after a certain point, it just doesn't matter to keep track anymore. That would be probably, it depends on your birthday, but my birthday is in 1989. So, pretty close. We're pretty close. Basically. I was born in the 80s, apparently. Yeah, of course. Thank you! Thank you, Olga. So, I mean, you know, overall, I've been working in Godot for 1 to 2 months. I've been learning pro game dev for about a year. And I've been doing hobby stuff for, I don't even know, 3 to 4 years? Something like that. You're 33? Nice. July. June! We're all so similar. I'm an 80s kid! I remember nothing from my 1 year on this planet. My 6 months on this planet as an 80s kid. I'm an 80s infant. An 80s infant. So this was all for if it's gonna hide, right? So we're trying to say if player hovered is set to false, then play the hiding. Right? Is that what we were doing? Jeez, Godot. Okay. No, because now it's just there all the time. Wait, why is it there to start? Oh, maybe I hovered it. Let me stay away. It's taking so long to load. Okay, good. So it's not there. Nice. Wait! Why did it just appear? I'm not hovering it. My cursor is way out here. Oh, I see. It's playing... Wait, do I see? Because it would be set to false. But it should only happen after this. I'm very confused. You're 59 years old, and you've been developing for more than 20 years! Nice! It's an honor to admit you. To admit you. I was reading you saying emitting, and I was just like... It's an honor to meet you. That's so cool, Olga. I'm honored to meet you. My guest at my keyboard and typed "you are." Now she won't answer and I ask, I am what? What are you, please? Damn it, I have to know. You must tell me. Please, I want to help you. Because you're emitting the signal all the time, just with different parameter values. Oh, so I have to say... Are you saying if that's less than 1 and player hovered is set to true? Maybe? Nice, it's not playing indiscriminately. If I hover, it appears. If I stay there, it stays there. If I move away... Oh, it's not going to false. Oh, it's so close. It's so close. So when I move my cursor away, it is not fading away, so we gotta figure this out. I guess I'd want to know if player hovered is actually going to false. You should check the player hovered variable at the very beginning too. Oh. What, at the beginning of... You mean up here? So it's going to wait if the animation HP bar is finished. If it is finished, and player hovered is set to false, it should do this. Do you mean back on the other script? You're already checking it now. I typed that a while ago. Oh, okay. I see. So I'm thinking maybe player hovered isn't going to false somehow, or it's not seeing that it has become false somehow. But how? Back on the camera. You need to do an else for the first if statement for the other case. Oh, because it's staying... Wait, do I understand that? Where you're not hovering over the player. I'm confused. You need to do an else for the first if statement. Is it because if true is under if false? If true is under if false? I'm confused. It looks like if false is under if true to me. Now the whole function doesn't execute if you're not hovering the player. It doesn't execute if you're not hovering the player. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Okay. Right. If HP bar self-modulate less than 1 and player hover true, animation bar play it. And that's fine. Otherwise, await animation bar. Can we say like else and player hovered false? Wait, that would be the same thing. So I would get rid of this entirely. And it would just be like that. I mean, I guess I don't even need the await. Maybe I do. It says if HP bar and if true, then if false. I see. I don't know what you mean, else or elif. Let's try and see. I gotta say, the game is running much... It's taking much longer to load than it used to. And I don't know if that's just like something weird with my computer or what. It's kind of cool that you can do await without specifying async. What? Maybe I just need to like reload my project. Like, look at this. It's taking so long. I have no idea why. That almost worked. Let me make sure it starts. I gotta run it again. Keep my mouse away. Okay, it's not there. I'm gonna hover. It appears. I'm gonna hold it here. It's... Oh! That part broke. So now it loops again. Dang. When I'm hovering. If I pull away, it will fade out. When I hover over it, it will appear. But now it doesn't constantly stay hovered, if it's true. Why? Because the animation is finishing... Like, what if I just get rid of the... Oh, wait. Wouldn't the else statement fire every time? Maybe. So maybe that's where we need the elif. And should we be more specific as well? Like elif, HP bar. Because you're testing a less than 1 instead of alpha set to 0 like it was at the beginning. My brain is so burned out at this point. It's been such a long stream. I don't even know how to do it anymore. I've lost all my ability. So if that's not true, and instead what's true is self-modulate alpha, we actually wouldn't want it to be less than 1 necessarily. Right above where you think, where it says if HP bar self-modulate less than 1. Remember how it broke when you changed it to if HP bar? Yes, I do. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. My brain is like drained. My brain is drained. I don't even know what to type anymore. I don't think I could figure it out. I do remember it breaking a little bit. So that, the green one in the if statement before and. So we're saying that that needs to be back to 0? If it's invisible and player hovered is true, but not necessarily if it's invisible. Because I want it to happen elsewise. So let's say it's starting to fade out. And we hover over it mid fade out. I'd want it to come back. So that's why I liked the less than. And then here, if I hover over it, I mean, now it's not working at all. That can't be what you guys meant. Because now it just keeps timing out. So that can't be what you mean. So I feel like I'd want to say... That's what you meant. You were just wrong. Fair enough. Fair enough. Worth it. Worth it to try it. So, I mean, couldn't we say... All's what you meant. You were also wrong. That's honestly a little vindicating. I feel a little affirmed. Like, okay, it didn't make sense to me because it doesn't work. Make sure to set it back to 1. Yeah, it should only hide it if it's at 1. So, I mean, a part of me wants to say, like, HP bar, self-modulate, if it's at 1, and player hovered is false. Right? I don't know if elif will work that way. But technically, I would think that that's the next phase. I don't know why it's appearing when we start. I'm keeping my cursor really far away. Okay, it's not there. If I hover, nothing happens. Okay, that broke the crap out of it. I mean, I'd almost want to think we could do a separate if statement. Right? Just like a completely separate if statement. But that might break it in other instances. In the if statement, you're currently checking less than 0. Don't mean to backseat. No, please backseat. Oh my god, you're right. It is less than 0. Thank you. Honestly, Minnie, backseat all the way. Guys, backseat me. It's okay. It is a-okay. I am tired. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. We're doing our best. We're doing our best. It's okay. Backseating is incredibly welcome. And it's up to me to be able to determine if that backseat is valuable. And sometimes my brain is tired. And it's hard for me to know when it's valuable. Dude, what is happening? Do I gotta pull out waiting for Godot? Because we're waiting for Godot? No? Okay. Alright. You're right. Dude, look what I did. I said less than 0. Total mistake. That's what I'm thinking, my 2 cents. I'm very much thinking that. So let me try that. No one knows about that bug. I know, it's like, don't you read that book, Liz. It's very rare. It's happened like twice that Godot is loading so long that I actually need to pull that out. It's usually very fast. Every time you mention it starts working. It's like a threat. Don't make me read this. Don't make me read it. Okay. We'll see if that helps. Back to the chaos of it all. I mean, this stuff is confusing. Honestly, state machine stuff would probably help. Now, it is appearing right away, which isn't good, but that's okay. Oh, now it's just looping. So my cursor is way over here. It's looping all on its own. All by itself. So that's wrong. If HP bar self-modulate alpha is set to 1 and player hovered is false, which it would be. So yeah, that makes sense. This is tough. I mean, I really want to finish this task. I really want to finish this task. But this is confusing. This is confusing. Let me circle back. This might be a nice case for using the animation player state machine. You know? At this point, that might be simpler. If HP bar is set to less than 1 and hovered is true. So we should not be hovered. My cursor is way over here. But it's appearing. Yeah, this is tough. This is a tough one. Apparently. So there it appears on hover. It will start to fade away. This one works the best, right? So it just loops it while I'm hovering it. So as long as I'm hovering over it, it just starts to go away and then it comes back. If I pull my cursor off of it, it starts to fade away and then it disappears. This is the most functional version of it. The only problem with this version is that it loops it instead of keeping it visible. Now this version has the await as part of, or the hiding it as part of if it's less than 1 and the player's hovered. So if we're not hovered, it's not actually checking that. It's just waiting for the show to stop playing. You have one map in UE that takes a full 60 seconds for some reason. I'm so sorry. And I think it's because I added full movies and TV shows to the in-game TV for that map. That probably is why. That probably is why. Yeah, that would drive me wild. Like, if I didn't know what was causing slow load times, but I knew something was, oh my gosh. I guess I gotta try to not load them when the map starts somehow. That's a good idea. Your whole game is totally copyright infringement, but it's okay. It's only for me for now. Yeah, that is a hard thing to, like, reckon with if you are making something with another IP. Seems like the game is loading more quickly, at least on my end now. Thank goodness. So I will say, there was one trick that is pretty ridiculous that was working a while ago. And I don't know if I can make it work again. But I was getting it to pause it if I ran that function that was just ridiculous and wasn't working. It would interrupt the animation and hold it there. If I could get that to work again, we wouldn't even have to worry about this. But really what's happening... Oh, didn't you say there was something about it like 20 years ago? A way to test what's running with the functions and the animations? I forgot about that, my 2 cents. That's probably okay. When I'm done making it, I'll show it off to Pokemon to buy or just for a job. If they say no, then I have my own one-of-a-kind game. They will definitely say no. They will destroy you or ignore you. I mean, that's interesting. I didn't realize you were just kind of making it for yourself. Because I imagined you were making something for fans. For, like, people who want a more PC, like, personal computer version of that game, Pokemon Coliseum, or is it Pokemon Stadium? In, like, Unreal Engine graphics. I assumed that that's who you were making it for. That's kind of cool that you're making it for yourself. Like, as a learning project, something to figure out the tools, and then have something that you'd like to play. Give it away for free somehow if you can. Yeah, Itch! Itch is a good place for that, right? I don't know. I don't know if they police copyright stuff. But that could be a place. You know, even if you hit up, like, forums and discords and stuff, underground. Pokemon Stadium, that was some good times, right? I only rented it a couple times, and I did play it a bit. But due to the rental nature of it, I didn't get to go into it as much as I would have liked. But it was nice to play Pokemon in 3D. Which at the time was, like, pretty novel. You know, I could say that this is it for now. You know, and I just continue this later. The HP bar stuff has really just been such a time taker. Such a time taker. It's really amazed me how much work has gone into doing the HP bar. It's been a lot. That's why you liked the one you're remaking so much. It was the first 3D Pokemon game with a story, and you're gonna make the story longer and better. Dang! I feel like that would be really sad if some Pokemon fans didn't get to try it. Games were iffy with content back then. That's true. It was kind of just like, put something out that's good enough. Call it a day. And this works everywhere else, right? We haven't broken... I don't think we've broken anything else. Everything else works fine. It's just that loop. Really don't like that loop. And player hovered is set to true. It'll do this, and it's basically ending it. It's a little confusing what's happening here, right? Because it's saying if it's not invisible, or rather, sorry, if it's not visible all the way, and the player is hovering over it, show it, which makes it go from 0 to 100. Wait to do the next line until that animation is done. When that animation is done, play hiding it. So I think it must be starting hiding it. And then because we're hovering this every frame, it's like looping it back again. And it's just continually looping it until I unhover it. Then it gets to here and it allows hide to play out, and it doesn't play this again. It's looping because you're playing bar hide without testing if you're hovering the player or not. Oh, well said. So the only thing that's not working is that when I hover it and my cursor is currently above it, it keeps looping the show animation. The show animation takes the bar from 0 and it puts it at 100. So once that animation is done, it's playing it again, which means it hides it again and it plays it again. And it hides it again and it plays it again. And it hides it again and it shows it again. And it just keeps doing that over and over and over again. Instead of just being solid and staying visible, which I feel like would be kind of tough because there's not actually an animation state that exists for that yet. There's not something that just has it visible. So it kind of need to pause the animation somehow. We fixed this earlier by testing player hovered, but then not hovering the player doesn't trigger the hide animation. Right, right. It stays visible. We fixed this earlier by testing player hovered. I kind of understand what you're saying. But then it doesn't trigger the hide animation. Yeah, I remember that. If we check the hovering player false and alpha to 1 to play the hide animation, it should work. I don't know why it wouldn't. Did we try that? Okay. If we check the hovering player set to false and alpha set to 1 to play the hide animation. Yeah, I think we did try that, but I don't remember. So let's try it. Let's try it again. Sometimes you gotta try it again. If HP bar self-modulate alpha is set to 1 and I did, but I didn't quite do it this way. I feel like I tried like a different version of this. Then run hide. Okay, so I'm holding over it. Still loops. And I think that's because it's being called over and over again. I feel like we have to like pause it somehow, right? If hovered, set variable is hovered. Then if is hovered, do something. If not, don't. Then when not hovered, set is hovered to false. Request is hovered? That was confusing. So you can do an elif. This should be an elif of the first if. Hovering player set to false, and that makes it hide. You can then remove the await and play hide inside the first if. Interesting. Does elif get tabbed in? That was confusing, just setting a variable with a variable. Or is elif like inline indentation wise? Different work on. Consider that noted, storm run. I will have to read it over like 3 times. But that's pretty typical for me, especially this late. So we've got elif hovering. The player hovered is false in the elif. Right. Is the elif indented in or is it in line? I guess it's in line. Line 116.5. I guess we keep it in line because there would just fix the error. And if alpha is set to 1, hovering player false, then hide. That's pretty much what we got. And then remove the await. And we would play hide here. It's in line with the first if. It hovers. Ah, that tree got in the way. Okay, let me get out the way of the tree. No await. Still flash. It does fade away though. So this is definitely working normally. Or the best we've gotten it. But it still loops it. And I think that's because this is being called over and over again. Right? So this continues to be true. I think we have to somehow pause the animation. Like maybe if we just make this not a loop. Like why even have that be a loop? And I think we can change that. Now that everything doesn't work, it's looping. Right. So like this makes a lot more sense. Looping. So I think here is where we set this to loop or not. Oh no, it isn't looping. It isn't set to loop. Okay, so that actually isn't, that doesn't help at all. So it's really that constant call. We need to somehow interrupt it and tell it to stop. But that should be, that's why we did the whole variable. Isn't that the whole reason we did the variable? Was, can you print the modulate A and player hovered while holding the cursor of the player? Oh, I'd love to. I'd love to. But I thought the whole purpose for this the variable is called, so the variable is way over here. Actually, we ended up not doing a variable. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe switching to not using a variable is the problem. Right? Because what we have it set to is it emits if hover target is set to player. But the advantage of there actually is no variable. There is no variable. It's just either we're hovering over it or we aren't. And that's a Boolean. So it's either true or it's false that we're hovering over the player. And this is being received by the HP bar. That's what we originally had. And then we consolidated it to not have that. But if we had the is hovered, we could maybe tell it to stop being true. So here, it's just checking to see if indeed it's being hovered or not. And since it is constantly being hovered, it's just redoing it. It somehow thinks that modulate A is less than 1. So it starts the animation again. Okay, so you were saying print. HP bar self-modulate alpha. I guess I'd want to print it here. Okay, so we're printing that. This will be interesting. This will be interesting. Whoa. So it starts out at 0. Now if I hover, oh no, you can't see anything. Yeah, let me hold the cursor over. I'm sorry for how, I'm not gonna zoom it in, but hopefully you can read those tiny numbers down there. Okay, here we go. Holding it over the player. Whoa. So now it's held over the player. It like doesn't go down to 0. It does, so it kind of like skips. I mean, it really just starts over again. It's just looping it. So it's not quite at 1. So I think that's the problem, is we're saying set to 1. We need to say... I mean, I don't understand why the animation doesn't complete. Because it definitely does go to 100% over here. Works like a variable would somehow. Can you tell it to set that number, man? That's kind of what I was thinking. It's not recognizing the leave. Like maybe we pick that number that's being printed. I mean, it's kind of annoying, but 0.97. If it's greater than 0.97, greater than 0.9 or something, instead of set to 1. I mean, that feels very hacky. But, you know, if it works. At least not at first. What's the default await time? Can you tell it to wait 1 second? We could, yeah. We could do that. If I understand what you mean. So if I say if it's greater than 0.9, which could in theory, sorry if you couldn't, did you see me do that or not? I don't know if you could read me doing that. I don't think you did. So I set, sorry about that. I set this to greater than 0.9. We'll try less than 0.9 to see if it fixes it. Then we'll see if we can do something cleaner. It should be greater than, right? Because we were checking to see if it was set to 1. I think so. Doesn't fix it. I'm hovering over the character right now. Maybe I do need to do less than here as well. If it's less than... I mean, that doesn't really make sense, right? That doesn't make sense. It's super weird. I really just wonder if we can't pause it somehow. If self-modulate is greater than 0.9 and player hovered is true. Oh, it's supposed to be false, right? Why is that true? How long has that been true? Wait. But wait, it doesn't unset it. It doesn't unset it. We still have a problem. But maybe that's related to... Oh, it says greater than. We want to say set to. We want to say set to. Let's try set to. Since earlier? Oh, man. Oh, man. Wait, now it's appearing right away. Oh, this was kind of the other problem that we were having. Wait, but I'm not hovering over it. My cursor is way over here. And it's starting out showing. Put in a wait? Where? Why would that... Why would then bring that back? If I just comment this whole section out, it doesn't appear on start. But because I add this elif in here, because I said it's happening immediately, well, it's just not happening without any... Yeah, maybe. So I have to have... You have to await for some reason. We have to say await based on something else. But I think that was something... different that we ended up not needing anymore. So there it's still gonna appear. Why would that make it appear? It's supposed to specifically make it not appear. I guess because, so it's playing, but why would it be set to 1 at the start? I see. Why would it be set to 1 at the start? I mean, I guess it is HP bar set to self-modulate 1. It's visible. It actually shouldn't be visible. It really shouldn't be at the start. I mean, if we say function ready here, print HP bar, self-modulate alpha. That should definitely not be at 1. It is at 1. It is at 1 in the first frame. So there is something I do have in the ready function, HP bar play, or play HP bar start. And HP bar start is supposed to play right at the beginning. And what it does is it sets it to 0. So it is supposed to be doing that already. Right here. It does. It does hide as soon as it starts. With this, unless it doesn't until this, but this is all in the ready function, so this should all be set up before anything happens. You can set it 0 in the editor. I think it's safer that way. Instead of this, or in addition, HP bar self-modulate a. Leave the print in the ready function, check if it works. Yeah, good idea. Make it hide again after the code ran. Yeah, right? That's hilarious. Maybe. If it works, it would be instead of it. I guess what I'm worried about is that I put that there for some other reason that I don't remember. Okay, it's not visible. We can hover it. I can sit here, it won't loop. If I pull away, it fades away. I think that's it. I think that does it. That's not bad. That kind of works right there. Oh my gosh. So I did not need to have that there at all. That animation. That hit it. That's it. So really, Good job, team. Really, one of the most problematic parts was the fact that we had this, or I typed this as true instead of false. And so that was causing issues. And then once that got resolved, it was about making sure it was invisible at first. Good job, team. High fives all around. It's high fives for everybody. Wow. And there it is. And now I'm resisting from talking about other ideas I have. Which is that the animation is shorter if it appears from a hover versus if it appears from damage, but I'm gonna let that go. I'm not gonna worry about that. You did? Oh my gosh. Just not paying attention. I was just too out of it. Honestly, this is fine. If anything, I would say we could shorten it. Like a whole hour ago? Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That was my fault. That was my fault. I missed that. I missed it. Nope. Did not change it. I mean, look. This is basically the functionality that I wanted. This is it. It would be nice if hovering it and unhovering it made it go away, but that made it go away faster. But that's like way more complicated than I can handle today or maybe any day. I think we've done enough. I think we've achieved enough here. And I can finally check it off. Now I gotta figure out, how does it go away? That's this HP bar hide. This is how it goes away. So right now it goes away if it's not less than 1 and player hovered is not true. What makes it wait? Oh, that's an animation. So that's just a whole animation here. I guess we could do a different hide animation. Wait, I could do this. Hold up. Hold up. You ask a good question. This would actually be pretty easy. We just need to create a different hide animation, and we can just play it here. That's all. HP bar hover is not being used. I can remove this animation, by the way. HP bar start is not being used anymore either. So we can get rid of that now. Stream is lagging hard. That may just be you. I think that might just be you. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody. But I think it isn't. Okay, I think that might be your internet. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that your internet is experiencing that. Stormrun says still good here. My check says it's okay. The kilobits per second should be 9,000, give or take 1,000. It looks solid. Solar storms. Solar storms. Federal summer. Reloaded it. Okay, nice. So I think all I gotta do is I gotta create a different animation. So we have the hide animation here. And this one takes a long extra time. Right? This is the one that we normally see. Fading it out. And it's a bit slow. But that's okay, because in this instance, that slowness is acceptable. You can show me Atlantis too? Oh shoot. Oh shoot, we about to get schooled. So this takes a while to fade out. So what I could do is I could duplicate this animation, and this is hide unhover. And so for this one, I can just make it shorter. I think I know a little about everything there is in the universe, but still learning along the way. That is like both very braggadocious and humble at the same time. Which is amazing. I'm impressed, honestly. So there, this is much quicker that it goes from invisible to visible, or visible to invisible. I'd want it to go even faster, honestly. I really want the hover hide, because it's kind of like you get in there and you get out, and then it goes away. I think this might work. All right, let me try that. And then we want to say this is 3 seconds long. Make sure to save that. Come back to the script, and instead of playing hard or HP bar hide, I'll say HP bar hide hover. I'm so glad you asked that, Stormrun, where it plays. It made me realize maybe this is easy. Maybe this is easy. Okay, so this is the normal hide, where after we get hit or heal, it takes about 8 seconds for it to go away. Now if I hover and then go away, okay, that still took a long time. Oh, it's not going away at all now. Why? Oh, debugger. Oh, you know what? It probably doesn't see it. Okay, I see. It's not finding it. All right, we'll get there. We'll get there. Unhover. It's unhover. I had to call it something weird. I had to call it something weird. Okay, here we go. That's the normal. Oh, there it played that one because I hovered over it. So then that's the problem, is you'll actually cancel. Wait, now it's playing that one. Wait, it's always playing the short one now. I don't hate it. Why would it always play the short one? I guess because this is being true. So we would need this to be conditional on it had just been hovered recently. Oh gosh. That is more complicated than I thought. I will say, I kind of like how short it is. They were able to live forever by downloading their minds and going into new bodies they created, very much like the movie Avatar. They downloaded their minds and went into new bodies? Which bodies? Like just people? Just different people? I actually just kind of like that it lasts shorter. That is very interesting, because that basically means we don't need this await hide up here at all anymore. Because now the hover visibility condition is going over this. Since player hovered will be false, if we're not hovering it, it'll hide it anyway. So we don't actually have a separate animation for this. But you know what it makes me realize? So, and it also means that this is kind of messy, right? Because this is saying hover visibility, but really this is any visibility. Which does also make me wonder, what if we don't make this an eliv? What if that's just an if? Hovers, doesn't loop, pull it away, fades away. I don't even think we need to make it an eliv. Because now it's not looping one way or the other. Into any body they created. I guess you could be a bird if you wanted, like the Egypt bird head god guy. Osiris. But you would have to read the previous comments to understand my previous. Didn't I? They're able to live forever by downloading their minds and going into new bodies they created. It's still basically an elif because the second if is never true if the first if is true. So it's like an elif even if we don't call it an elif. The second if is never true if the first if is true. That's true. That's true. Stormwind, you've lost me in a very profound way. Oh, it didn't post? Okay, I see. It does that if you talk about this stuff? Oh, man. I respect that you're deep into it. I respect that you're deep into it. We should all believe in something. So, we don't need to say elif. We also don't need to hide this at all in any other state, because this gets rid of it. Which almost makes me think, like, do we even need... We do need this in here. I mean, I almost think we don't need... Well, we do want it to show when we take damage or when we heal. So we do need this as a function. But this isn't just hover visibility. This is like other visibility. This is action visibility. This is like regular visibility that happens to be similar to hover. So I'm just going to rename that. I still feel a lot like we're not in control of what's happening, which I can live with, but... So HP visibility, this is show if hovered. But this one is hide if not, if visible, or start hiding if visible and not hovered. There's a whole ancient story carved in emerald that tells of Atlantis, its people, the Great Flood, and them building the Great Pyramids. Also says there's a UFO under the Sphinx a mile down. Whoa. That sounds like a good story. That sounds like a damn good story. I'd read that story. You call HP visibility true if you take damage or heal. Whoa. Oh, so you're saying, oh, we could skip this here. We would just say, will that work? Parameters. Well. Parameters just made even a lot more sense to me. Oh, that's cool. Wow. Look at that. Nice. Good call. Wow. And then I would want to make that a little shorter. I'm actually going to come to hide. I'm not going to keep... You tricked YouTube? I now know it doesn't like the word Atlantis spelled correctly. Or UFO. Really? Are you serious? That lends so much credence to what you're saying. Like, that makes it seem super true. Let me get rid of this unhover thing. And then for hide, I'm just going to make this shorter. So I brought it down to like 3 seconds. That felt a little too short. Why not what? Why doesn't it like it? I don't know, because it does, because YouTube has a vested interest in keeping the truth about UFOs and Atlantis under wraps? Is that what they would say? That's pretty weird. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I can appreciate the logic that goes into it. Until I change the names. What? So it's a little shorter now. Hover over it. It stays there. Go away. I would like it even a little shorter. I would like it even a little shorter. Let me bring that down to about there. And that's 4.3 is the length. I forgot freedom of speech doesn't apply to the internet. Honestly, I already got triggered when YouTube deletes my comments without telling me because of some word that is censored. The weird thing is it doesn't tell you you can't say that. That is weird. So wait, are you guys serious? Atlantis UFO. I mean, I guess because I'm the... It might be because there's like a filter that if you're a mod or the, you know, broadcaster, it allows it to go through. But that filter, if you're not a mod or a broadcaster, it'll kick in. I guess I want a watch list. It makes you think the comment was posted, but when you reload the page, it's not there. Really? I hate that. It still would be weird that, like, Atlantis or UFO would be considered profanity. What? That's not profanity. It's not profanity. I like these fade out times. Gives you enough time to see the animation. It's a little short. I still would like getting hit to make the animation like last longer and hovering be shorter, but you know, if you want it to be longer, you just keep your mouse over here and that gives you that info a little longer. And I guess, you know, it raises other questions, like what if you're, you know, if you have low health, it kind of should be there without hiding, you know? So that way you know that you have low health. But then again, that was something that we're planning on doing, is having everything shrink when you take damage. So you can get that info about your health without looking at a bar all the time. I don't know, guys. All all this that I've dragged you around helping me figure out how to set this up. And I'm here thinking maybe we don't even want to make the health bar go away. I mean, I'm pretty sure I do. Oh, it was supposed to also not show it if you have full health. It doesn't matter. I don't think that's something I know how to do. I can't think of a specific word right now, but I know for a fact if it happens to me, if I try to comment a link. Oh, yeah, that's true. It won't let you do links. It doesn't say UFO exactly. It says a craft to defend from invaders of space deep. What? Oh, in the ancient text, a craft to defend from invaders of space deep. Isn't that just talking about the ocean? Maybe it means like space as in like the ocean? That's tough because like how do you interpret that stuff? But maybe it is talking about outer space. This is what happens when the stream goes on 8-9 hours. We start talking about UFOs. But part of the reason why I wanted to implement these features was to see how they felt and to decide if it needs to be implemented in some other way. And it seems okay if you have like a lot of health, but I feel like if you're running on 1 HP, it should be visible all the time without fading out. Which I don't even know. I'm gonna head to bed. It was a nice stream. I won't be able to join you tomorrow, but I'll try to be here Friday. That sounds good, my 2 cents. Thanks for letting me know. Thank you for all your amazing help. Oh my gosh. Thanks, my 2 cents. Good night. Get some sleep. Goodbye. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Thank you for all your help. You've been amazing. You've been so helpful. You teach me so much, and I so appreciate it. I gotta get out of here, too. I gotta get out of here, too. I mean, clearly I'm not getting out of here, but I need to. I mean, I feel like with the credits, how specific did we get there? My 2 cents, where you are on there. There you are. Oh, you are? Okay, you got HP bar. You're on there on HP bar. Got you on HP bar. We got you on there. Like, if I wanted it to... I guess we could just do the same thing here. HP visibility true. The thing is I want it to stay as if it was being hovered over. So I'd almost want it to set or to not set player hovered to false anymore. I guess I'd want another parameter then. It would be the best movie ever made. Wait, what would be the best movie ever made? Atlantis? Or did you get censored again? Oh my gosh. It's creeping me out. It's creeping me out that it's censoring you. Like, are you sure it's not something else? My gosh. Like something else that is triggering it? Like, it makes me believe you. If they're gonna censor it, then you must be telling the truth. If I had another parameter in here, then I need to emit the signal with that parameter. So I'd almost want to create like a separate function for HP danger visibility. But then it's also going to need to know how much health we have. Oh, we do have that. True current body health. Put emerald and tablets and the guy's name together. What does that mean? But then I have to think, we're already checking this here. But the difference is, wow, YouTube. The difference is I don't want it to potentially time out. It's tough. Search one word at a time. I'm so sorry. Search the emerald tablets of Thoth. Oh, you know why? It's because of thought. They're probably censoring the word thought. I bet that's why. I bet you that's why. Because it's just like, you put it in so many ways. All right. A compact and cryptic hermetic text, highly regarded by Islamic and European alchemists as the foundation of their art. This does sound cool. Did not like those words together. This does actually sound really cool. This looks awesome. This looks kind of fun. Yeah, send it to me later. Do the emerald tablets exist? There's no chance that anyone discovered it? Wait, it doesn't exist? Pseudo history? So it's maybe. Oh, it's occult. It sounds like occultism, which is a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong. Egypt won't share. Oh. So it's definitely controversial, whatever the truth is. It sounds interesting, but it sounds controversial. It sounds controversial. I guess I'm gonna not worry about it tonight. I really want, there's so much I want to do. This stream has been absurdly long. The guys say when he comes back, the Guardians of the Tablet better not have let anyone touch his craft. Then how do we know what it says? How do we know what it says? How can we know what it says if we don't know what it says? How can we know what it says if we don't know what it says? Yeah, it would be nice if it would warn you when you have 1 HP. That would be nice. And it's not something I really thought about that I wanted to implement until now. Old guys in the old days able to get there before us. So it's kind of like the Bible, where people are just like writing an account of something that happened. I'm just saying it sounds a little bit like the Bible. Gotcha. Alright, fair. Heard. Yeah, I think if it could appear when HP is low, it doesn't ask you to believe anything, it just tells of their culture. Actually, if it flashed, that wouldn't be bad. And what happened with the flood? Starting to sound very biblical. But I hear you. I guess we could just say, just show it. Well, this is only going to get called when an action happens. So we could also say here, show if dying. If true current body health is less than 2 or is set to 1. Then show it. It says the island of Undul was the only surviving island on Earth, so we gotta find that place. Get to it, guys. We gotta find it. I like there's a challenge in there. Oh, nice! There it is! If we have 1 health, it's still there. And if I hover it, it's just like, no, I'm trying to stay visible. You're dying. I can't hide. It kind of works. I mean, it's weird when we hover it, so we could also say, like, that the hiding is only true if true current body health is greater than 1. Yeah, oh, I think so. Yeah, so hovering it normally, no flashing. We bring it down to 1. Flash is okay for 1 HP, but it only is at 1 HP if you're hovering it. Right? So, like, normally... Oh, now it's flashing! Because of the way I set it. So now it's just flashing all the time. I don't really want that. This is not what I meant. I did this wrong. I think I want to say this. The hovering stuff, really any of the hovering stuff, only bothers to happen if you have greater than 1 HP, which we can do this more elegantly. Wait, if true current body health is greater than 1, I guess we'd want to say and here. It's another thing the player can do, like an Easter egg. I appreciate that way of thinking. I can't allow myself to do it. I just can't. I can't allow myself to do it. I'm too pedantic for that. Perfectionistic, I mean, I think. Wait, but the HP true current body health greater than 1. It is greater than 1. Why wouldn't that be okay? We start out with more than 1 HP. Why wouldn't that be true? Oh, maybe because true isn't set yet. I think that's why. I think true gets set later. So I would need to make sure that current body health is setting to true, because true body health is only getting set somewhere. I think once you actually take damage is the only time that one sets somewhere. Creates a variable. It starts at, because it starts at 0. So maybe I should say it starts at 4. That would probably fix it. Greater than 0. We could. I think that's what the problem is. I think it's that there we go. It's a little magic numbery, but now that works. And then if we go down to 1 HP, it's not flashing. If I hover it, it do be flashing. But if we say that here too, 0.12, 3 to 1. The true health shouldn't be. And true, but I like your theories are being put forth. Is greater than 1. Let's see what we got. Appears on hover, just like we want. Disappears. Get hit. Get hit multiple times. Till we have 1 HP. Now it's just flashing. Which is technically not bad. Oh wow, it stopped flashing after a while. Oh, the hovering thing still happens. I thought it was a number when you did the print thing. Oh, so that's something else. I did do a print that I forgot to hide, I think. This one. But I'm not exactly sure why it's flashing. It's showing it. Oh, because, right, because of this calling it over and over again. So it is kind of that same issue. Well, we could. I could do a different animation for it. We could just say, instead of an animation at all, new variable, maybe. I'm kind of thinking of going a little more crude with it. What if we just set the HP bar self-modulate alpha? What if we just set it to 1? It won't blend, but it should already be visible. Once you get to 1, we shouldn't need a blend. So there it is. Hovering doesn't change it. It's not flashing. It stays visible the whole time. If I heal, it goes up, and it starts to fade away. If I hover over it, it comes back. It takes some damage. It's a little weird. So if I heal above that, and I take 1, it doesn't like appear right away like it usually does. So it's not quite behaving correctly. Because normally, if it is greater than 1, so that starts to fade away. If I take it, it pops back in. But since it's not playing that animation, it's not going to pop back in anymore, unfortunately. It's like that animation has to finish. Is it supposed to fully go away? Not at this part. I mean, kind of. So there's like different animations playing. There's the hide animation, which when it's partially visible, That's what's playing. So if I come down here, it was in the middle of the hide animation. And then once that reaches the end of its play, then the code makes it entirely visible. Whereas here, if I go to heal, not at that point, but right here, if I heal or take damage, there's a heal. If I take damage, it usually will fade out first. So see how it faded out and then it became visible? That's the showing animation, which goes from being invisible to visible. So right there, it actually disappears and it comes back. It disappears and it comes back. Except when we go down to 1, it's going to vanish and not come back until the hide ends. I understand why it's happening, but I'm not sure what to really do about it. But this makes it behave differently when we're at 1 health, and that's probably because of this. Which is a little confusing. I guess I could say, but if I do that, then we come back to the looping problem. You sent that pic of this chat on Discord? You two got caught? YouTube, why are you getting caught? That heals up. Goes away. If we hit again, it doesn't show right away. Not a great solution, unfortunately. I guess what I could do is I could say if the HP bar is less than 1 and player hover true and true current body health is greater than 1, show it. I don't know. It's getting confusing. Really, I really think the state machine would solve a lot of these problems, potentially, if I just took the time to learn that. Because it just, with all these conditions and stuff, it gets really messy, you know? It gets really messy. And then I still have to do this with other HP bars. I gotta do this with other HP bars. So, like, this functionality is good. I like it, but I hate that it starts to fade away. We could maybe say on the fade out, instead of fading all the way out, it stays visible. We could also have like another UI element entirely. Or something. There it fades out. If we hit it, it actually isn't appearing there, which is weird. Oh, because of that. That's because of this, if it's greater than 1 thing. So if I remove that, and then play it, starts to fade out, it reappears. Starts to fade out, it reappears, and it goes down. Oh, it is staying there. Wait, that's working great. Why? Why is that working so well? Wait, is that what I want? Did it just get fixed? Oh, that works really well. Oh! Okay, I fixed it. I don't know why. I don't know. I got rid of... Oh, because... Yeah, thank you, yes. Yep, I did a great job. Thank you so much. I think because I was just starting to remove everything, and I didn't fully remove it. So we say it hides it. It only hides it if the health is greater than 1. So it won't bother to hide it if the health is 1 or less. That was all we gotta do. I ain't gonna add all that stuff in there. Just accidentally stumbled on that because I was removing all the things I was adding in one by one, and I forgot to take that out yet, and it was actually the solution. Okay, good. So I guess we're fine then. That's great. That's wonderful. I don't think I have a complaint. That's amazing. Easy problem hidden in complex elements. Totally. Wow. Good. This works really well then. So now it keeps the player informed if they're close to dying. And otherwise... Oh, great. This is awesome. Yeah, this is just the way I want it. The timeout is a little slower or faster, so it will disappear a little more quickly. But that's okay, because you're not dead yet. So it's fine. I mean, you know, if there comes to be anything that can kill you with, you know, can do 2 damage to you or more, it would be helpful for the health bar to be visible all the time. So you almost want to have that be a setting, right? Have HP bar visibility settings be like an option, and the player can choose to have the health bar visible all the time or not. See, that makes me want to add an... Okay. We got old internet in the house. We got old internet in the house, y'all. I don't know, the new internet just gave up on me. It said no. Oh, it is giving me an error. It actually is giving me an error, which is really weird. I assume the live stream is back, but I don't know that it is. It is back. How weird. It's the internet apocalypse they were talking about, but texting still works, only hurts us a little. No, it says there's some error on my my thing. So we're going to have to learn about that. So now we're back on the old internet. Now we're back on the old internet again. Welcome back. I don't know what happened. I feel like that's a sign I need to stop. I was just admiring the successes. That's all I wanted to do. If you're watching this after the live stream, you just saw a weird skip. My new internet apparently hit an error. So who knows what that was about. But now I can hop onto the old internet if this happens. That's the nice thing about having 2 internets. You've always got a backup. Well, let's at least see what Stormrun was talking about, where YouTube got caught. And then we'll be good. Alright, let's see that chat. Let's see YouTube getting caught. I want to see it for myself. Okay. That's in general, I presume? Okay, this is what you posted on YouTube. Search the Emerald Tablets of Thoth on YouTube. It's like 8 hours. So I put it on sometimes to meditate or when I'm working or fall asleep. It would be the best movie ever made. Oh yeah, that wasn't there. That wasn't there. And then maybe even separating that, I feel like it might have been thought. I feel like somehow it's trying to guess that you're doing this, and it's saying that thought is a bad word. I bet you that's what it is. I see you're typing it in different ways, but I just feel like YouTube would like catch that, right? So if you type like F-UCK, right? I can't even type it. They're gonna be like, okay, we see what you're doing. And so maybe that, you know, is still enough for them to catch it. You're definitely proving that they censored you. They definitely censored you. But I bet you it's thought. I could be wrong. You vaguely heard of that word, but didn't even associate it with the Egyptian god. Oh, thought? Yeah, it's like that hoe over there. A woman who has many casual sexual encounters or relationships. So it's like totally a word that YouTube would block. Derogatory, informal, infernal. An infernal word. So like that would be my guess as to what they're blocking there. But maybe not. It had an H. Right, but like if you think about it, or if I think about it, if we say, you know, the F word like this, they might still be like, okay, hold on. His name is where we get the word thought from. It's the same word audibly. That's actually awesome. I didn't know that. That's really cool. But I feel like YouTube's detection system, even if there's different letters in there, there's still gonna be like, someone might say a different word that's kind of similar or whatever. I don't know. You know, they're gonna wanna try to censor it. But it just goes to show you that, like, you know, trying to censor language can have unintended repercussions, which isn't always great. Bad YouTube. Know the difference between thoth and thought. Get it together, YouTube. It's very important that we have these discussions. I imagine if you were like someone who streams stuff like that often, that would be really frustrating. Like if your topic was Egyptian mythology, that would really suck. He was the god of knowledge and magic in the Egyptians' eyes. I love Egyptian mythology. I'm tired. Mythology. I took a lot of interest in occultism and ancient mythology and stuff for a while. I was actually in a coven for a little bit, and when I say in a coven, I mean like I lived on the premises and I had no other home than a coven. That is to say, we practiced occultism very seriously, and I lived there. It was a horrible, horrible experience. And I've sort of like drifted away from a lot of that since then. And I miss it because, you know, there was a lot of really fun stuff to research and learn about there. He made light bulbs which are carved in the Egyptian walls. Whoa. Happens sometimes. It does. It's weird because like it was a cult, but it wasn't really a cult because it was too garbage to be a cult. It was just like people who thought they could have a cult, but they couldn't. And when they started being weird, I was just like, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave. You guys suck. I'm leaving. Like, wait, did you think I wanted to be in a cult? No. No, thank you. It's a cult. It's different. Not a cult. But that stuff is really interesting, and yeah, maybe you'll make me appreciate it again. We've got the health bar appearing when you hover over it, and even some extra things like HP bar appears permanently at 1 health, so that's nice. Bunch of little stuff. Now, how would I actually calculate how much time we worked on this? That's gonna be a little tricky, because we spent a lot of time talking today. So even though this was whatever, a 9-hour stream or something, I mean, all in all, maybe 5 hours added in there, right? In terms of actual working time on it, I'm gonna say 5 hours. Getting the cursor hover to appear was effort. Also set up the health bar to stay visible at 1 HP. Amazing consolidation and other code setup stuffs done with much help from Mini, My 2 Cents, Stormrun Gaming. Was anybody else like directly contributing to it? We had some thoughts from S earlier, but they weren't like about this. I feel like you guys were the ones who were really helping me out here. When I was in the Marines, I felt like I was in a fitness cult. I like that you said a fitness cult. That's really interesting. I'm gonna remember that. That's something someone who is in the military said. In the Marines specifically. A fitness cult. Because that's like a thing. That's like a whole separate thing. Fitness cults. This has taken 23 hours. Estimated 8 hours for this. I would say at this point, it's in testing. I'm gonna drag it into testing. We've got 8 out of 8 subtasks done, and we can finally move on to other things. So I think what I'm gonna do tomorrow is either Lim's HP bar and or Lim shrink based on HP, which will involve Blender shape keys. Glad you got out of it before it got proper cult-like and weird. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Oh yeah, man. Absolutely. It was, I was pretty much duped. I was duped into thinking that it was going to be about one thing. And it turned out to just be about this one person. I was like, wait, I don't want to do this for you. This isn't for you. I thought we were here to, it was actually about housing like homeless, like people who are unhoused. It was supposed to be like a group home that was gonna get fixed up for people who didn't have homes to come live there. And so in theory, we were some of those people who went to live there. But I wanted to help make this place be more livable for others. But it turned out, because it was actually a church, it was actually registered as a church, legally. So it wasn't owned by one person. But just because it wasn't technically owned by one person, doesn't mean that one person there didn't make sure that they essentially owned it. and they would just like bully you into the ground if you didn't act like they owned it. So it was like, okay, I guess we're not here to have this awesome place where people can live. Instead, it's just all about you. Goodbye. That's the short and skinny of that story. Occult myths are pretty cool. I agree. Who doesn't like witches and tropes like that? I know. I would like for magic to be real, but if it is, I feel like Harry Potter stuff was everywhere. If it is real, you feel like Harry Potter stuff was everywhere? That would be pretty cool. I'd love if magic was real too. That way I could drink a gender change elixir. Ooh, a gender change elixir, you say? Interesting. I'd love to hear more about that. A wink and a nod. Cause you know what? In our modern society, I can tell you, there are some similar things. Maybe you know that already though. Some people are selfish. Yeah, selfish. Selfish and deceptive. Like that they would say, hey, this church is a place where homeless people can come live. And then they're like, actually, we want people who are vulnerable to come here and help me live. It's like, what? Sounds familiar to other cult stories I've heard too. Dang! It's so irritating. Like, why did you lie? Why did you do that? Maybe someone would just come here and worship you. I don't know. Just say that. Haven't they ever heard of BDSM? Like, you can just get people to worship you. You ain't gotta trick them. Shoot. I mean, I wouldn't have shown up. I'll tell you that right now. But anyway, it was good. It was good work today, y'all. I couldn't have gotten this far without you guys. It would have been messier, would have been trickier, right? Like, just be honest about it. Everyone will be happier. I'm very proud of everybody, and I'm so honored that you guys come through and support the work that's being done here. So thank you, truly. It means a lot. You're embedding yourself into the fibers of this game. One day I gotta actually set up the proper credits page. Proper credits page. So that way we're not just putting something on screen. We can actually put it in here. One of these days. Stormrun says, I would like to do that. Either that or become president and make free housing across the land with free water, electric, and robot-grown food. You have my vote. You have my vote. I vote for you. I will vote for that. Right, it was such a seductive premise. Like, oh, we're gonna fix up this old house and we're gonna house the homeless. I was like, that's great. I like that. Let's go. Yeah, you're most welcome. Found the problems right before the internet went out. I know, that was wonderful. And hey, we got 2 internets now. That's good news. I love that. Of course, you know, I'll run the patron thing. I won't ramble too much about it, other than to say you guys can get a free bonus live stream after every Friday game jam if you sign up on Patreon for free. Patreon.com/hypergamedev. You don't have to join that list at all, and you can still get some free perks from the Patreon. And then, of course, the YouTube members. Much appreciation for them right here on YouTube. I have a YouTube live stream that I do every Monday. If you are a YouTube member or a paid patron, and it's a long one. I do game art and research, so yeah, check that out if you're interested. Other than that, y'all, if you are watching this after the live stream, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it. If you want to watch the last episode in this series, you can tap or click in the bottom left, and if you want to watch the next episode in this series, tap or click on the right. Send an internet question on Discord, that may help. Thank you. There you go. Let's check it out. Bye, y'all. Thank you again.